I can see that.
Yeah, I can see James. And he's played a cowboy before. Bernthal, perhaps. John Bernthal, perhaps. There was one guy in it, Charles, who I actually looked up. Who's the John Charles? He's acted by Brad Pitt. John Hartnett. Yeah. I love that pig. I love that pig.
I forgot his name, so I couldn't find it. He's in the back. Oh, yeah, it's John Stewart. Yeah. Dude, that movie was scary. Very scary.
There's like aliens and shit. Wait, I like scary now. That's it. I like scary. Just what happened last time. What made you start liking scary? You know what? This was probably not. This was so I was dabbling in spooky because I've been able to watch movies even if somebody was getting a little bit too spooky in the chat. I'm shutting down. There's some moments that are like, well, because I used to get nightmares, and so I kind of did like exposure therapy, watched a bunch of scary stuff, and then the movie I really liked, which I watched twice, is Long Legs. Long Legs is just a good movie, even if it's scary. If you take away the spooky elements. Isn't that kind of candy with that where the monsters are like, no, this is the new one.
Like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually sure that maybe they'll be playing, they'll have the mission, and my mom like parents Friday night meal, position of prominence of the disaster.
I don't remember exactly during that process, but it was like,
he always
smiled. Original it? I know it.
Mom said,
I knew it. It was a new one. I also watched The Conjuring in an Airbnb. Like, that's everything. My household didn't have a night. Being in a house and shit. Being in a house and shit isn't doing, he has sort of weird Korean behavior. And then conjure the scary shit, and then you sleep in different places in your bed that has freaking sound. So I've spooked the nightmares out of my system, and now I can watch spooky stuff. I've got some. Are you want to dive in? So you're saying the fact that it's scary and has aliens? That's not part of my alley because I love aliens. The
concrete gives like a quiet place vibe. Because it's like a creature coming in and they're like, what's happening? Someone's taking over, and they have to like hide from it and all stuff. Can you go to my place? Yes. Every shit in there. I've got a bit. Short bed already. What about you? Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Someone's saying you're going to do this. All right, let's do that. Instead of the quiet place, where everybody has to be loud in order to survive. That's called a Medea movie.
Step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want. So they actually
we're all learning. We're almost here, and we know explain more. My place, they can't say anything if they make noises.
This is the opposite. You have to be loud. They notice that we're like bird dogs where you have to go for balls.
What would you do if you had a constantly make noise? I guess just keep singing songs. I'd be like, be like, what would you do if you saw me down? And I just sing that over and over and over. They would just we don't look at all the things. This one fucker makes unacceptable. One exception is different songs.
sorry about that. And so they
Noise canceling headphones. Kill him! I can't wait for a loud place today. Yeah, loud place. Did it work? Think it really worked? Yeah, I don't get that.
And that's why you didn't watch it before it started Nightmare.
Yeah, look at a guaranteed nightmare. If there was a trailer for a scary movie, I'd get a nightmare.
What about like during the day? You saw a trailer, you watched a scary movie, but during the day you wouldn't be like scared, like turn all the lights off, stuff like that. Happened to you as well. Just the nightmares is why you get like more than nightmares. Would you be scared like, you know, in regular life? I'd be scared of regular life. Yeah. And now you're not.
No, now I know. Okay, here's a little. It's not real what you're seeing on TV, right? But that shit does. I get invested in store access, so it's tough to take yourself out of that. But here's your trick to immediately take yourself out of that. Whatever you're looking at that's scary, the camera's looking this way. Envision what's going on over here, and what really helps is envisioning the crowd. Because Twizzlers aren't scary. And knowing that whatever's going on here, in 5 minutes they're going to call cut, and they're going to be lining up Twizzlers, and that's not scary.
A lot of people say go watch the behind the scenes, the scary movies, and it takes away the scariness.
I actually hate like really gore, violent stuff, but it always helps when she's like, oh, I can see like the like going down his face or something, and like takes her out of here. Are you looking to dive into more scary?
Yeah, I can. It actually has opened up a whole other genre. Like I would never watch it. One of my, I love it. And like, so now this whole genre, I can now get in and it's like those great movies.
There's movies I like to watch from my childhood that terrified me, and one of the things I still hang. I love Pet Cemetery. Obviously, Child's Play movies. Poltergeist Clay. Poltergeist and the original one scared the fuck out of me. It's like 6 hours.
Family. Dude, I used to hear the X-Files. Yeah, I used to hear the X-Files demons yell because my dad and my sister would watch it on Friday nights. And I would yell like at the top of my lungs, like, turn it on! On their like PlayStation, I'd stop and just scream because it would give me nightmares. Bro, the beginning opening scene of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, it's just too much for me. I couldn't even watch that. It was too much. Fucking swing. Kids, yeah, that's laughing. Now, kids laughing. I can watch scary movies now, but kids laughing, that gives me freaks me out. I like kids laughing. When I like Jordan Peele movies, like Get Out, Us was pretty scary. The other Get Out was scary.
So I was trepidatious about watching Us, and then once I got the scary stuff, I was like, okay, let's watch Us.
You went to what's the scary stuff? There. That's your impression that you work on yourself. I like that.
Now I'm not pissed, and I watch scary stuff. Just a young Casey, angry, scared little guy. You know what? A lot of their anger was probably because of how scared. Yeah, that's how genius for more recent movie, and I was trying to wait for Jen to get back. Say the Wailing, Korean films. Korean films are really century. And then that when I saw it,
You know what doesn't hold up is like Halloween movies.
oh yeah,
Like any of the ones from like the 70s, 80s.
Halloween H2O is the worst movie I've ever seen.
They're just so bad. And that's kind of the same thing with like the first It. Like it probably is a little bit scary because that character is scary. But like Halloween, dude, it's like
Questions
are, you know, like just walking around. Dude, it's not, dude, it's not scary at all. I don't like Michael Myers. She just goes in the house and just doesn't do anything else. She's like, and then he's like, just fucking appears and that's it. Like, yo, just get in the car.
Michael Myers stands by that bush and shit. Like,
I get it. That guy's creepy. It creeped me out. Like if you start thinking like if that was happening to me, I'd be terrified. But like, the car just drives.
And he's always there. He's always there. He's very psychotic.
What are you doing, dude? I gotta get out of here. He's gonna come by. Not really.
if I was
Find the right formula for how to control the value
you
of
gotta
those
chill out
keys.
those keys.
And they also could
Yeah, the key, the audible
knows that at all.
Yeah, that's tough. You gotta go slow.
Although it's interesting to mention in that context, a little while ago, it's really a story and trying to get access
for a
to
Tesla,
things.
you just get it. But then you gotta open it, it's not open. I gotta get it to the end.
Nasty things about
My phone said, where's my cord? Yeah. Oh, dude, like this. I don't know if they're like scary, but the Smile movies and Terrifier are scary. Scary. Those are like different scary.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen those before.
Yeah. I had the same kind of thing as Casey did. I used to hate scary movies. Yeah. I started watching them. I feel better about them.
Was it your girls that kind of helped you? Like, did they do that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I feel like girls are never scared. Like, I think guys are more scared. Girls are like,
Yeah, maybe. What I don't like about scary movies is it's unpredictable. They're just like, if they're not a good movie, they're just doing weird stuff.
they're also like,
Feels lazy.
scary movies now are different than when we were kids. Like, yeah, it's just straight down the pipe. Like, it's gonna be scary. He's gonna be around the corner. It's slasher or exactly. That's what I thought of when I thought of scary. Now there's like nuances. Like, can't be like a barbarian who's like scary. First time I saw it, like there were funny moments of like weird moments. Yeah, I've never seen a Cabin in the Woods. I think it's like what you're describing. It's a little campy.
Cabin in the Woods is, yeah, it's like almost survival-y.
Where it's scary.
Kind of. I would consider them more like thrillers, right?
Yeah, the one from over here we got is Reddit. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I think that's like the final boss of scary. Because that's like super scary.
Yeah.
I watched the one with Hugh Grant.
And so he ends up Heretic also as far as knowing activities like
Also, like,
he says
there's new scary
because it's now my birthday as Mashiach.
Scary. I've seen him in interviews. He's like, it's funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's like,
just
reading from a shade of Torah, he says that
that's like a
modern
scariest trailer I've ever seen. But it looks terrifying. We actually saw it. It was a preview before the Lego movie with the different nephews when they were like fucking 8, 6. It was insane. They were so scared of people. It's just like these mountain people that,
That's like Cabin in the Woods. And I feel like it's in the same line for drama, but I feel like it's less campy.
I also like outside before I went on my scary movie journey. I watched Midsommar.
Yeah, that's the same with Midsommar.
Oh, really? And I liked it. Maybe that was it was scary, but it was a daytime movie.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't. Maybe you didn't think it was a scary movie.
I honestly didn't know. I just like the orange peel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was cute. Or you just like her factor. Well,
I was something she would like
who figured that
What do you mean?
no, like,
come on,
yeah, like,
right.
dude, traps. And the others, yeah, that was spooky. That was a spooky one. I've never heard of that. Yeah, that's a spooky one.
Those kids were absolutely terrified. Your eyes closed your ears. They got home. They told their mom, "It's not the scariest one." She's like, "Oh, that's not real." They both use it. They're like, "It's a true story." When did it come out? 2014 maybe. So it's 2001.
You think of it as a second one? Strangers.
The Strangers. Set eyes on the Strangers. The Strangers.
I was thinking of the same thing. I was Rick got Jimmy at all. Yeah, this one.
becomes increasingly
But
erratic.
I think like Cabin in the Woods is the same thing. It's like people go to this like house or whatever, and then there's people that are terrorizing them.
Did I see this?
Yeah, it's good. But
Let's go to the trail. Let's go to the trail. Did I see that? And then we'll watch some Friends and cartoons after scary stuff. Yeah, this is the new one. This is the new one.
So you want the second one is not good.
Wow, that was that long ago. I didn't know it was 21. Was that the year that like Mickey Mouse?
Have you all seen Robin?
That's a
It's like really good.
It's Aquarius. Excellent to hear.
Don't give me swings. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Why are swings so scary? Creaky sounds?
One more time, Miss Aquarius.
I said you didn't take. Did you go to sleep yet?
No, I haven't.
Central to Pelagia as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant Jews. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. In Pelagia refers to appointing an agent for granting legal power. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking the end of Shabbat or festivals. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candles.
Oh, Jesus, somebody help me.
Leader of prayer in synagogue. Halachic qualifications require proper pronunciation, moral standing. Hefer Hebrew for ownerless property.
What's going on, Miss? What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
What are you listening to?
Study guide I made like 6 years ago.
Dedicated to temple use. Halachic restrictions
study
on
guide?
opening them.
Correct.
Extra
What are
Hebrew
you
for permission
studying?
preparation.
You know?
In
Sure.
Pelagia refers to
I'm just
kosher
reviewing
certification
some
by rabbinic authorities.
Yiddish.
Extra mitzvah hever for preparation for a mitzvah. An act enabling fulfillment of a commandment, e.g. making tzitzit. Heichal Hebrew for sanctuary hall. In halachic texts, refers to sections of the temple or synagogue.
I just got kicked
Private
out.
Yiddish for holy
What
pavilion.
happened?
Describe as a communal religious style.
How'd you get kicked out?
Halachic but
I
relevant
don't know.
culturally.
I just got kicked
Epic
out.
Hebrew for comparison. A hermeneutical rule in Pelagia linking to subjects
We
mentioned
got
together in Torah.
malfunctions in this
There's Hebrew for play.
You know, I'm being sick, but no, I just got kicked out and came back. I don't know what happened.
I don't either, Miss Aquarius.
There's a malfunction in here, Rabbi.
It happens, I guess.
Somebody's to get me. I don't know why they're gonna get me. I didn't do nothing.
You're perfect.
And I'm just messing with you. Somebody did kick me. Oh, nobody didn't kick me. I got kicked out. I don't know. Is this going to have an issue?
It sometimes does.
Prefix used in Halachi codes, e.g.
Are you going to take a nap?
I took one. Now I can go eat. I'll eat cookies. Because I ate Chick-fil-A earlier. I might eat some snack on something.
Hebrew for here. I am. Liturgical expression.
And then lay down again.
There you go.
Nothing else to do.
There you go. Sounds like a relaxing Saturday.
Yeah.
Refers to acknowledgement of death, confession or prayer of thanks. Hoshana Hebrew for save us, please. Liturgical prayers recited on Sukkot. Halachically linked with processions and lulav. Hoshana Rebbe Hebrew for the Great Hoshana. Final day of Sukkot with unique halachic prayers and rituals. Hatzah Hebrew for carrying out transferring. One of the 39 halachic forbidden labors on Shabbat, involving carrying between the names. Hekachah Hebrew for statute law. Of this
I'm
method,
ready.
rationale is not revealed, e.g. Keshrad, red hyper. Chukka Hebrew for canopy. Halachic marriage ceremony requires standing under a
See
chukka.
you later, Rabbi.
Take care, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you later. God willing.
Refers halachically to
You
mourning
too.
customs
God
for the
willing.
temple as destruction. Touch Hebrew for silence. Appears in halachic contexts of prayer decorum. Hebrew for letter epistle. In halachic and rabbinic contexts, often refers to responsa literature, e.g. Iber Moshe by R. Moshe Feinstein. Iber Ramban, Hebrew for letter of the Ramban. Famous ethical will of Nachmanides. Studied for Musar ethical halacha. Hebrew for main essential. In halachic discourse, distinguishes the primary obligation differ from secondary tafel. Hayden Hebrew for the essence of the law. Refers to the halachically binding minimum requirement. Tafel Hebrew for main and secondary. Halachic principle in blessings. Only the primary food requires a blessing, covering the secondary. Galuni Hebrew for ascent elevation. In halacha, used in Galuni Neshama elevation of the soul, done through mitzvah or kaddish. Eli Hebrew Yiddish usage for prodigy gifted student. In halachic context, often refers to a brilliant Talmudic scholar. In Yurtza Passion Hebrew for if God wills. A phrase used in Jewish speech, reflecting halachic awareness that future actions depend on divine will. Iman Hebrew for training practice. In halachic discussion, they refer to habituation in mitzvah performance. Inayan Hebrew for matter subject. Used constantly in halachic texts to introduce a topic inayan. Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat. Iska header Iska Aramaic Hebrew for business partnership. Halachic legal mechanism permitting financial arrangements that avoid rigid forbidden interest. Hebrew Czech Aramaic Hebrew for binding the festival. Refers to the day after a festival, which retains partial sanctity. Halachically linked to certain prayers and customs. Isher Hebrew for prohibition. A central halachic term describing what the Torah or rabbis forbid. Opposite of heter permission. Isher Hana Hebrew for prohibition of benefit. Category of halacha where not only use, but any benefit is forbidden, e.g. Chemetz after Pesach. Isher Keri Hebrew for prohibition punished by excision. One of the most severe halachic penalties. Isher La Hebrew for negative prohibition. A Torah prohibition punishable by lashes in temple times. Ida B. Gemara Aramaic for it is stated in the Gemara. Standard halachic bracing introducing a Talmudic sword. It Hebrew for crown adornment. In halacha, can refer to adorning a mitzvah similar to bitter mitzvah. Ibrahim Avira Aramaic for thought of sin. In halachic ethics, the idea that even contemplation of sin has spiritual weight. Hebrew for Hebrew person. Halachic identity term for a Jew, used in Torah and later law. I am Tefillah Hebrew for deep study of prayer. Halachic Musar practice of meditating on the meaning of prayers. I am Hebrew for investigation in-depth study. In halachic, learning refers to deep analysis as opposed to quick review begin. I am Hayden Hebrew for examination of the judgment. In halachic courts, refers to careful deliberation of a case. Jubilee Yovel Hebrew Yovel means jubilee. Every 50th year in biblical Israel was sanctified. Land returned to original owners, slaves freed, and agricultural work ceased. Central halachic institution tied to Sh Nida. Judah Yehuda Hebrew Yehuda means praise of thanksgiving. One of the 12 tribes. Halachically, the ancestor of the kingdom of Judah, from which the term Yehudi derives. Jewish Yehudi Hebrew Yehudi means a descendant of Yehuda. In halacha, a Jew is one born to a Jewish mother or converted according to halacha. Jewish law Halacha Hebrew Halacha means the way, the path. The collective body of Jewish religious law governing daily life, rituals, and ethics. Jerusalem Yerushalayim in Hebrew Yerushalayim means foundation of peace. Central city in Halacha. Site of the temple, direction of prayer, source of many laws tied to the land. Jericho Hebrew Jericho means fragrant. First city conquered upon entry into the land of Israel. Appears in halachic discussions on agriculture and sanctity of the land. Joseph Hebrew Yosef means he will act. Ancestor of the tribes from and Menesh, who factored into halachic divisions of the land and blessings. Joshua Hebrew Yehoshua means God saves. Moses' successor, leader who sanctified the land. In Halacha, many agricultural obligations are linked to his conquest. Judges Shoftim Hebrew Shoftim means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-monarchy era. Halachically, they judges are central to in rulings. Justice Tzedek Hebrew Tzedek means justice, righteousness. In Halacha, linked to fairness in courts and dealings, Tzedek Turdok. Pursue justice. Job Hebrew means persecuted, hated. Book of Tanakh dealing with suffering and divine justice. Cited in halachic and halakhic discussions of reward and punishment. Jonah Yana Hebriana means dove. Prophet whose book is read on Yom Kippur afternoon. Halachically significant for themes of repentance, teshuva. Jeremiah Yirmiyahu Hebrew Yirmiyahu means God will exalt. Prophet during the destruction of the first temple. His works form the Book of Lamentations read on Tisha B'Av. Joel Yol Hebrew Yol means God is Lord. Prophet whose book is read as the Haftarah on fast days, connected to themes of repentance and fasting. Jethro Hebrew Yitro means his abundance. Moses' father-in-law. Parsha Yitro contains the Ten Commandments, a halachic foundation. Jephthah Yud-Tash Hebrew Yud-Tash means he will open. A judge in the Book of Judges, cited in halachic discussions of vows. Yisrael Israel means God will sound. Region in Israel tied to agricultural halachit of the land. Kaddish Hebrew Aramaic Kaddish means sanctification. Central prayer praising God, recited by mourners and in services to mark transitions. Halachically, requires a foreign minion. Kaddish Yadam Hebrew Yadam means orphan. The mourner as Kaddish, recited by those who lost a parent. Kapel Hebrew Kapel means assembly congregation. Used halachically for the collective Jewish community. Certain laws applicably to a kapel. Kala Hebrew Kala means bride. In halacha, bride in a wedding ceremony. Laws of Kedushin apply. Kal V'Chomer Hebrew Kal V'Chomer means light and heavy. A Talmudic method of logical infancy in halacha, reasoning from minor to major cases. Kapara Hebrew Kapara means atonement covering. Refers to removal or expiation of sin. Kapara Hebrew Kapara means atonements. Yom Kippur means custom involving a chicken or money, a symbolic atonement. Karpas Hebrew Karpas means vegetable, often parsley, celery, or potato. Even at the Passover Seder. Kasher Kosher Hebrew Kasher means fit, proper. Refers to food or objects permitted by halacha. Kashrut Hebrew Kashrut means fitness. The system of dietary laws in halacha. Kavah Habriyah Hebrew Kavah equals honor, Habriyah equals the creatures. Halachic principle. Humanism can override certain rabbinic laws. Shabbat Shabbat Hebrew praise meaning honor of Shabbat. Halachic duty to prepare and beautify Shabbat with food, clothing, and actions.
It was originally Mahan
Havana
Open, but
Hebrew
yeah,
Havana means intention focus.
an earlier
Essential
version of
intelligent
Silk
warfare and
discovered
not to have proper intent.
Soviet archives, and it's
Leadership
brilliant.
Hebrew Leadership
In my
means
humble opinion,
holiness.
it's way better
A
than
section
one
of
we
the
could study
Covenant
for
prayers
250
requires
years,
communal
because
recitation.
it's a dialogue.
Leadership Beta Hebrew phrase meaning
Okay,
sanctity
I'll tell
of
you
day.
quickly because it is really cool.
Galactic concept in Kiddush
I have
and
a
holiday
personal
prayers.
ambition to study this sharp
Hebrew
101
means
times.
betrothal
I just finished
sanctification.
time 30.
First stage of a galactic marriage.
But it's an
Pendula
amazing
Hebrew
book.
Pendula
But here
means
it is.
community congregation.
The original Mrs. Sharp wrote
Toda knows organized Jewish communal
this
structure.
guy who
Pilum Hebrew
it's hard to
Pilum
really
means
characterize
vessels,
him, but
utensils.
if we were to make a 21st century guy,
Laws of purity,
kind of like
virgin
a
collab
well-rounded,
apply. Tello equals Hebrew, Tello equals entirety, Hebrew
he also
equals
likes
real.
science and sports
Refers to the
and
collective
culture.
Jewish people
It's
through
got kind of like
galactic
a broad,
implications and communal
everything
responsibility.
sort of personality.
Telepot Hebrew telepot means host shells.
What is it
Mystical
that's
concept from Kabbalah. Galactically tied to spiritual impurity. Kesef Hebrew Kesef means silver money.
What
In Malaysia, money is used for financial and business transactions.
he sees the whole high school graduate is. He flips out, and now he's like wearing all black and big black hat, but a cross there. And he says, "Oh, great, great, what's up, this is Sean Ray, how are you?"
Temple
High
Defense
school
Service,
stuff.
Galactic
He says,
Loss-Off,
"Listen, you mind if I
Separation and
ask you some
Operation.
questions? I noticed we become like Haredi, that's the word Haredi
Final
first,
section
it's
of
already
Rabbah,
8th
cited
century.
galactic
But he says, like,
discussions.
what do you see in it? How can
Even
you
at
let
God
this
and
thing
Hebrew
develop so long?
equals honor,
How can
at
you
God
love
and
it so long?
equals father and mother.
What's going on in your life?
Galactic
And they
means the to honor
begin
one
this
best parent.
conversation that goes through the entire
Kiddush
Silk
Hebrew
Shard.
Kiddush means
And of course,
sanctification.
within a few chapters,
Blessing
by the time
recited
you
over
get to the
wine to
Hughes,
sanctify Shabbat and holidays.
the regular guy who calls it
Kiddush
Papa
Passion Hebrew
is
phrase
completely
means
blown away by the
sanctification of
question,
God as
and he
state.
just says, well, you just take the wheel, drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world. And that's what this different original version of Silk
First
Shard
step of
is.
galactic marriage
Now,
process.
why did the Ramchal
Philip Hebrew Philip means
the
forbidden
first version?
secrets.
He had it written in his own
Galactic
handwriting.
prohibitions on
Why
planting
did he
seeds,
publish the
crossbreeding
second version?
animals, or mixing fabrics.
Yes, Mr. Rushman.
Indian Hebrew Indian means
I'm sorry?
acquisition. Legal
Justability.
mechanism intelligent for transferring ownership.
Justability. Good argument, good argument. Although I
Hidden
would say
marble
that the
Hebrew
original
Shippa
is
means
way
stone
more than
covering.
that.
Stone cast forth as a sign of reverence.
Like it's so
Galactically
safer stuff.
customary.
It's that safer style. And the Ramchal had no problem with that. He wrote plays, he wrote actual dramatic
Holiest day,
plays.
requiring
Like the
fasting and
character,
repentance.
the Durants.
Tisla Hebrew Tisla is on to the Jewish calendar. Includes Hanukkah. Cloud Hebrew cloud equals general, fat equals specific.
Don't know the
A
answer for
galactic
sure.
method of biblical interpretation. Pi in Hebrew Pi means priest. Descendants of Aaron with galactic duties in temple service and
Oh, he
blessings.
got persecuted so badly in his
Pi
lifetime.
Gadol Hebrew Pi Gadol means high priest.
His writings were
Pious
seized
religious
in Frankfurt,
functionary in
and
temple
because people
fellowship.
didn't know whether it was apostolic,
Fellowship Hebrew
they
phrase
actually
meaning voice
buried
of a
it,
woman.
and then
Galactic
lost it.
discussion
They
about men
forgot where
listening
they
to
buried
women
it.
as singing.
Somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive
Lord
chest
Migrate
of the
Ira
Ramchal's
phrase
writings
meaning
that
all
have never
vows.
seen the light of day,
Yom Kippur prayer and
maybe one
meaning
day we'll
vows.
discover. But I'm waiting for you guys to be that's how you need some little history.
Institution for full-time Torah studies.
Exactly.
Corbin people Corbin
David
means offering
Slar wrote a
sacrifice.
PhD dissertation on this.
Galactic
Argues that the
offerings
reason
in the
it's
temple.
published personally is because
Corbin Kesed
the
Hebrew phrase meaning
publishers would
Passover
not
sacrifice.
they lost
Galactically
the
required
back
in temple
they were
times.
paying for the publication.
Torah Hebrew
Why?
Torah means wrap
Because
sandwich.
the original version, you
Passover
place
Seder practice
as a
of
few
eating matzah
things
and maror
that
together.
you
Kosher
know
Hebrew kasher
wrong
equals fit
and
kosher.
identify.
Food meeting
Say,
galactic
oh,
dietary
sorry about
standards.
this guy here. Can you describe this
Hostel
kind of
bracha
personality?
hebertos
I know what
equals
you're
cup.
talking
Shul
about.
bracha
It was
equals
just
a blessing.
way too
Cup of wine used for drinking
incendiary.
becomes on for
So
other rituals.
he gave up. And his
Rita
students
Shema
said, no,
Shema
Rebbe, this is such a
recitation
great
of
book.
Shema.
The world will love
Central
it.
galactic
Please, we have to
congregation
just
twice
do
daily.
what the editor says. Let's remove
Rita
those
pattern
personalized
of
material
pattern
and let's
of reading
publish
of
it
the
in
Torah.
a standardized version.
Galactic
Ramchal
requirement
said,
on Shabbat,
you can read this if you read the
Thursdays,
introduction
and
and conclusion
holidays.
of the book where he thanks his students
Concerts,
who are
Yiddish
working out.
announcements,
He
concerts.
says, okay, whatever you want.
Informal
You take care
gathering
of
with
it.
singing,
And
often
his
spiritual but
students
not strictly
headed
galactic.
to the version that you
Latin
guys read
hair,
now.
Latin Hebrew for tongue.
Way
Whereas is
more
Hebrew for evil.
sanitized, way cleaner, but
Evil speech.
it's just a micro
Galactic
insert.
prohibition against
Now, why was he
proselytes,
persecuted? That's why I included here. He was
El
persecuted
Chacula Altis
because
Aramaic for tongue.
there
Chacula
were
is Aramaic for the
individuals
beginning.
in Eastern Europe,
From the outset,
including the Moshe Hakim,
galactic
Rabbi Moshe
principle of
Hakim,
lactose ideally
he's
be
the
done.
son of the Chacham
Galactic
Tzvi.
Hebrew
The
for
Chacham
bread.
Tzvi was the
Central
number one
Hebrew regarding the ascent
Shabbatai
blessings.
Tzvi hunter of the era.
Lechem
Looking for
Mishnah
anybody
Lechem
who
is
was
Hebrew for
looking for
bread.
Rabbi
Mishnah is
His
Hebrew
son
for double.
continued it, but by the time you get to the
Refers
Ramchal
to the
page,
most
they're
required
very, very
at each Shabbat meal,
big
recalling the
Sabbath
double
weeks
dinner.
left. But Rabbi
Line
Moshe
Yiddish from
Hakim
German lesson
identified
equals to
him and
read.
pursued him throughout Europe. He
Refers
realized
to chanting the
until
Torah
finally
reading
he ended
according
up
to
in
Galactic
relatively
translation.
liberal city of
Lehi
Amsterdam,
Hebrew for
where
escorting.
he could be, more
Refers to the
active.
Galactic
But
system of
the
accompanying
Mesilas
the
Yesharim
burial.
itself is an artifact
Levi
of this
Hebrew
hunt
for
for
attached
heresy
joint.
that was the
Member of the
remnant of
tribe
the
of Levi,
17th
with
era.
galactic duties in temple
Okay,
service.
arguments, questions, discussions?
Mishnah Hebrew for foreign states.
Okay, so let's look at a map
Galactic
here.
requirement for intent need foreign
Just to
studies.
orient ourselves, and then
Again,
we're going to dive into Hasidus.
low Bashima
This
high low
is
Hebrew for not. Bob
Jewish
equals
populations in
Bashima
Europe
equals
in the
heaven.
first
High
half of
equals
the
English.
19th century.
Together.
Looking at the end of the
It
table
is
we're
not
looking at,
heaven.
you can see
Galactic
great
principle
density,
that Torah
particularly in
interpretation
what
rests
would be
with
today
earthly
Poland
sages.
and Western Ukraine.
Low
That's
plus
the
low
greatest
Hebrew for not.
concentration.
Plus is
Still some
Aramaic for
significant
English
concentrations
Levi.
in Western Europe, because
Principle.
even though we have this
Gravitational law
massive
applies
migration
universally,
east,
without
as we
exception.
discussed last week, there's still
Low
no
cost
pockets of
low
Jews
Hebrew
living
for
far back.
not.
Not
Cost
so much
you
in
shall do.
France,
Refers
which
to
they have been actually banned from there
low did
since
not low equals not. Did
1306,
not
although
equals
we
you
will
shall
have
steal.
a elite
Galactic prohibition
assertion
of
of
the
Jewish
Ten
population,
Commandments.
particularly in the south here,
Low turn
but
back
not
low
in Spain,
equals not.
because Spain is
Turn
still
back
officially
equals you shall
unified.
murder.
The main
Galactic
concentration in
prohibition
the
of the
regions
Ten
of
Commandments.
Lithuania, Poland,
Low concert
Belarus,
low
and
equals
Western
not.
Ukraine.
Concert equals
How
you
does
shall
that
turn aside.
map onto the three
Galactic
great
principally
asteroids of the
obligating
century?
obedience to
So
rationing
the
authority.
Hasidic movement
Low
is
local
primarily
low
in
equals not.
the
Local equals
southwestern
perfect.
part
Mari
of
equals
the
his word.
Russian Empire, down here
Together.
in what would be
He shall
Western
not
Ukraine,
profane his
southern
words.
Poland.
Galactic
But
bed
there
on
are
raising
definitely
clouds.
CM4 actually
Layla
further
Seder
north.
Hebrew Layla
The one
equals night.
example that
Seder
I've been
equals
concentrating
orders.
on Chabad is ironically an
Refers
exception
to
to
the passage
Chabad,
of Seder
is
night,
a Lithuanian
structured by
Hasidic
halachic
movement.
symbolic foods,
Then you
blessings,
have
and
the
retelling of
Misnagdim,
Exodus.
the opponents,
Latin
who are
parent
definitely
equals
much
Latin
more
equals tongue.
concentrated on the
Parent
Baltic
equals evil.
coast, in the regions of
Galactic
Russia,
prohibition
and
against
of
gossip
course
or
the
harmful
homeland,
speech.
Lithuania itself,
Latin
with
Yiddish
its
Latin
epicenter
equals
at Vilna.
pancake.
And then finally
Fried
you
potato
have
pancakes
the
feasted on conflict
Maskilim, the
commemorating the
adherents
miracle
of
of
the
the oil.
Haskalah, that's most Mendelssohn,
More
who are
minute
much
custom
more
with galactic
associated with
complication.
Germany in particular
Mount
than
Chachula
the US.
Aramaic Hebrew
But
phrase
what
meaning
you
from the
notice about
outset.
a Venn diagram is
Galactic
that they
principle.
overlap.
What one
Right, so
should
you can
ideally
have
use before
regions
resorting
where
to
you
exceptions.
easily have
Lechem Hebrew
Hasidim,
lechem equals
Misnagdim,
bread.
and Maskilim living cheek
Central
to
to
jowl,
regarding
arguing
blessings
with
and
each other,
moxie and meals.
influenced by each other, and so on.
Lechem Mishnah
Mr.
Hebrew
Lorenzo.
phrase double bread.
Legend
Two loaves required at each Sabbath meal, commemorating the double manna. Let lechem Hebrew let equals go, lechem equals for yourself. Name of Torah portion.
So,
Significant in galactic
it's a
study
great
of
question. How does
subject
the denominations?
Mining Yiddish
The
term
denominations
lesson equals
derive
to read.
primarily from the
Refers
Haskalah.
to chanting
The
federal
whole
reading
idea
according
of
to
what we
galactic
call, say, a
translation.
denomination
Lulav
is in
Hebrew
itself
Lulav equals
a
Tom
major
Brad.
breakaway. Because even when they
One
are
of the four
fighting
species
and
used in
trying
galactic
to
ritual
strangle
on
each other
Sifar.
with the most
Fell
violence,
based on Aramaic
none of the
phrase
Hasidim
meaning
or the
to be
Mistagdim were saying that
eventually.
the others weren't Jewish.
Used in galactic
And
discussions
none of
with the
them were
Talmud.
arguing that we don't have to follow
Levi and Hebrew
Taryag
Levi
mitzvos.
equals escort.
The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so
Levi
their
Hebrew Levi
denominations
equals
really are not Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Mistagdim flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Kranz, let's tell me about that. wasn't it so
Which
upsetting?
that opposite Hebrew phrase chamber of thin stone, called in the temple where the Sanhedrin Galactic
Yes,
court
Costello
would
was
meet.
very,
Regiment Hebrew Lishma equals for its sake.
and all of us came together with
Galactic
we are
requirement
all
that
serving a
certain
chef.
acts
We're
for
all
its
trying
second
to get
mitzvah,
most of the
writing
people
of getting
check
done
the
with
chef. These
proper
guys
intent.
are person. I have a one-word answer for you, Mr.
The
Grant.
great Lumon.
Monday.
Sometimes refers to the mitzvah of the four species as a whole.
Okay, at this point, it makes sense to
Lumon is the
stop.
Hebrew phrase the mitzvah of Pelamon. Specific halachic rulings regarding shaking of the lumon. El of the UL Shamra Hebrew to work in garden.
We're picking up last
A
week,
biblical phrase describing Adam
last
as
century,
interpreted halachically as stewardship obligations.
negative pressures that will put
Low
the
Bashma means
Jews
time rooted is not in
out
heaven.
of Western
Halachic
Europe, right?
principle.
What kind of
Pure
pressures?
law is interpreted by earthly sages, not by miraculous signs.
Western Europe.
Low club Arabic Heber principle, meaning do not
Barbaric
distinguish.
crusaders, right? Exactly,
Halachic
the
rules
massacres of
maintained
Shun
for
1096
application of
onward,
laws
good.
without
What
exception.
else?
Low concept Hebrew low
Governments
equals
taking
not
them out, right?
concept
You've got
equals you shall do.
expulsions in France from
Refers to
1182,
prohibitions
then
among
like
the 613
5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And
Hebrew phrase you shall not
England
speak.
told 90, right? Yeah, but why are they kicking them out?
Hebrew phrase you shall
Generally
not
speaking, when
murder.
the peasants owed you money, you have rebellion. When the
Low
nobles owed you money, you
concept
have
Hebrew phrase
expulsion.
you shall
Right?
not
It's just
turn
because that's how
aside.
they deal with it. Then of course they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that were circulating at the time that made you feel unwelcome?
Halachic prohibition on breaking vows.
So it's good. What is ritual murder?
On equals from, desert equals 10 at 10. Refers to the time 10% of produce, or income, separated for
That was
Levite
post
or
desecration. Post desecration with the crackers. Kill the crackers.
Monitor equals 10.
Okay, well said.
Karma equals
Ritual
animal
murder
time.
is technically
Every
the
10
earlier
pleasure
stage of
animal
blood
is
libel.
consecrated
The
as
ritual
holy.
murder charge
Monitor
mixed in 1144 in North Chamberlain is the
Monitor
idea that
equals 10.
Jews must, for some
Chesapeake
bizarre
equals
reason,
money fighting
reenact the
money.
crucifixion,
The
and so
practice
they
of giving
ritually
10%
murder
of
a
the
child.
income to
God
charity.
forbid, that's the argument.
Monitor receipt.
Later, they added to that the blood aspects of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time. And this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic centers. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, they really, that's the phenomenon from the
A prayer
13th
sent on Friday night
century
summarizing
in
the
particular, they moved from Western Europe. Okay,
Magnet
historical
equals
trigger alert. Let's just
David Shield
think for a second about historiography before we get into this
symbol
unit.
of Judaism.
We've already seen sallow
Not
flowering,
much,
right? We
but
talked
ritual
about him
cultural.
a few weeks ago.
Magnet
Very important 20th century historian.
Magnet
He
equals
died in
one who tells
2008, something
preacher
like
and
that.
narrator.
He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history that, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we, overcome persecution with great things and stuff like that. So we talk about him, and I'm going to come back to him in just one second, but I want to introduce you two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, neither is Belgian. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write. What could possibly be different about history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe it's their own entire time that just okay, good. Or you saw
and cut off conversator to recall the
But even
weakness of
more
delivery
basic, what sources do we
Matchstick
well,
equals
Matchstick
supervisor,
what do
the
you mean by that?
special
Direct
cash
fact.
food establishment.
What is a direct fact?
Also used for
Just things that
spiritual
actually
supervisors
happen,
in
maybe
Yeshivah.
instead of locations and stories.
I'm so glad that you said
Matchstick
that. Can you
equals the
repeat
only
that?
one Messiah. The future redeemer in Jewish belief.
No, before you said that, you said exact same quote. You were mechaning to the great book when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? You said history is geschichtlich ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what
Various
actually
agricultural or
happened.
animal portions
History is
used to
what
co-create.
actually happened. And that's what this big deal. When Roger said, you know what, too much of this all history that's been written up until now, it's not. Lots of like today's problems, what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing like stories, they're writing like narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts of what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel blah. Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And Franke said we have to like really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until Franke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem going between mythology straight into like wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, okay, but that's a really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, appropriate because we want to build up people's identity in one way or another. But it's not necessarily the kind of history that comes along here with the actual. Another really important point here is this guy, Bell House. Bell House is not a friend of Yiddish. Everybody up front. Definitely not a friend of Yiddish, right? He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Bellhausen is the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Shifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly be? History reveals more about the period in which it was written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Alon.
The people who were writing this here are people living during those times, and they are trying to use impartial witness to what's going on, to reveal more about their personal views or what actually goes on.
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. I was not around in 1917 at the point.
Using primary sources for research.
Right, but I was writing history in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? Maybe you weren't there. I definitely wasn't there.
So here's
Consent equals new confidence amendment. Maximum product equals
Because obviously I
low
can say
equals not.
sources
Consent
from
equals you shall do negative
1917,
commandment.
newspapers, I'm reading
Low equals
diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology,
the point in
I'm
time
looking
which
at
festivals
1970
and holy
sources,
days.
but I'm writing it with a mindset of
Low
1995.
equals
Thinking
circumcisers
all my
reign to perform
1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995.
Why equals departure, Shabbat equals Sabbath, the great amount of Shabbat. Refers to Saturday night as
Very nice,
Passover.
I'm going to repeat that for the people around
Matzah Aramaic Hebrew.
sort of says
Matzah
actually
equals set aside, object set aside. Not to
Exactly.
be
Looking
set upon
backwards,
Shabbat.
but our perspective is
Matzah
today.
Hebrew.
So we're not trying to understand everything through
Matzah
today. It's
equals
like, for
additional
example,
prayer corresponding to extra festival
sometimes,
Shabbat operating temple.
people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, but don't necessarily mean, you know, say, oh, we hate slavery, it's bad. They just admit it, or they, Alberta, for example, Nash and Dawson House, women are light-minded, right? And we say, oh man, he's a misogynist. We're no misogynists in the 12th century. That was a different other comment. But if we view that person's attitudes as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll maybe pass out heritage like this, which is bad history. But that's what Bell Policy is. So we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and bring to that understanding history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of it. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of that, but that's not for other sections today. Finally, Sarah Ron is so, because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I'm going to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Like, for example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the US and Ukraine and Russia. But this, I like this picture in particular because, you know, a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are, in the 21st century, with and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not over. We're still reliving the past, and I wax philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration structure and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this making their way in specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much, Latvia, here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be
full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressure from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern Europe. So I figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you see, it's massive, stretching all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. And actually, I think how it runs is, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although Ukraine has a most linguistic territory goes further. And the Krim down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukraine. Let's be close to contemporary war. Very hard to close, but they already be over here. Right? So Central Europe, way over here will be England, right? But big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and the Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuania and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people here. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will be the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back by around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, or Kiev, as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second, kind of a weird thing. When you listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they typically say there's 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we say, yeah. Just like, Paris, I don't know. It doesn't name it. But the Ukrainians, they have slightly different vowel combination, the sounds are sounded, and it is pronounced K-E. 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, the city right about here, was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive princedom, a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians as their homeland. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was it for Kiev. When we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on, and I believe we even discussed, we did, the famous Modus Gramenius, the chronicle of bygone years where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions,
So that dates from
Proceed equals
about the year
methods that equals the principle
999.
that one
So we definitely know that Jews are very active in Christian from a very, very long
Hot
time
bar
ago.
baked in Hebrew.
Then you've got this massive influx that
Hot
comes
bar
in
equals
from
storehouse.
Germany. And this is
Baked
really
in
where we
equals
get
rabbinic
the
court
huge
system
bulk
used during
of
Shemina to
Jewish
distribute
population.
produce by a
So
rabbinic
much so
authority without
that
violating
they're really
Shemina
involved,
laws.
among other things,
Hot bar
in the
history
very
Hebrew.
first myths
Hot bar
in
equals
Polish
treasury.
meaning,
History
making
equals the
money,
book's
literally
library or
making money.
collection of
Here's a
foreign
whole
words.
pile of very early
Non-collected
Polish
cursive, but often
coins,
cited.
and you notice anything
Hot bar
unusual about
Hebrew.
them?
Hot bar equals
They have
storehouse.
people all over them. They are like totally
Sabbatical
Hebrew.
year saying that
Why
hot
are
bar
the
baked in.
Poles minting
Practical
money
collecting
with
framework
Hebrew
for checking
letters?
the produce
Nobody
distribution. Hot bar
else can read them
house
anyway.
Hebrew.
Good. Say like,
Hot bar equals
all these jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not illiterate. And the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyways. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this though? Why do they think they're
Glass, a
Polish
small
people?
container, often mentioned in galactic discussions, e.g. Royal Formula, Patch 7.
So, yeah, but why would he want to attract them if he has
Patch
Poles
equals glass,
already in the country
7
who do
equals
this? Maybe I
oil,
asked that
sealed
question.
jar of pure
We
oil,
didn't know how
found
anyone
in the
else do it.
temple at
The
Chanukah,
Jews already,
basis
by
of
the
the
time they get
miracle.
to say they're
Patch on
1300,
Hebrew.
they've got a long track
Patch on
record
equals
of
paired in
being
liturgy and
extremely
often
strong in
refers to
finance.
pure
So we
on
discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the
Parnasa
church's
equals
law
like
about them, and only people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. I see lots of other folks out here. This one's my favorite. It says, Mashto Kalo, King Meshto. That's great. Kalo is king. It's just amazing things. Going back to this here, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. Explain why that is so significant. Well, what does term right bank mean? Because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl Rebbe, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and the face of the water flow, the right hand is called the right bank, and the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated in the right bank primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Aventa. So hang on to that word Aventa, because we're going right back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Khmelnytsky Rebellion that eventually motivated that. But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlements. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, they have a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Here, Jews are spread out. They're small numbers, but they tend to be village and town-based, some cities as well. This looks like a good question for the neighbors to go answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you, right? Money, that's you weren't here for the neighbors. Economic opportunity. Yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunities that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews rather than the massive concentrations.
Hashtag
you would
equals
get with
symbols rate
industrialization.
meaning the
When factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when you start seeing Jews really big
Attached equals
Warsaw,
opening,
places like
doorway,
that. But in these tiny
interactive
little
discussions of Arabic and
settlements, which
Hebrew on
were
the
called
Petach, form
shtetl
of a doorway.
in Yiddish. The
Satika
word
Heron
shtetl is the singular. Shtetl
Satika equals
is a
opening,
Yiddish
Heron
form
equals
of
the
the
RC act
Ukrainian
of
word
opening the heart during
which simply
services.
means
Secure
village.
Hebrew.
So shtetl is like a little
Secure
village,
equals
the L at the end,
exemptions
but the
list
Yiddish word
galactic
is
exemptions
diminutive,
from
and
certain
it's smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of
Pi
shtetl.
equals double.
So there's
Essay
setting up
Canadian
all
equals
these
to the
shtetls
double
all over.
portion
Here it is,
inheritance
the
granted
river, so this is all right bank over here.
Per K of the Hebrew.
Okay, we're going to talk about these
Per K
specific
equals
things.
chapters. Of it equals fathers.
The invitation of the Jews, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The mission turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Randall was described how the French lawyer. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, "Oh, how come the Jews are getting beat up like this in Europe? We've got to fight them here." And the Jews are like, "Oh, this guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see him in a shirt. I think that's kind of the 19th century adaptation." It was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words Pol, here, Lin. We were less, like Lina. Poland, here we will rest. After all our wanderings through Western Europe and North Africa, the States, and the blood Bibles, finally here, oh, Lin. And we talked about some of the nasty things that were pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Rec. This is really important. Magdeburg is Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I think we can apply like equal rights to that concept. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved out for you and the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Rec, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. So about it briefly when we talked about the early Takana Tadashinas, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as, we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like this, taking tolls, whatever industry it is. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukhari guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture man is a Bukhari guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, I don't know, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. No, I know, you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. It works out well. I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see again more seriously. Magdeburg Rec also reinforced a lot of the Takanos that the Gila had imposed, including the Cherem HaYishuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYishuv was? Exactly. The Cherem HaYishuv was literally the ban on settlement that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter if you control how many people will be engaged in whatever. So Magdeburg Rec was kind of like
More like, these are free modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so that the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-government tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to do these things? Right. Creation equals betrothal, sanctification, first stage of Jewish marriage legally binding under Halacha. Opinion equals acquisition, legal acts of transfer into cash property, marriage, commerce.
Your three answers would be there.
Pilfer equals ransom, compensation, electric payment, inserting advantages, or one who denies faith. Pilfer equals heretic.
Make money. Everybody loves that. Once again, right?
Sacrifice, sacrificial offerings in the temple, with detailed
The
electric
king can
laws.
tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who tax them. The local municipalities can tax them too.
Offerings,
So
peasant equals
there's
Passover,
an open
pleasure, land
recognition that
sacrifice,
Jews are
symbol mitzvah of
very
peasant
good
temple
at
times.
making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like
Sacrifices, general
why a
collection
spiritual
category of
community
temple
might want
offerings.
to open up a gambling casino.
Hebrew.
Right? They might not
Foreign
like
equals bald
like here in
mystery,
Queens, there's
biblical
no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling
Also
by the highway or
referenced
something?
logically that in Torah letters and laws of peace is in
Okay, my JFK
not
is like a
becoming called
racetrack.
equals.
Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You would think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so salutary, it's going to be a lot of despair of people who lose money. So why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why it's so expensive. But you don't want to put it in your center of the residential area. Then you have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. Somebody, Christians that believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can, they keep to themselves,
The
we
law
have to go.
equals assent
And
for
my
offering,
program was like a
entirely
whole body of
conceived
laws
on
that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they did
equals
in
peace
society.
moments, peace offering, partly needed by omission, partly by co-founding.
Oh, and thank you. It was started, named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they said, oh, you want us to move into this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg-grams. And they'll say, what are Magdeburg-grams? I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlement here in what would have been the end of Polish Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really concentrated here, especially in Poland. Now, we gotta get to the event.
Preventive equals rabbinate official religious authority
Here
in
is
Israel.
one of the most amazing things about
Refers
this
to
period
rabbinate
of time,
courts for
which
rulings.
was the early
Rabbi equals
dissertation
our
and
teacher,
work of
honoring
the
him for
great
great
Jewish
rabbis,
historian
e.g.
Shimon
Rabbi
Ruth,
Tab.
who's a phenomenal historian of
Rabbinic
Eastern
decree
Europe.
des Zaire American and Hebrew
He lived
Arabic.
until 1941 when he
The
was
state
shot
of the
dead by
safest
the Nazis.
electric law
His
instituted by
last
rabbis
words
to
to his
safeguard
students who
Torah
came
law.
crowding around his body as he let out, he said to them in Yiddish,
Rachel equals mercy,
Vater
compassion, electric liturgical context with
and
prayers asking
cold.
for divine
And
compassion.
he gave a sequel to his last students and last
Rabbinic
will.
equals washing the hands for body with electric rules test.
Anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the great council of lands. Because this is what happens.
Aramaic.
You have like in all these tiny
Rabbinic
steps all
equals the
over.
versicle one
You
God
have
common term in
Kahal,
collective
where we
text,
talk about the
e.g. the
Kahal
versicle
structure,
commanded.
the Beit Din,
Rabbi
and the
Aramaic
Parnas
Hebrew.
and the Chevers and stuff like that. So
Rabbi
each
equals
Kahal is
legal
making
proof
its
for
own
evidence in
rules,
collective
which are
arguments.
basically Talmudic in
Rabbinic
nature.
defense
But they're going to have some variation, local customs, things like that.
equals
But
facts.
after a while,
Torah
they
equals
said, you know
for the
what?
Torah rabbinic
There's so
safeguards
much
to prevent
stuff
transgression of
that
Torah law.
we share
Rashi
amongst
Hebrew.
our Gehilos, and that we
Rashi
could
equals
actually
which expresses collective
standardize
status and
ourselves
laws of
if we
testimony
organize
rituals and
ourselves
Passover
into a
together.
kind of super
Rashi
Gehilah,
acronym.
one big Gehilah,
Rabbi
one big
Shlomo
council
foundational
that
commentator,
would
cosmologic
pass legislation
explanations,
for
guide
all the
interpretations
Gehilahs
of
in the
Torah
culture
and
of
Talmud.
Talmud.
And to top out of it, so they did is set up first from where they call 4 lands, there was 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single kingdom was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish. So like, exactly, so the Council of the 4 Lands. It's a really amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What do they pass legislation on? Sure. Taxes are good. Internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely a good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line. For example, somebody
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk, and the Beis Din sends you a serum, you gotta show up to court, and you say, I'm not gonna listen to the court, I'm gonna move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk, that's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Beis Din in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle, because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beis Din doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the Vada Radot did. They could say, oh, really? You can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You're also going to be under harem in Pinsk, which is like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beis Din is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like responsibility. That's something that happens. 18th century and afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well. But it's not at all true of the Council. So in other words, there was an incredible system going around. One other area that you might go, like where you don't see a lot, for example, is in Wheaton. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they will send Gabbai to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk, and of course, this give a get. That's the power, this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who, because better their identity Jewish and than being treated in the non-Jewish prisons. Was this talking about
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves great expense, right? You've got to keep people, you have to feed them, all kinds of things. But flogging was once it's done, and it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging was far more common. You go through Eastern Europe, you find like some, flogging pillars, where actually this is where we flog. Shlomo was flogged here, that kind of thing. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the source. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book, a Hebrew book? Copyright? Close to copyright, yeah. Well, we're copyright. Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what does it certify?
I guess it's more like, it's like all the words that we see, like,
emotional words. Yeah, right. Administrative. Credibility in one sense. Credibility.
Rosh equals X, Chodesh equals
Like who writes those as kind of appraisal? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say, the big rabbi writes, I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and it sucks it, right? Until you later reports it because they found maybe got roles in it, right? But that's how we use this today. But Haskams were invented by the Vad Sos because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote in a safe where then
Rod
basically,
equals
once
majority
anyone had
collected.
the manuscript,
That
they
majority
could, if they
determines
wanted
legal
to,
status.
spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but
Root
just copy it out.
with
But once they're
intelligence can be
printing
personal
out the
impurity
type,
rock,
and
raw
the
for divine
price of
inspiration.
printed books
Root
dropped
the Kurdish Hebrew.
and then it suddenly became a great
Root
adventure. Oh my gosh,
Holy Spirit
I found
prophetic
this manuscript
inspiration.
here.
Reference
I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million zloty, which is worth like $12. I get it, but we're saying screen. And so, and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live, I don't know, up here in Danzig, and you're visiting Krakow, and you see this great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, you know, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Rabbi came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Room said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the book had the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Primatur, which is basically the sign that the Catholic Church says it's okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you see a Catholic in person. So these are the kinds of things the Bud Arba Source did, and they continue to fulfill this function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes,
Stolen, refused to do it again, and then convert to Christianity.
First order of Mishnah deals
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally done. And there's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, you know, I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, you know, I like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. Like in Israel, they put you in jail if you don't give a get. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than give his wife a get. It's incredible how it happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Beit was to convert. And that worked. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the Arenda. You ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews why so much? We'll talk a little bit about mentioning that's just kind of cool that we have in front. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy was this system known as the Arenda. It's a Latin word incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax bonding. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If we look at the map of you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schlochter that are, no, it's not really Schlechter, but it's not the same word, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are not a right bank to Ukraine. Right? Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landlords own these massive farm shares called latifundia, again another Latin word, and they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs.
Classic Halachic response by Rabbi
This
Ariel.
is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s.
Seventh day,
Like
Halachic observance
1865.
is 39 formative categories of
Serfs
word
are
Halachic.
sort of like
Shabbat
slaves,
Chesed Hebrew.
except they have a certain
Shabbat
degree of
division,
freedom
Shabbat
of movement.
before Tisha
They
B'Av,
cannot
special
leave
half
the
Torah.
land that they were
Shabbat
born
changed
into, like the immediate village,
Shabbat of the
the
group,
area,
Shabbat before, after,
and they're
opening with
required
special
to
honors.
either pay a
Shabbat
tax
Hagadol
in
Hebrew.
goods, like a certain
Raise
amount
Shabbat
of
before
produce,
Passover,
or in
Halachically tied to
wages,
Exodus
like
miracle.
money, cash money, which is
Shabbat
very hard to
Zemar
find,
Hebrew.
or in lading, something called
Shabbat the
marshal,
blessing,
which is
Shabbat
basically they would have to spend
announced.
1-2 days a
Shabbat
week
Shiva Hebrew.
farming for the
Shabbat the
Lord,
return to
and
sleep,
the
Rosh
rest of the time they
Hashanah
were
and
for
Yom Kippur.
themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial.
Shabbat Shir and Hebrew.
Poles are Catholic
Shabbat of Song
and
and Perashit
Western
Bethel Disney.
facing. The
Shabbat
Ukrainians
Hebrew.
are Orthodox and Eastern
Shabbat
facing.
of
They regard
Remembering
each other as aliens to each other, and
Shabbat
the Ukrainians are dominated by the
Resting
Poles.
special
But the thing
Halachic
is,
day
the
long
Poles
rest.
live far away, and they have
Sometimes used for
these
new
massive
Halachic
farms.
life usage.
How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called auditors, which means masters of the Arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community, the Jewish shtetl. What is important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, these little villages and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is, he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back, and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect, minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if we may agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract, come back to me next 1st of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay of their economy. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it, he doesn't really want to get involved, so they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. Meaning you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew who use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive this specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists like Rabbi Rothschild. And they all go on and on about the
Shema
cool
equals
Jew
the Galactic
who
had
charges
positive
huge amounts in order to
commitments.
get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of
Should have
resentment.
Yiddish Hebrew.
Okay, this would
Not making galactically
So first of all,
significant marriage
Jews,
arrangements.
the way we picture stuff when we were smart, they were really impoverished, they were the lowest
Sending another
class,
bird
one of
is
the
to
peasants.
send
They
away
came
by
with the
messy bird before
Bethlehems,
taking
let some old
hands.
money and party
Should
with
have common in Hebrew.
Well, there you go, Mr. Turman, that's
Water
like
body
Salabaran,
temple,
right?
water libation, rich and along
There are elements to what you're saying.
Shemish Hebrew.
First of all, we should understand that, our depictions of Shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there were definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at Shtetl life, well, we've got, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So their overall standards were much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, like invasion of the 20th century, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There was some scapegoat that you raised, and there was actually the number of days where Jews, people hated, so
You are absolutely right. I mentioned the year 1600, because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not like, being really counterintuitive. We tend to have sort of like a vision like the self-development. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie? Fiddler on the Roof? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true. But that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. You can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, if you're curious about the research on this, Yemen Mitzvah, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who reports the best uprising of 1648. And he just goes to ground on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made. 17th century. Primary source, so absolutely. Of course, primary. Another example might be like if you look at it's a terrible shot. It's such a killer shot when you look at the newspaper and see the financial scandal. Like someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you see yourself, oh, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a star or a bird. But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hats was Polish Shabbos, it's unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and worship the Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved with very shady and exploitative economic practices. It was really people were so that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic and historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane, is the theology part, more of the history part. But, we have this idea of Rita Hagoros, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of halacha Basra. Halacha follows the later generation. So who does that? Assyria? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. You shouldn't like look at the Mishnah Brewer. So the answer to that is that you give my humble opinion. Like I read it somewhere. Eureka Hadoros refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, I don't know, empathize or to see the truth or something differently. But not their scientific intelligence, not their grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course, just a very foolish, because he wants you guys to like max out all of your efforts. You guys are asking outside of that. Let's talk about a couple of aspects of the Urenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it is propinatio.
Was good time about it. That is a really pretty important, you could say.
Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted, because that implies that violence is not justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence for any circumstances possible. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Catherine, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a word, I'll write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes. Right. Why would we call anti-Semitism chimerical?
Refers to the sages of the Mishnah 1 street.
So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe is like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and it's certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone. But you can see where it's coming. Even Adler said, the Jews should realize that the Urenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example is propinatio, very significant. You've often seen, like you see it in the roof, the fetch shop, which is like the inn, right? The place where entire Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not the great idea. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing wrestler violin there. What is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get access is through vices, you said, and then go gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol in the 19th Amendment. What did the 19th Amendment to ban alcohol? One of those short-lived amendments, the only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here. Right? You can't do it. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was, let's bring it back, right? Forget about the 18th, it's not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol, that's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something that people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. People will drink. So the Jews were frequently doing this thing called propinatio, which is part of the Urenda. That you Jews are the only people allowed to drink alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it. And you can tax people on this. Just as one more layer, Mr. Abrams, I'm going to one more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. Right? We've already knocked out 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now to banks, they'll lend money and so on. But in in
refers
this
to
really
charity and social justice
backwards part
obligations.
of the post-Supreme Commonwealth,
He's
the
a
only way you
for
can borrow
cases.
tiny little amounts of money
Defendants
for
bring
small
forth
things
on
like,
garments to remind
you know,
of its past.
spoons or whatever, you go to
He's
the
on
Jew
Gedalia
and
and
money
referred fast to
to borrow
Gedalia.
money. And you pay a significant interest. It's the only place where you get it. It's not regulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who is like the king in Western Europe because he wants to make sure he gets taxes. You can't abuse the Jew because you get in trouble with the nobleman if you do it. So Provenantia is added to the money lending in a way that training peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of taro or a glass of kvass, they show up at the inn, they drink a few, they say to the Jewish innkeeper, the restaurant, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper said, no problem, here it is, where's the lodging? And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat. And he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and that 4 zloty as with interest become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's how long night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the year. So what is this? See, this is like an especially noxious form of the agenda that was ultimately very, very negative.
U equals
Okay,
N.
Mr.
Left option equals
So
U
they
shall equals for
would
yourself.
tax them just for the produce and force
Then
you out, and then
Flora
they put
about
a
big
knife to the
pet or
Jews and
species,
bring
Lulon,
them like,
Petrid,
what was that
etc.
relationship? Why would they split
Constant
it
cost.
directly do this? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think the question's backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And yeah, people are stealing their money, and how they're dead, harassing them, whatever they need.
Oh, yeah.
So their stores.
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, the only 2 things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, this whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every, who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, I'm getting these. So, they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating. You get to the modern era, you have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905, 1919 was horrific, and of course the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do is Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Russian food. Right? What is Russian? What noodle is Russian based on? No, it's Lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German. Or you can't have, I don't know, you think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Shodan, which one's actually French? Chaud blanc, slow hot. But, so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do, are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them, they borrowed from us. Oh, here's an example of Ukrainian. That's what they call gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewfish. So this is good stuff. Some of this Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschmann and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated. Then they end up sort of dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like growing, and that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowings. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but encourage me, I would probably do it. Women. You know, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostility, political views, things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Otherstein.
So you're saying that like Jews as the tax collectors and tax reality, like listening to people, you guys be people whatever.
Yeah, they were not like Muslims who were trying to kidnap each other.
But you know, from our perspective, you ask most Americans what you feel about the IRS. People are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies. People also have very strong rates.
Good argument.
And so, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much like one.
No, but you're saying, Mr. Robinson, you're saying so clearly, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS.
I remember the Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 17.
Right. And what was the next tax reform?
Right.
That's my point, right? There are tax reforms for sure, but they're like, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. To just say vote the bombs out, and that makes America a little easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
There have been many historical revolts over taxes, like it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that try going socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts sometimes relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money, and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have to go. And this part is basically okay.
Interest on every year that you grant during the winter.
Well, okay, so that's what they're doing. Right, that brings us there. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Repin, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, or the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are basically translations of the churches with the piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Cossack. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they mocked it out. They fled the Ukrainians, right? They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could out of the reach of the shock, the Polish nobles. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free of their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache is classically Cossack style. The top knot as well. You'll see quite often. The top knot there. And this is, by the way, for Ukrainians. It's kind of like their national hero. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off to the sunset, of course, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back as slaves. It's really an awful phenomenon in early modern history. And then the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, "Would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding? We'll make a deal with you." And so they wrote back a very enlisted note to the Ottomans. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composing a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities in certain words. But this is really like sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Square. They were led by this guy, Bohdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the this particular part of the rapids on the southern Dnieper River, and he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, "Let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories." And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get to Catholicism through the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish deadlines, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of the period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Arenda system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Devin Matsuda. It is a chilling, awful read. Now this comes into the region, or the region by period is called in Hebrew Zeras Tach Betach. Tach and Tach refer to the 2 years, 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry? We have a keynote. Yeah, you have a keynote from Zeras Tach Betach. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, working men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renta. Out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renta, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I don't like to come back to this. Gambling, right? So gambling out of Las Vegas, what happened to Las Vegas? It was part of the desert. Yeah, it will literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers, restaurants, stuff like that support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Las Vegas, most Las Vegas are not working. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews are doing all kinds of other things. Silversmithing, tinsmithing, small jobs. You have the occasional scholar surrounded.
I think Phoenix is actually exceptionally good comparison because enormous amount of data and their casinos are vacuums.
Oh, Railson. Okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the Yeah, so this is very good.
Equals and chalk that equals you shall return.
Oh, very good. One of my memoirs, it is absolutely horrific. There are English translations.
I will
Now,
return.
one of the things that is
Used in prayer and promises of redemption.
a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources, Nathan Hanover describes the original peoples, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians reckon. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of this lecture, there were probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed, only 40,000 living here. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of historians do. Okay. Let's take just we'll wrap it up. This is a 5 it's Ukrainian, but I can't remember what its denomination means. Not big yet. No, it's just right. So it's 5 straight on notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than So again, remember when we started, we were talking about South America and so on. For Ukrainian state, now this, for the most part, is a great national hero. He's a Jewish one. He united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord. Also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish out of doctors. When Jews see this victory, they see how bitter they see horrible anti-Semitic. And that's, both of those pictures are true. We just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed. Mr. Chairman, last question. We really have the same history of yeah, you say the Native Americans look at Columbus and they see it. That's in the wrong place. We didn't kill each other back then. We're not equal in America. It's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got this is, by the way, in Central Square Theater, they have like this very heroic statue of history there as well. The earlier version of it actually have like a Jew trample on their foot by it. But even the stars on the best so they're moving Jews. Okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America. To a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into a period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to compute. Okay, Mr. Parente.
Xylophone call before discussions only in modern halachic responsa, used as example of a musical
So, the good
instrument
question.
in
The question which I will repeat because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah. I forget his name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. But we have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms, so it now really only refers to the people, and Ashkenaz are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay. Have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that would culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Krantz.
Yeter Arab Hebrew for inclination to evil. Yeter equals inclination. Ra equals evil. Concept in Kolocha about human drives leading restraint.
Well, you're right, Mr. Krantz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. That's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? Good term. I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of the particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed, where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or for the rest, it would be in a watershed where it would flow through the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rains, all the rain that fell in where I grew up, would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's flowed north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but we live in the post-9/11 era. Changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use terms denominations, but they are 2 different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just resonates with that message. It says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who are kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think we use the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves in? The whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyat Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them, Mr. Goiki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of like, they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of like, they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in like the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Corrente.
An auspicious time for prayers. Not average Hebrew for this is the blessing.
So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers that they really, what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option, well, get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right? He says these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of the really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Rothschild being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked at the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by periods of the 9th century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? We're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back is not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. Oh, actually, a little later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away. And yes, we have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Right? You can remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Kiev, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of Egi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no living people. absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture sort of like bend inwards, begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. But you see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of Jiu-jitsu and find a way to keep my Jewish identity despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and they massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the Rabbi Rothschilds, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of, the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decides to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament, they can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you're familiar with. Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed, this is Geharei Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? It's clear as the sun at noonday.
Rabbi S.H. Mirzal Nibliani, founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya, the central Shabbat text.
Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I really don't know. I think that the consensus of the Rishonim are that baptism has no impact on Jewish status, based on the principle Yisrael, Afal Pi Shechata Yisrael. A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I am not a posek, I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you for sure. That's Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get their way there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles in Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold in slavery. And it is ironic, we should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It has been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of its history. Right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and there's forces and stuff like that, and they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being like as an existential enemy. This is something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because the Crusades was prevented.
These Midrash Hebrew for house of study. Shabbat yeshivas and study halls are often called this.
Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period
Classic
they
Shabbat
call,
biography of the
that's a little bit of
first
exaggeration,
friends
La
chronicling their lives and
Convivencia,
teachings.
the period of coexistence, lasted about 200 years.
Figured in Kanye, described as the ideal
Give or
spiritual
take
model accessible
950
to
to
all Jews.
1150.
B as Passion, B as
Yes,
Hebrew for with
exclusively
God
in
as
Spain.
help.
Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Sephardic Jewish history.
Vicar calling Hebrew
I
for
think right
visiting
now
the
everybody's getting along.
in Shabbat practice, considered the vital act of kindness and outreach. Prime of Hebrew
Yeah,
for
you know,
platform.
I would love
The
that
raised
to be
stand
true. I
in
think
the
America
synagogue where the
is
Torah is read.
an exception in history in
Shabbat
many ways.
central to communal Torah reading.
So good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, case in point, right? Okay, let's just one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers Yehuda Maccabi were called Hasidim. David calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happened to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim. Fascinating book on a historical level. Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidei Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi traditions. It's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidei Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame. Self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. We talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidei Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting. And even like after death, customs like, putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidei Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally. So the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating when you look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidei Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, I have them I think later on in this lecture, or maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like courteousness. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question.
When a girl turns 12. In Shabbat, marked with Torah
the Hasidei Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement. And there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like, having lots of sukkaniyot, hamatosh. Back then they would say, oh man, I gotta go like roll in the snow a little bit. I should stop eating for 2 days. It was just, that was the style. Wear dark clothes, wear bright clothes. So that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we are having too much levity.
In Shabbat communities, handles galactic
Yeah.
rulings.
Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. You see the same kind of things that certainly happening in the period of the Black Death.
These Midrash Hebrew forecast studies. The study called in a Shabbat
That's no way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it survived. The writings, which indicated they were circulating.
Chin says he's back in the Zoom. I'm sad Chin's missed our whole scary movie conversation.
You'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Grants.
Vicar calling Hebrews for visiting the sick. Pay for Shabbat act of kindness. By the Hebrew for platform. The raised place in a show where the Torah is read.
I peed a little.
And refer grace after meals. In Shabbat,
Yeah, I got it.
Down the cuts with the record scratch. Yeah,
Shabbat mystical concept of elevating parts that holiness hidden in the physical
I don't know.
world.
Could be.
I
The
like it.
Passion Hebrew for trust in God.
Okay, let's go by turn. Now, the next master, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe.
Did it say Scott's?
Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures and try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres as in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. So one of the most awful of the developments there was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately
They're
it
doing the
is
same
a
thing.
myth
I'm
that
scared, bro. They
continues to
won't
this
make
day.
any.
This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel,
They get
the
them, they
centuries
just turn on
when
it.
they occurred. You see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. So it started first up here in Norwich, right here. The earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, but the Jews to kill Christian there's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it involves what's called the blood libel.
talked about some
Ritual murder is this idea that why would you kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. You don't do this stuff. But all the churches, by the way, said this over and over again. Folks are constantly publishing polls saying, no, it's not true. Believe those crazy people that say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to mysteriously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Protestants are past who refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. So, whenever this happens, unfortunately, it does happen.
If the world ended and you had to survive it,
Young children,
what tool
God
or
forbid,
gadget would you want? If you
kidnapped,
could pick one thing and one thing
abused,
only,
and then
assuming you
murdered.
have the normal
Such things
stuff,
happen,
like
of course,
clothes,
that
shoes,
was not
glasses
even
for
in
your
our
eyes,
own
stuff
day.
like that.
So,
What
people are
survival
really
tool
upset.
would you
And they
want?
say,
For
we did this
example,
terrible
a
thing.
knife,
And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard the Jews did this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on this idea. It's a little bit like urban myth. Like, you know, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar someone has stolen your things. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day, missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh man, but you know, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens. It just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens with ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to it that made it even more popular. Blood libel was the argument that not only the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy
I guess I
reasons.
am a like
Here's like
never
crowded
intentionally.
map
We
of
have
how many places had blood libels after that first time, 1144.
You know, we did the Sunday
This is
Brunch thing
Simon
every
of
Sunday.
Trent, 1479. One of the most widely published signs of blood libel. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like a,
Anybody see my
it's
lighter?
part of a large
Everybody
broadsheet,
was
like one of the ways that one of the
looking
reasons why it's so popular in this country is because that's when the printing press comes out, and I don't know, public announcements are often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, in Europe, you see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post
You don't care what your name is, boy. You'll never hang away from here.
That's how
You guys
this
realize
is
this is for me.
the colorized version, the colorized level. Vibrancy to it. The Jews here have no names because below it would be a long
Lasts forever. You can always sharpen it out a little bit. Pretend you can make fire with a knife, right?
They had
The
to
knife is
well
small.
here. Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a position. There are Jews who are tormented with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the gospel, and we're circumcising them because after all, the congregation is also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like church. There's hatching of blood in a little pen, and later they will do various things to blood.
You don't care what your name is, boy.
You'll never hang away. All of you have matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water. You know that no blood in the system is better. Say that often. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that
You're just dropped in the survival
men
the first thing you do is take a nap.
something like administration, and so they lose iron, every time. And they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they're infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or if it's an aphrodisiac. I know there's all kinds of bizarre stories. If you're curious about the really weird aspects of medieval history, I recommend the book of Joshua Drachenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, 1811, so how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful he lists, you know, 20 different things that people believe Jesus did with this blood. Amazing examples of like, you know, Christians actually trying to buy the blood.
That is another reason why I like
But this
living in
blood
LA.
libel
I haven't
just
moved
became
here.
such a
However
powerful
many years now.
peg
I've got
mind of
every summer
since I was
born.
The East Coast is riddled
Here's
with
another
poison ivy.
depiction
The
of
rest of this,
Beatrice
every time
Simon
outside,
Martyr.
poison ivy.
Basically,
Yeah,
he's
never.
a saint.
I like you look at it, it's over there. And you're like, oh, there it is. I
As
got
I
it.
mentioned earlier, the church in most cases
Yeah.
decries the whole idea of the blood libel. It's a crazy. You go to the Pope and say, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us and we're getting attacked. It's not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually be forthcoming and saying it's right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Rabbi Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church. He was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then buried in the wall of the church. Or churches today in Europe, you can see where they have, you know, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but
I don't know what the
blamed for it.
There was like, they invented a phrase.
Well,
It was like,
I don't
leaves
think
of
you
three,
find
let
so
them
many
be.
people who are willing to go along with that, but you know, historians. But here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images. You cannot get over it. The Nazis just
Fucking beautiful.
their propaganda is one of the
If you're on the words, that's gonna happen.
there's another really important thing to start leaving Western Europe. It followed us to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we gotta get away from this crazy. That's correct.
Yeah, that's way harder. But,
Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed.
thought I had a red
So the question was trying to ask, you know, it's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman. It's called Jewish Body.
No, I said to
He argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo. It's a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it's considered in the late 19th century ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the idea, if the aqueduct road, right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite. And that's when the kind of capitalist image that large, you know, that's it's late 19th century.
You want to hide shit? Play the shit clip.
Let's go to one last related charge.
In all seriousness, the guys are generally funny and great. Have nice caricature.
The ritual order was to the blood libel. Terrestrial buggery. We say much more about this, but it's semester on the blood libel. There's crazy examples where, you know, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Now it's a block of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body. Nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they found all the years. That's actually been crazy. Homo desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up. This entire crazy belief. And it affected me very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, race desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to promote some of the host desecration story because it serves their own agenda.
There's no perspective.
So,
Fuck.
the term hope refers to a little wafer that became part
They're
of
cooking the
Catholic
chin. I'd see
religious
it. Sign me
practice.
up. Pour all my money into it to make it happen.
It was part of the ritual called
Guys,
when you were a Catholic,
Can
you
we
would
expand
spend
that joke,
you
Mark?
had
I get more sorry, please.
penance was required.
Building
Then you
studio,
would enter into
space
space,
in our
which would
building
involve
studios here.
the drinking of a little bit of
Everything is
wine
turning out to
and the
be
consumption of
much
this
more
little cracker.
Fuck.
It's like a Ritz cracker kind of
really
thing. Like they have a
going
chip.
above and beyond.
And this would be like a very dramatic
No,
moment.
we brought in our
And
friend Nick
from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine of transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of
So,
the Last Supper,
if anyone is out there watching
literally
and you want to start a podcast, you know someone wants to start a podcast, you need a podcast space, just know like
literally the body of Christ that you are consuming.
studio
I
going.
know that sounds a little weird.
He spent all his money, has
It
no money
sounds
left.
weird to me,
Get in there and do a
but it's
podcast.
somebody else's religion, so
It's really nice.
that's what they
You
believe.
know,
So,
but the joke is,
and that's like a very
I
holy
find
thing.
a little business venture and I'll buy it for us all.
Yeah,
It's
Mark.
the body.
Anytime we like, this is
This doctrine of transubstantiation, it's not a symbol. It's not like representation of, it's actually the thing itself.
building out the
So,
back end of
if
it.
it is the thing
Everything
itself,
in business, one day he was like, I
then
want a chicken
it's
sandwich, and I just
Jews
started a
would
food truck.
want to
Yeah,
torture
that's the next 5 years.
Like if
It's
they're
very
Christian children, as the argument goes,
business driven.
in order to reenact the passion.
Certainly
Certainly they're going to do it the wafer itself,
You can't do
which
anything.
represents Jesus literally.
That's the problem. I mean, friends
So
tell me I
the
get
church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and put it down, post desecration actually supported for transubstantiation of the doctrine,
I've been to a
which was
lot
not
of
an easy sell.
turnkey
So here's
podcast rental spaces
post
for
desecration
years, and there's
story
been some really good ones.
described
Austin's
from
really
the
nice.
German
They
city
like
of Passau. It's also
I've never met someone who cares.
and it's basically written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like
Well,
a
it's gonna be cool. It's just it's
graphic
doing
novel.
all the labor and
Well,
all
the stories are almost all
the
the same.
You want to have a style.
Here is a
five
Christian
cameras. So it's just all that
typically
stuff.
there will be like a renegade.
We're gonna do a promo video for it.
There's also a
We're gonna
renegade
do a promo
Christian, a lot
video.
of blood libel stories. Renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian,
It's like hanging with the boys.
goes to the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals that wafers.
Interesting, rich, entertaining.
And then he goes to takes the Jews. You can tell they're Jews, so they have to be well.
This guy
On
gets
their
us very
shirts there, their tunics, and they
That's
accepts
like a
money
Tim and Aaron
for
style commercial. Our brand is chaos. And
accepts
that's what
money
you get.
for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got his box here,
There's a five
and
in
in
there.
their synagogue, they
There's a
refer to
five
the
in
host.
there.
So they're stabbing with knives, miraculously
Yeah, there's a
turns,
lot of fives in
and
here.
starts to
Who's
believe
reading
that
this thing? I got it.
again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. We can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the
If you're
table
looking
for
for
the bit here
podcast,
and
it feels
Hebrew,
like
but
any
he doesn't know how to write
funny
Hebrew,
friends
so
at 2
it's
a.m.
gibberish
The
up
after
there.
hours is exactly what you
And
need.
then what happens
Every
is,
episode is wild
it's
ride.
like the police come to you and say, hey, what's going on here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming afterwards, the Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flame. Those fly out of the flames to be caught by a waiting angel, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it, which are reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Lara's type of it's not true at all. Next one, unfortunately, is what actually happened. There's a mob bursts into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them, which is also a typical Jewish happening from the
The kind of show where you go and expect to hear one
they
thing
torture
and
them,
then
until
totally
flames, they set
unexpected
them
and
on
much funnier
fire. The
outcome.
Christians
I
later take
would
away
recommend
for
for
other
anyone who needs
punishment,
a comedic
and the
escape while
synagogue is
Joyce
rededicated
Quinn
as
isn't afraid of a
one
little,
part
a lot
here
of fun-filled
for Bible
content. Just don't
So host
Don't try
desecration,
listening with a full
also
drink. You'll
hugely
spit it
popular
out laughing.
from the 13th century onward.
So here's
Victim
what
murders,
Mark-
blood libels, host
Very
desecration, it just gets
nice.
crazier and
I'm
crazier.
very appreciative
This is a map that shows
obviously. Like we
the
gotta
spread
take
of
it
the
on
host desecration.
but
This also spreads
Make this
into
one paragraph.
Spain quite heavily as well.
chat, make it one paragraph. I
Okay,
don't have time to read all this.
like
valley carry on shadows with
But
a
also,
defined boundary.
here's a that if the readers, the viewers, the watchers, the listeners, people that sub, all of
A
you,
specific galactic
if you are
form
using
appears.
ChatGPT, you gotta delete the hyphens, or else people will know you're using ChatGPT.
Wait,
Order
refers to
tip.
divine
M
energy
dash.
that is
Yeah, the little
revealed
hyphen
in the
trick you right here. You see that?
What's M dash? Why are you saying that? It's just what the characters
I
call
don't
someone.
understand what your question is.
ChatGPT
But
does.
it's separately
It's a
from
dead giveaway. For example, my wife's she had a coworker.
My wife.
That's good.
She had
It would be interesting to
coworkers
try to
would
correlate
email
this
and
stuff
people
with the witch hunts,
stuff,
which
and she
happens
was like
quite
copy
a bit
pasting
later
right
for the most part.
cold email.
I think there has been a lot of stuff written on spread of superstition
Copy pasting
connected
one
with
at a time.
mass media.
Said, hey, insert brand name here.
When it's one thing for two guys sitting in telling a story, you know, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one to one or one to a few. But once you start like getting broadsheets and once you start getting like, you know, newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy, right? You know, we live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. People start saying, "Oh my God, is it true? Who is Q anyway? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way?
Oh man.
Or what else? Sorry?
Is there an M dash in that one?
Yes. Stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre,
We got a second peaches delight here, I think.
super crazy idea that involved
This
weird
YouTube content is
ideas
really
like
commendable, and I was
the
glad for fantastic work. I was introduced to this content this week, also
2016,
ChatGPT.
it was especially a huge
And I
culture.
generally appreciate
But it goes back
drive
to
great satisfaction for visiting, and
one
I
of the
eagerly await
weirdest
the
aspects of it was the idea that
see more of this type of
Democrats were actually able to
speak
live in outer space. I'm not
conceptual
making this
content
up.
should take the
Lizards in outer space who were bent on kidnapping children and pedophilia attacks. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington
ChatGPT likes
saying
emojis.
that this was like a QAnon
It's like right as social
pizzeria
content
had a
and it does
basement where they were doing
emojis.
this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria, shot it up.
If there was reviews,
It's blood libel.
What'd you say, Jen? Sorry.
What's the,
I don't know either.
Especially
I don't even know what's the grades mean.
What are we talking about?
At the very end, the graves made me do it.
Yeah, it's super crazy. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. Like, we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're a digital native.
I've seen this box. Be real cool. You know, like I do. Let's go look up the fishes. No, not Bernie Mac. No, anything on Nick Bernie Mac.
This girl that
There was some really crazy ones. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do this one.
Already.
Oh, Black Jack. You might not get
Did
this
you know,
one.
had you met her before this? Never met
So
her.
things couldn't get worse.
Yeah, so we
You
followed
have
each
the
other
Black
for a
Death
long time.
in
Learned a little bit.
Right, the 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible slave that
She posted on her
reaches Europe,
story.
and nobody has natural immunity to it.
Like an airplane
The
going
contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of food that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or Sicily, and it
I've
just
never
like
flown anybody out before.
carves a swath of death
But
all
she's from
of
Ohio,
Europe.
lives in Texas.
With a mortality
She's
rate
all
ranging
interactions
like
I've had with
40,
her.
50%
Always been
in
like
some places.
she seems like a
Horrible
really down to
bleeding
earth
death,
girl, even
big
though she's like
ulcers called
kind of a
buboes that
little
would
bougie, the way
go
she
up
portrays herself, regardless.
lymph glands and things like that. And people are like,
This was a couple weeks ago.
freaking out.
Getting like
COVID-19
to the point where
with a lot
she's
more
about to
blood
come out here in like
with
2
a
weeks.
lot more
She
mortality.
randomly just stopped responding.
Yeah,
Oh,
mortality.
no, to any of my messages.
I text her a
Yeah,
couple times.
it was happening really fast. And
No
also,
response.
people don't have a
I
good
go back
idea
to
about how
Instagram, I
germs
DM
spread,
her. I'm
right?
like, hey, I have
Yeah,
texted
they
you
don't have a good idea about that kind of is contagious.
no response.
Uh,
Meanwhile,
There
she
are a
is
lot
still
of
posting on her
secret
story
accounts
that text
because
is sitting
remember
in
how
her
it's related
inbox,
to
that
this
DM is sitting in her inbox unread. So I'm like, oh,
well,
I'm
those
like,
you might
oh,
okay.
okay, so this is a
No.
L. I just dropped
Okay,
money
so
on this flight, and
unfortunately,
I
as
was
much
trying
as
to
we
get all
like
these
to think
plans
that we have
out
no
to hang
basis
out with
for
her while she's
saying
here,
that
do
Jews
all this
suffered
cool stuff.
less.
So I'm
We have these
like,
arguments
I'm just
that,
gonna
okay,
rebook
Jews
that flight,
wash more
cancel that flight, or
because they wash
reschedule
their
it or
hands
something.
before
So I call
bread.
Southwest.
Again, usually it's
Without
without soap, but I don't know how many of you guys wash your clothes without soap, but wash it out without soap. And we would pay more often.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna get like a credit in my name, right? So I call the 1-800 number,
So
telling this guy Brett.
there's another argument that says that
I didn't really tell the full
people
story.
like
My other
dogs.
friends was trying to
There
see
is some
me,
stuff
but
in the tomorrow about 20 bad
plans
dogs.
changed, and I need to get this flight canceled and get credit card. And he's like,
Nobody bought a plane. But all
the
that
way
is
that
just,
works is whoever was gonna
in fact,
be on
more
that
likely
flight
to
is who
probably
gets that
died at a
credit.
higher rate.
My card was in my fucking ankle, so I was like, no way. I was like, Brent.
Contagious disease like this is much better off than
Brent,
I
work with me. I ended up telling him way more details of the story. So once he got the context, he was fully on my side, and we're just like, it's 100%. You didn't say like that because he couldn't because it was a recorded live, but we were both like, let's get it. So Brent tells me, he's like, I'm like, is there anything you can do? He's like,
specifically comes
so
to a
he
shopping
gives me the rundown. He's like, you gotta
how
create
this
a
affects
fake
Jewish history
account for
specifically
Southwest
though,
in her name,
at the time,
and
this
you
is
have
a
to create a
16th century
Rappaport's account in her
triumph
name.
of the death, right?
We can transfer
Horrific
more,
kind of
but
scene.
when you originally booked that
Watch
flight,
the videos.
there's no transferring because it's like
Like,
that
skeletons riding all over the place.
we're gonna have to upgrade
I
you
don't know,
by you
30
initially.
people
You
in
could have did
the
fully
coffins like
refundable
this,
ticket
and
probably. As an
Yeah.
option, I'm realizing that.
Here, and no one
Anytime I
exactly
go flat, I just do
one of
it.
these
But this is a high risk situation.
explaining the
Like I
black
said,
pepper
she
circulating in
came
their
off
coffins
as so
is that
chill and down and like, I'm
poisoning
fine.
the
Why would
wells
she just
of
not
Europe.
want to come? Like,
What
it
they were
seems
doing
like
is they
it's,
made
you know, I went, but
lepers
it gives me the whole rundown.
bits of their flesh that
I do the
fell
whole
off
shit. I hang up the
and
phone. I do
poisoned
the whole
the
shit. I
well.
make
So
the
here's an
account.
example. This is
I'm
actually from
sweating, like
England
trying to really
that
just get it all
shows
down. So I get
Jew
it.
at the time was
I call the 1-800
designed,
number
they
back.
didn't know what Jews dressed
Guess
like
who
because
picks up the guy?
Jews had already been expelled from
I
England
swear
at the time,
on
but
everything.
he's wearing like kind
Picks
of
up
their
the phone. Hey, Brent's cat.
wears a special
So
hat, things like that.
what are the
And he's
chances
holding
of
this
calling
leather
a
pouch that
1-800
has
number?
Southwest
Southwest,
in it,
like Southwest,
dumping it
the
into the
same
well,
guy.
and coming spinning out of the well is a part of the team.
And
And
finesses for me,
back
we finesse
into
the
the well
finesser. I get the credit in my
in
name.
the background, just to measure it, just the murder victim as well.
You said you saw her. No, I
Here it says,
never have. I thought the story was gonna go.
a great
And then she pops up in
LA.
LA.
By reason of water in the
I've never
wells.
met her. We've just like flirted back and forth. She's from Ohio originally, so I'm like, she's from her, very down to earth and not like somebody else telling me just that much. Yeah.
Joe,
So ladies, Kevin has a free weekend and some Southwest credit. This is Kevin. This is Kevin.
Oh, the Jetsu holiday.
It's a flight right now.
Taking my tour. You and Brent. I wanted to ask him for his, like, I don't know if he gave it, but I was going to ask him for his catch up or his Venmo, and then I'm like, you're so hard because he just completely, like,
Yeah,
he did his big one, as the kids would say.
Categories
And so, Brent, I got, as you can tell, I've got a free
Not
weekend
well
coming up.
Dietary
That's
categories
I need to be Barbara, for me a few more
Black
points.
Death
Like your favorite play. A hard running
What is it?
contestant
That's
each extended
lots of
just
reasons
that.
to leave.
I don't know, sorry.
Practice jokes you would shout at
We
say.
shall see, God willing, on Monday
Kevin
when we
also
get
For overly
He's
traveled
here.
in wait, there's something else I was gonna say.
Don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come, let you settle.
I'm gonna honestly take Waymo
So on.
as my only
Now, this is
option.
the
It's my
time
first
when
option.
Jews are being forced out
It
of
cheaper.
Europe.
It was cheaper at every
This is
ride I've
from,
taken with them.
1182,
Three I've taken were all cheaper than
installed from France. We talked about the economic situation.
Play your own music.
This is where we ended off. Most important of those that was should be later in 1492 in Spain.
You don't.
They're still
I think it's way smoother than the actual drive. Like the way they break and accelerate and
Any
everything.
last
It's like,
question before we wrap up?
Tune in the next shot if you want to hear about chin and broccoli and beef.
All right, so where we left off, we talked about
I want to talk about what's last pediatrician, a black man at Waffle House,
the Jewish economy.
CVS reader with Down syndrome,
Another
neighbor
extremely
took his
important
Amazon
element,
package,
in fact,
and I don't see anything about the
most
when he talks
important
about
element for much of medieval history was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it was double that. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly. So the source of tax and that's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments allow the vices so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every bar, since they bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos, so people could go and the winnings are heavily taxed. The government love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was, to some degrees, advice. I don't know exactly why it was so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, like, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage from the Torah. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian or Muslim, a pagan, whoever. That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling on these MasterCards to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians who read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because, especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right, you buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land, put the seed into the soil, and you got to wait. And all that time is in buying the seed, and to harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, like, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive. First couple of years, right? Okay, if you're smart, so those sympathetic, you set aside from that first investment, and then you got more money to carry you through. People are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or damage, nomadic civilizations that steal all the grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have payday loans. There's usually high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden you know, your car breaks down, you gotta invest money in fixing
Either I
it.
eat a
You
sandwich,
need money, so you
and
have
it's a big sandwich, and then I'm sleepy.
You go to the money
Or I eat a
lender,
sandwich,
and he'll say, no problem,
and
happy
it's
to
like,
lend you money.
then out of
It'll
grenade, and
cost
I'm
you
like,
70%
now I want
interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to
today
be
the
very
sandwich
small
that
amounts.
effect that I got today is I want candy. And the cool thing is, I know the exact candy that I want, which is the Haribo raspberry.
Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me,
What'd you think of
what
Firehouse
I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh.
First of all, let's
And
go
I'll
feed
choose
for
a
the
pound of your flesh as my
I
payment.
made a
And then,
sandwich
of course, the guy
to bring
can't
here
pay,
because
and
we all
then
know.
there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when we read it, as a very good character.
So I brought a little
He's
sandwich,
wrong.
so I never did my sandwich. And as I'm eating it, Mark's like, get Firehouse subs. And I'm like,
Antonio, there you go.
shit,
So
man.
that's what you
Wait,
get free,
your
so
sandwich to it.
a pound of flesh,
Yeah,
but
like a
it's
homemade,
a usurious
homemade sandwich can't be good.
exchange
No, I
rate of interest. So here, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious
It's like you're
kind of
sitting under a tree
existence.
during the summer. and you
Farming
just
is
get
not a
some
good
landscape.
option for them because they get kicked off their land, or they can be like, evicted, or
it's
they
a bridge
are
sandwich.
chased
Just
out
to
by
get me to the
pogroms and
next
things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts, things like that. But quite often, advancement requires membership in a guild.
Thankfully, they took the half, so that makes it
Just like
just
talking
like
about the Fetterman Jew,
later.
where Jews would actually regulate how many
It was,
Jews come
I
into a
didn't get the
town.
freshest
They
one because
also
we were still doing
were regulated against by the various guilds. It said only so many, whatever, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them,
And I was
and
getting
they
lunch
have
for
a
myself.
monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest in Christian
And I was
countries.
like, hey, anybody
A lot
want
of
to
Christians do it.
Yeah, that's nice.
There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned just about what's
It is bad boy to get used to it.
Fucking put a mirror in front of them.
It's like if Crystal produced a
no,
podcast.
no, it basically was seen as lecture by the 15th century the Italians like this is
It just
stupid.
doesn't even get involved.
We are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow
You
money.
just went hungry.
And once the Italians got involved,
See what? Then
the
my
Jewish
question to you.
monopoly went. Mr. Atlas,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak for you. I think it's because you're like, I'd rather not eat anything at all than eat some shit food, right? That's what you said before.
Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also recently just been skipping lunch altogether. Just going from breakfast to the whole meal all the way to dinner. And it's
right.
really
You know, it's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, you know, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually unemployed. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where you have the most commerce. It's not
just to get updates on chat. He will be joining us shortly.
So let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by church fathers and chapters, and in particular, it was rendered into Catholic law by the
Slipstream this weekend. We got UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the Warriors all night.
here that says it's explicit for sure.
Mattress in the studio.
Christians are not allowed
It was about a year ago.
to other Christians,
Stayed up all
and that
night.
means
Very
it's wide open.
There was that one Chinese lady. She had kicked another
Jewish
person.
monopoly
The other
was
girl
de
was dead.
jure. You know the term de jure?
It was a great time.
Sometimes people say
20
de
people
jure.
overnight.
De jure, it means
Let's see what
of
we do this
the
week,
law.
guys.
In
Comment
writing
midnight
legal.
to 6. Saturday.
Jewish monopoly in writing that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian
I think
Europe.
this card
And Christian competition was the establishment of the opposite of de jure. De jure and law de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the 30 miles an hour. De facto, they drive 45, 40.
right before. I think
What
that
actually is
last year I probably had Adderall.
so there was Christian competition de
This year's
facto,
probably just gonna be a lot of
but de
caffeine.
jure
I napped last year like 10. So that helped. Ashley joined last year, but she fell asleep for like the main coma and was just sleeping.
Oh, we're up.
On the, have we been doing this show for a year? This show?
Celebrated
Oh, yeah, we're at like 49. We're really close, right?
correct.
Because we watched some of the
There are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also, a lot of things they could not
we
want
watched
to
some of
do.
it. It must have been episode like 1 or
Agriculture is
2.
the employment of the vast majority of
Oh yeah,
Christians
drip
in Europe.
You know what?
And
You're
as we've discussed, agriculture is not a
our
very
first
viable
episodes,
option
I
for
remember one of
Jews
the comments
as
was
a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of
like
guilds,
what's the
were
over under that these
artisans,
guys allowed to do?
organizations were closed shops. They did not get in, and you would not be allowed to hire a sword, things like that. You couldn't get in, like dyers, like things like that. You couldn't get in for the most part. So, but this is not only open, it's encouraged.
It's a little bit less
So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, to gain pretty much universal respect, was one of the reasons for their long tradition
He's a
in
kid, so
medical fields and health fields, because this was an area where people were so desperate for
all right, I let us
good
ramble on
health
for long
care
enough.
that Jews who were literate, were pretty much universally respected. Hopefully had Jewish doctors, things like Jewish doctors. So those
If
fields
you
were
are
largely not those
intending on playing Red
There
Dead,
were not
never
every
played
university.
spoilers coming. Spoilers will go tell.
But there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were
All right, everybody, we're up. We're on the clock.
But you should realize that in the 12th century, there
I'm
were
pissed. All the
3 or 4
players I wanted are gone.
Oxford, maybe.
Dog, I got this hairball that's like
People were learning
fucking giant. It's like a bit muff diving. Anyway, it is the biggest hairball ever.
So
And we've got
gauges that actual
a choice here. I don't want to fuck this up. Malik Neighbors, he's a wide receiver. Austin Gentry. He's never even taken a fucking handoff in the NFL. Nico Collins. And Shane. I don't know how to fucking say that motherfucker's name and a bunch of other people. I think we're going to roll the dice on the rookie. Why? There's just,
It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than
I mean, he could have upside. The other guy's got a Q by his name. That sucks. I don't know. Here we go, friends.
Some Jewish moneylenders.
First pick. Let's see if we can do this without fucking it up.
That's the bottom line.
Oh, wow. It's really easy to fuck that up. There's no, like, confirm. There needs to be a confirm on that bitch.
Okay, sorry.
All right, dude. We took a fucking rookie. That's a fucking mistake. No doubt.
Stay inside a Jewish community, so that's a clean trade, because you can still go to Minion in the morning.
This fucking season's over.
Walking distance of the
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You have bankers' hours. You can say, my money lenders up. So from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., I take an hour off for lunch.
Players I wanted are gone.
People will come to you and they'll wait for you.
Dog, I've got this hairball that's
Great that
like
way. And it involves
fucking giant.
all
Like
you
a
have
big
to
muff dive.
be is
Anyway,
numerous and literate.
it
You have
is
to have a
the
certain amount of
biggest hairball
investment. You have to have enough to start
We've got
with. Well, basically, that's the money. So write down what people owe you, calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop.
All right, everybody, we're up. We're on the clock. I'm pissed. All the players I wanted are gone. Dog, I got this hairball that's like fucking giant. It's like a muff diving. Anyway, it is the biggest hairball ever. And we've got
So,
choice here.
but remember who your partner is.
Malik Neighbors, he's a wide receiver.
Right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay
He's
you
never even
back,
taken a fucking handout from the
your
NFL.
office says, okay, here's my tax receipts this month. You say, oh, I'd love to give you your tax receipts. Look at my record book. Jean Paul did not pay me back. And I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time. He gets upset, goes out, and beats up Jean Paul. Right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right?
No, the guy's got a Q on his name.
Something, you know.
I don't know. Here we go,
Thank you so much,
friends.
Mr. Ruin. Federal Deposit Insurance
First pick.
Corporation. I don't know. When you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You know, you got muscle behind it. Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to order it. You have to order it. The vast majority of people are not. I just ordered one and they're also not allowed to do it. Church forbids it. But the Jews can do it because they want to legally allowed to. Risk. So, resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan. Especially when you're halfway through your car payment.
Yo, what up, Pimp?
2 years.
Rabbi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So, you can get, if you're a money lender, rules legal
Rabbi, how you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, Pimp?
The peasants who are typically
Doing good. What time is it for you anyway?
It's
like
5:19.
payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing.
Oh, you live in Washington,
We'll
like
see
me?
this more when it gets to Eastern Europe.
Nope, I'm based out of California, dog.
But in Eastern Europe, one of the
I didn't know that.
ways that peasants would rack up a big
How you do, big man?
drink alcohol in a Jewish inn.
Wait, where do you live?
Called a
I wasn't paying
kreshma
attention.
in Yiddish. And this
California, dog. I'm based out of California.
The nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol.
What are you watching?
Nobody in,
Jewish
let's
history
say,
lectures.
Southern Poland, Western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol,
Look,
except
our,
the Jews are living there.
one of our friends in high school, he was Jewish. He told me that the European Jews and the American ones are not on good
And the tab
terms.
grows and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And it'd be the
I don't really know that to
harvest
be
says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab.
accurate.
Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate
We don't
this,
really
right?
separate
So
ourselves
it's-
like that.
Why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen?
I hope not, because like,
Because he taxes them, right? It's his
like
property.
even I mean I'm not a Jew, I'm not Jewish, but like if you just like make people based on like a stock, really.
There's no way you can control it. But the Jews who are
But it's nice that no one hates each other. I mean, people are trying to hate each other personally.
Oh no, we totally hate each other within some aspects of the religion, but
And then, you know, you'll
it's
have
not generally based on continents.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
occasionally, basically from the 17th century on,
It's based on custom generally. I mean, we don't necessarily hate each other, but we have differences of opinion.
Magnitsky uprising,
Like I like beef and you like chicken.
heavily rooted in factors like Jews,
Yeah, there's a
I
little.
don't know. I don't know a lot about Jewish
Spartans.
You're good, big dog. What's on your agenda for tonight? What are you doing?
I'm playing Fallout.
Tight. Are you good at it?
I just got a full, pretty good. I'm playing Sim Settlement Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. I have Part 1, 2, and 3 all downloaded. The problem with that is that it uses up all my storage space, so all I have enough for is cheat terminal to get out of sticky situations, and a few others selected, like survival utilities,
because
which
people
is a
are
really,
not
really
quite
useful mod.
slaves, but they are attached to the land. Yeah, they can't just like pick up and say.
So far, I've noticed that
They have
some settlements, I believe,
but they're still
Preston Garvey by a significant amount.
so it's kind of like a half servitude. So they're still around.
He's not like overpowered or anything, but he's a pretty good companion compared to before where he kept on missing. He almost never misses
And
now.
that's usually when you pick up and
And when he does, it's because they went behind cover.
financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
Yeah, I also got a moment because of how scarce resources are. It makes so that every resource I pick up is 5 times or as a model. Instead of having one be worth 1 glass, it's 10 glass, or it's 2 glass or 10 glass. It makes it so that I can actually continue the game without having to worry about resources all the time. The only resource I need is ASAM.
It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share
That's
of
tight.
I'm streaming it right now if you want to watch.
answer that question for me at the end of the story.
When I get a moment, I'll see if I can.
The difference
I'll check
about
it out.
the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we looked at for a few weeks.
Right now I'm in this area trying to do grab some good resources.
Culture, art,
Oh, cool.
the media, literature.
Did you just take that guy's head off? It's
This
like,
is actually pretty good compared to other
Yeah.
existence.
it's
I have
like,
a really high threat.
And not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on.
I'm looting everything because everything is useful. Everything that can be picked up, I mean, is useful. Well, souvenir, I can sell that. So I can be careful.
that's tight. Is that your favorite game?
Correct.
So far, yeah.
You are absolutely
This
correct.
is my
Mr.
favorite
Adlerstein.
multiplayer,
You're giving me a
but this
segue
is my
to
favorite
where
single
you
player.
go. Not just a game, but it could be local noble. And
Nice,
what
I got the password.
Like,
I need.
and this especially happened as the money lending expanded.
Oh,
And as some Jews amassed
I've got a
incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if the nobleman said, I want to fight with maybe the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jew and they would say, I'll pay you your 15, 20% interest on a big, big loan.
In this game, every piece of junk
And that was
is
great.
but because of you have to determine what is
They were called
something you actually want to clear.
Jews
Which is
because
why I got a weight mod.
they were like,
That's really cool.
Grabbing power armor, junk weighs nothing.
But it was extremely
Very cool.
Yeah, because what happens when the time comes to pay? And the nobleman says,
I like to imagine it as it's magnetized.
peasants would react by
It's not really how it works.
the king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling a debt.
I don't know
but
here.
I'm kicking the
It's
Jews
really
out.
good gears, and that can be used for generators.
So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors.
This is Preston Garvey. I'm gonna kit him out later on. Combat armor.
They get rid of their creditors. What ends up happening what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century.
Like that, I can sell that.
Yes, well, the clergy never
I can
got
still
into
address
power
it.
per se,
Even
because they never wanted to actually take control of those reigns of power, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy can be upset.
And I don't write in music.
So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Krantz.
Shabbat term for a chassis known for generosity.
Okay, I have parasites and an infection, but my disease cures don't work on me. They only work on my settlers. So I can't cure my infection unless I go to a doctor. There's no doctors nearby.
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. Couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out.
Abraham is called Abraham. Hebrew for the Hebrew language.
Yeah, it could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further.
Thinking,
The bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively
Rothschild, these are robot enthusiasts.
miserable
Like, in a really good way.
of an urban Jew.
I'm a robot enthusiast myself, pimp.
Or from the landed estates, you could be expelled, kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did it all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians ended it in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta.
I just got a legendary sword. I don't need it though.
I don't exactly know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debtor agreement, a loaner's agreement from the Monte di Pieta. They essentially charged interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on, we have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest free, but you pay 4 to 50% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. This is more like bank. Right. But the thing is, I was about to say halachically, lahavdil. In the Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in the creating of Monte di Pieta, they underwrite the Monte di Pieta to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open.
I knew I missed
So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was
to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the month of the year? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Blanche, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Chilman, last guess.
No, I don't know.
In the 15th century, the pounds are really strong. Notice that. Mr. Pernetti, last chance. Reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation. The main reason why the month of Beata did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the month of Beata, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the month of Beata is set up, and even when the Jews were more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish money lenders, including nobility, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agency. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr.
Prayers for mourners, also marking transitions in Davidic.
Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? If you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential, but it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year or whatever.
Long black coat worn by Shabbat Chassidim.
Okay, so the demand for credit has because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance, really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazi period of history, which changes dramatically.
Chabad Habrinios Hebrew for human dignity. Halachic principle allowing exceptions to laws.
Okay, and is the
Hebrew
microphone
for intention.
wireless great?
Shabbat
Okay,
stresses
we should be all right.
Katana.
You are screen sharing. Let's hope it all
Elam
works.
Hebrew for vessels.
Okay, we
I'm
talked
not
about
going to
agriculture. We began talking about Settlement Camaraderies. Remember what that term meant? Settlement Camaraderies? Mr.
Spiritual shells that conceal
I'm going to bring
holiness.
my go ahead.
Then Hebrew for does he commanded. Praise in Shabbat Negulim. Knesset Hebrew for assembly. Modern term for Israeli parliament.
Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism?
monthly prayer over
Yes,
the
Mr.
Hebrew.
Blashka?
Solution Hebrew for Bikah Hall. First stage of
Yes.
Jewish
Can you
marriage.
tell me a little bit about that structure?
Second Hebrew for no. Spelled Pop Yarmul. Slang. Keep your pizza on. Pirate Hebrew for bringing clothes.
Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like a huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. So those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure that's very, top-down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blashka, where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in there? Good.
Spelling of Chabad Yiddish Hebrew mixed for respect. Korea Hebrew for caring.
Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Atherson puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. As the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands,
It's kind of how
put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, how the right shoe, like really into details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on a second. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky?
Forbidden gossip for slander. Latin Yiddish for pancake.
Okay.
Potato pancake eaten on Hanukkah.
Good. Do you see the smile on my face, though? Because I'm looking for a particular answer. And Mr. Tubman? Money, thank you. And as a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You are correct also. But money. So exactly. The king says, oh, fantastic. Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance, engage in money lending. I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world. The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic church. And then there's the presence of these Jews.
And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power, they tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay. Questions, arguments? Okay. Right. So let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh, yeah, Mr. Krantz, I'm sorry, forgot.
Used for someone who studies. Slang. Good loan equals diligent
I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have,
Long Seder slang for a late night learning session.
Yeah, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, joking. Then we can talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuva, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole, if you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Charata, excellent, regret. How many levels of charata are there in Rabbeinu Yonah's Shari Tshuva?
Now synonymous with
20 different kinds of charata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do it. We have it's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. Yeah. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. That's it. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranz, or if you drop by my office, we can have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent.
You know what? A Charleston should not have done that.
I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s.
That's unfortunate.
Where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer David Korat, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages. And they're totally fluent in everything they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way up to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth. It's really an amazing thing. Mr. Krantz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're a little bit higher. Sorry, that's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word that's know the way. I think it's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called the Rada. Possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. We saw Provence earlier. Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodanus. So the Radhanites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about them. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce.
commerce. How do we get out of
Mommy
here?
can at this time.
Someone hit escape.
What has different now?
There we go.
Lamar Hebrew for
Okay, but
discourse.
then it shrinks it.
In Shabbat, a Hasidic discourse recited or delivered by a Riga, often beginning with
Right.
a verse.
So risks and benefits of
Mary
commerce.
Hebrew for evening prayer.
Risks. Why is
In
commerce
Shabbat,
risky?
often said
Especially
late
these kind
after
of
favoritism.
people. You get robbed, right? Definitely.
For flood.
Jews in particular standing out, carrying cash, valuables,
It
things like
has
that.
some
Very
people out
dangerous.
there pouring rain.
It's a little bit easier
Master
in the
Hebrew
Muslim
for
world
cycle.
because when it becomes
For
united
holiday
under a
cross,
single
Old timer, clear out a full.
legal system and a
Master
single
Hebrew
language, it's a lot
for
easier for it.
spiritual
What about the benefits
Flag
of
in
commerce?
He has on a different
Money, yeah,
Madrega.
thank you. That was a good
Master
illustration of the
Hebrew for
episode. A little bit
preachers.
obvious, but I think very true. There's huge amount to be raised here.
Honored for teachers of Chassidus. Magnet of Mesrich, successor
Uh,
to the Baal
I don't understand
Shem
your question. You have to live
Teacher of
anywhere?
the Alter Riga. Mash Yiddish for liquor.
Oh.
At Favorgens, Mash is central.
Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with
Well,
wife.
I bugged my way up.
So
There you go.
subject somewhere, but they're
Are you proud of yourself?
More hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good.
Are you proud of yourself? Are you happy?
Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshubach. He was a collector for Base Yaakov of Miami. And he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room, so he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy was like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for Base Yaakov. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge dangers of travel and transport, not only robberies, but tolls, right, which are like sanctioned robberies, where you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border, tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages.
Are you watching?
Easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Because they're
Fallout crashed, so I just fixed
He
stuff.
thinks he has some Meshubal sitting with red strings. Melamed Hebrew for teacher, especially in cheddar.
Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in West Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Grant.
Hebrew for changing place. Electric concept affecting virtues.
Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife behind, wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road with your nose off? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back. And nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and in Kesubos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and you're kidnapped from MIA, nobody knows your life. So that's they would travel as men. This is what's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This was especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad, and even though you can't speak the local languages,
you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, and you would find a way to. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. What? Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to like sell on credit, the person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads. I say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, and you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an heirloom person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rav, they're literate, they're numerate, they draw doctrines up, and you know you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, you know, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that, you know, that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. He said, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, you know, way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have.
Kosher certifier. In yeshiva slang. Spiritual overseer.
Largely through this trade network, which developed slowly and expands. The fact that the Radhanites could do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? You know, we don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you know, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at McDonald's, Schmass House, whatever. Like that's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Right. Yeah, so it just develops. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar, so much more so than other people's. Okay, now what were they trading? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner with some 2 Jewish slave owners. They've got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves
the king and queen.
Milton
This is, I think, an
Scott
11th century
Hebrew for war
representation
of
from a
and
church
Judah.
in Germany.
Eschatological war before Moshiach.
I think a king sitting with their legs spry like that is kind of like sort of a Simeon demonstration of power. You sit like that, you know,
Hebrew for obligatory
you
war.
sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You know, sit like this, like that. You know, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like proper, you know, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't even know. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taz. The Shach, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back. And,
I'm gonna close my eyes, big dog.
When he met Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point
Did you hear me?
on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was a Shach or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, oh, this can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach can sit cross-legged. It's not their hair. I guess if you're Mashiach, you know, guys like me can sit cross-legged. But, wait, so, from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't think they're here tonight. Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. Stocks were trades. Stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no. Stock market really develops like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But do you know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them? So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people. So we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas trying to exaggerate the role which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because there's more traders involved. When you get, hang on, Mr. Man's going to say that. When you get to, especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used on massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more new symbols as well. Just to jump ahead for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. So basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who are involved and made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was a reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
The officiating rabbi at the chuppah. Nashishist slang for Botniks emphasizing public pronouncements of the Riga
Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. People made money from it.
Slang. P.S. Always looking for spiritual growth.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. So I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs. And they're often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christians. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, it's an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. It's only at that point when people get to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset of morality. Those standards were not applied in the Middle Ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer trade like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it. And we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this, was close to this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was Northern Ontario. Textiles. Jews very big into textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it, and I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class dedicated to Monday Landing and the church, which is hugely important for understanding the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me.
Objects forbidden to handle on Shabbos. Musser Hebrew for ethical discipline. India Shiva culture.
Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up is a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities of sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize.
And as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, then they added on features and developed it and so on.
Nehi Law Hebrew for closing.
Yeah,
Bible prayer
definitely
service
deliberate.
on Yom
We have
Kippur.
explicit
Next
takanot.
Hebrew for
We're
miracle.
going to talk about that in a few minutes. We
In
have
Tacitus,
explicit
every event
discussions
in life
of,
can be seen
hey,
as
we have to
unrest.
organize.
Next
This is how we're
Nabal
going to
Hashem
organize
Hebrew for a
ourselves.
great miracle happened
Okay,
there.
and it is essentially
Acronym and rivals outside
how we
Israel.
do it today,
Next
although
Nabal
in a limited
Hayakot
fashion.
Hebrew
It's
for
really
a
good that
great
we just
miracle happened
contrasted
here.
the era of Napoleon
Rivals
because
in Israel.
the main difference between
Nechama Hebrew
the
for soul.
Kehillah of,
In
let's say,
Tacitus, the divine spark within
1650
every Jew.
and the Kehillah
Nechama
of
Yisera Hebrew for extra soul.
2025 is that membership
Refers
is
to that
voluntary.
spirituality felt
Meaning,
on
if
Shabbos.
you want to affiliate with
Nechama
the Jewish
Yiddish
community,
limited for
if
little
you
soul.
want to contribute
Turn
some
to
of
the
your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community,
Nezivos Hebrew
it's
for
something that
path.
you can. But
Which
if you
refers
don't,
to
God
halachic
forbid,
work
you just
Nezivos
walk.
Hamish path.
You know, you can maintain a secular
Nechama
identity,
Hebrew for
you can
eternity.
identify yourself as a dolphin if you want. It really
One of
doesn't
the
matter
10 spirits.
because you don't have
Nezach
to
Yisrael lo
affiliate with the Jewish
yeshefer.
community.
Hebrew
This
for
was
the
not the
eternity of Israel
case
will not lie.
before Napoleon.
Quoted in
The
Tacitus.
only way out of the Jewish
Next
community
Hebrew for
was to become a
sunrise.
Christian.
Refers to
That's
the
it. There
earliest
was
time
no
for
secular
morning
identity,
prayer.
no middle path for
Nevitic
Jews, as
Hebrew
it
for
were.
prophets.
So you were either in or out, binary,
Second
and
of Tanakh.
the advantages of
Hebrew
being
for
in
damages.
is that you
One
have,
of the 6 orders of the
not
Mishnah.
speaking about
Focused
religious
on civil law.
advantages, but just social,
Hebrew for
anthropological
separation.
advantages. You have a
Refers to
community
laws of
supporting
family
you, you have a
purity when
social
a
service
woman
network that
lets
we're
you
going to
wait.
actually look at in more detail. You have protection,
passed away.
you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you gotta pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I gotta get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you. Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. Mr.
Some
Schwartzman, right?
before prayer or study.
Parente.
Nigun Pakakos header for circling melody. Some during Sinistora Pakakos. Nigunan Shabbat unique melodies composed by Rabbi Rothschild.
Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique, and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s, so it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. That was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam. This is an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of things. Mr. Understand.
Those Hebrew for sparks. In Tacitus, refers to divine sparks hidden in the physical world. Silicus Hebrew for spark of godliness.
Yes, correct.
Each soul contains a divine spark. Mitzvah is Hebrew for eternity. Often used about Torah and mitzvot. Nibble Hebrew for foul speech.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in South France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying that Portuguese or Sephardic Jews are lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until about 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, in Ein Kemach in Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for like federal funds. There's no such thing. You have to raise it from yourself. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to
you and how much money you had to
In
pay.
Shabbat, the Bible means the
If
resting
you didn't
place
like
of
it,
Elizabeth
there's only
Arena
one
in
exit door,
New
and
York.
that is to become a Christian.
Central site of
And that some
pilgrimage
people
and
did
prayer.
take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it, as we
Refers to
shall
a
see,
yeshiva
but
or being
that's the only way out. Also, we should realize
Hebrew for
that
life.
the participation of
In
women
Kabbalah,
has kind of
chastity
a
refers to divine
fascinating aspect
animation
to
or
this.
Ein Sof
The
equals
Kahila
infinite
was
life.
very androcentric,
Or
meaning
Ein
it
Sof
was based
equals
on
infinite
the
life.
values and
A
leadership
central
of men
Kabbalistic
by and
concept
large,
attaching as infinite revelation.
principally
Or
concerned
handmade
with
life of
the
life.
demands of men, the needs of men, things like that.
Refers to the
Women
commentary
were
of the
largely
Torah by
secondary.
Rabbi Chaim Ben
However,
Or
women
Tatter and
also
Shabbat set of
exercise a
Hebrew by the
tremendous amount of
season
power
of
at the grassroots level through
Or
organizations
meaning
called the
Hebrew for inner
Chevras,
life.
which were kind of like an
In
important
Tacitus, the
executive
divine
function
energy that
of
permeates and
the
is
Kahila.
internalized.
And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the
Refers
most
to
obvious
divine
way was
influence
the
that
who
transcends and
gets to
surrounds
be a
creation.
member of the leadership of the Kahila,
Though it in
only
fact may
men.
be slang
Who
for
gets
an
to
offensive
vote
way.
for those leaders?
Sometimes
Only
used
men
as
as well,
regents.
and even only property
Yiddish
men
for
for
letter
most
or
of the
Yiddish.
time being, most of the
Slang.
period we're discussing. You could not vote
Or
unless
Iwan
you held,
equals
for example, a
ES
house.
for.
So
Which
those are
often
a
Yiddish
few
slang for someone who left
caveats.
the
Let's
from
now look
Shabbat
at actually how
lifestyle.
it worked. So it was based on a
With the
Talmudic
Golden
model.
Yiddish
If you look
slang
in the
for
second
Kalpak or
Megillah, you'll
restraint.
see there's discussion of
With the
these
Yiddish
people called
slang
the
for
Tuvei
Chai
Ha'ir, or the good people
So
of
it's
the
hard
city.
Yiddish for
Usually
outcast.
there would be kind of like a
Used
board
negatively in slang.
made up of
So is
typically
verbs in Yiddish
7
slang
men
to grow out, reject.
who were all fairly
So
wealthy.
is given
And
safety
sitting
Yiddish
on
for
the
less out.
board meant on
Said
the
when
one
someone
hand you
seems
got
lucky.
covered,
So
got
is
honor,
learned Yiddish
but
for
on the other
fully
hand,
learned,
you were
well
expected
educated.
to pay. You were
Sometimes
expected also
ironic.
to pay for that honor with generous
So is
contributions
Yiddish
to
for all
the
dressed
community.
up.
This is
Along
exactly
Hebrew for
how
world.
we do it today. You know, usually when I speak
refers
to
levels of
adult
reality,
audiences, I say the
along
opposite. It's
Kesura,
totally unlike
etc.
synagogues today, and they all
Along
laugh
Hava
because they
Hebrew for
realize,
world
of
to
course,
come.
that's how it works today. If you are the member of the
Refers to
board of
ultimate
directors of the
spiritual
shul,
reward after
you're
resurrection.
not there because
Along Beza
people
Hebrew
think you
for
have a nice
this world.
haircut. You're there because
Physical
people
existence
expect you to
contrasted with
pony
Along
up
Hava.
every year and to provide a certain amount.
Along Hebrew
So
plural for
that's
world.
how the good people of the
Refers to
city of
multiple
Tuvair are
spiritual planes in
constituted up there.
Kabbalah.
By the way,
Along
really
Ein Sof
important sort of
Hebrew for
ground rules of
infinite world.
Judaism, and we will see, we'll come
This
back to this
involves
in many
concept
different
of the
ways. There are
unlimited divine realm.
3 routes
Along
to
Paddle for Hebrew
status
for world of
in the
chaos.
Jewish world. There are 3
In
ways you can
Tacitus,
get
a primordial
status.
state of
What
divine
are
life before
those 3
rectification.
ways?
Along
Mr.
Prophet
Adlerstein?
Hebrew for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine light is harmonized. On Hebrew for time, period. In Policha, refers to
That's
conjugal
so nice.
obligations
I was not
between
quoting
husband
Rabbi
and wife.
and I'm sure that
One egg
in
Hebrew for
the
delight,
mostly based on
pleasure.
Medrash, that is really the
Central
answer.
in Tacitus,
But
one
in
egg
doing it
Shabbos
on a
equals
more
delight of
pragmatic
Shabbos.
and low level way of thinking like
One egg
myself,
Shabbos
money,
equals
thank you,
Sabbath
money.
delight.
And I'll also tell you this
Enjoyment
now.
of food, song,
Ask me
and rest
finish
on
this.
Shabbos.
What is the Abramson role of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in
author
the Jewish
Targum
world
Onkelos,
is money.
the authoritative
Have lots of money.
Aramaic
Mr.
translation
Blasco.
of the Torah.
Rabbanas
Hebrew for
close some
pillars.
for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abrams?
Refers to someone exempt due to
Reputation is very valuable.
circumstances
But
beyond
typically you get
control.
reputation for one of
Or
3
let
things,
Hebrew
which
for
are the 3
close
things. Wisdom, also close, also close.
Also circumcision and to
Mr.
the prohibition
Parente?
of eating fruit from a tree as first 3
Good.
years.
Learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Keter Torah. That's also a bit like,
Title of
you
an
know,
early Galactic
scholarship. You
word.
know, learning. So you get
Or
money,
those
you get
Pizarrican
rich
facts
status
of the righteous.
through money or
Classic
through learning.
Jewish
And then the
Musser
third
text.
one, you already said, Mr. Adlerstein, in a slightly different
Torah
way.
Hebrew for art. Refers to the Ark of the Covenant or Aaron's building
Kahuna. What
Torah
is
Ark.
kahuna? Okay.
Oseh Shalom Hebrew for who makes peace. Closing line of Kaddish
Close,
and
close.
Hamida.
Hansen, close,
For letters.
Parente?
Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation.
Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status?
In Policha, can refer to communal produce collection
Excellent. The
of
Hebrew word for this is
Otvar has
yichus,
acid
thank
and
you,
Gregory of
yichus,
Chastity.
right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways to get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning.
unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have billions of dollars, learning's your only shot. So pay attention, because there's going to be attention. You can always make more money. It's definitely there. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilov.
Ogi Gamal Yiddish slang exclamation like road is me. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy Gamal Yiddish for oh my gosh low. Strong art expression and just boy.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You know, you can lose that. I think it's the least stable because, you know, people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, you know, he comes from such a wonderful family. Look at Nebuch, what he is. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable. But learning, the best is Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Slang. Part his voice with the end of Eagles he has done with him.
Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status. And that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus. Like whether, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but it also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Alderson, then we better go on.
Boys read Hebrew for those who forbid.
Terrible things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I
Counter
guess.
Yiddish slang for big shot or someone who acts important. Artists Hebrew for livelihood, sustenance. Commonly used when wishing someone financial success.
Yeah, but that's not status. That is
Hebrew for community
It depends on who you know. Personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I have recorded this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when I shut off the machine. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's go on a look at the structure. First, at the top is the two here. These are people who typically have status to lose money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important here. Under them is a body called or a person called a parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb to parnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because these are all men. Oops. Yep. Okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the beit din, the judicial branch, right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have legislative wing really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the beit din are there to make sure that what the two B'Ya'ir asks for is within the boundaries of halakha. And there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the two B'Ya'ir. He's like nominated from among them, so that means he has one attribute, typically. Money, right? The parnas is wealthy, and the two B'Ya'ir represent largely the wealthy class. The rabbi, on the other hand, pays his salary. The two B'Ya'ir, exactly. So he is an employee of the two B'Ya'ir. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like hashkafically, philosophy, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi?
Traditional sidewalks grown by observant
He makes laws, but who supports him? So we give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate Yeah, I'm trying to think of an example that I could keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the car, actually. You have examples with the Reish Galusa quite often, where they want to do something which is not really according to Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halacha. So couldn't the Tuvayer just shut down the rabbi and say, well, forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them, he teaches them, he does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, or have a particular kind of event, or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that, and they have to they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tuvayer will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support the community. But on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabbai. Today we tend to think of a gabbai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, organizing who gets what aliyah, who goes up to do hagban, things like that. But the term gabbai, as you'll see in Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector, the gabot, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers. Right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line halachically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rabbi Rothschild cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering flogging. And you would have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way with like shoelaces, rarely with like actually meant to cause pain. Definitely social appropriate, that's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have the bias to do so. Where this might come up, let's say, for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times, was warned, and so on. You also see it with, it's much more of a problem in the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse them again. The rabbis would call out the gabayim straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure, in the Mishnah Torah, based on quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his wife again. So he realizes of his own accord. Yes, Mr. Tunis. The Marcus Martyrs would be in that category of what the Gabayim could do. I don't know if the halachically they would tip for college. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century. Definitely. We even have some very rare, isolated cases of capital punishment by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who is threatening the entire community, saying, "I'm going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed," and so on, to be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not before. No, just regular assessment, whatever it takes. Mr. Grant.
Often used for use of college origin or style. Pointed Yiddish for faces. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there. Remember, I said coercion. The tequila,
Central prayers said by mourners and
very coercive. But the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's the taxation. The Tuvayer would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would collect it.
If you didn't want to pay
A
it,
logical
then the
method of
divine had other
Talmudic
means to
reasoning.
take it out of you.
If a lighter case applies, then certainly the heavier one
That's
does.
an excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra
refers to a measuring rod or a saw.
legal powers.
Also part of the
moves,
menorah
just like
as
Rav
design.
Huna and Morris and Hedron actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they could say, we want to establish ourselves in Kehillah. This is the way we're going to do it.
Hebrew for line.
Collect money. That's how we're going to do it. Mr. Adlerstein.
Kabbalah refers to the divine line of life drawn into creation. Tabu in Hebrew for fixed, established. In Fallujah, used about fixed locations or times.
Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could say how many cows you had, all kinds of things. That's it. They take an assessment.
Practice of renting
And
garments
again, remember we're
during
talking about really small communities, maybe
Area
500 people in a
matter
community,
Torah
and they're looking around saying, oh, look
public
at that.
readings of the
I see
Torah
you
sold
painted
in
your house. You
synagogue.
must be doing well. The chickens are
Carry
selling
action
well
on
this year,
Hebrew
right?
for
And
recitation
then
of
they would say,
Shema.
we figure that you should make a contribution to the shul of
Simple
500
daily
bucks.
mitzvah of declaring
That's
God
right.
as unity. Carry Hebrew for impurity or nocturnal emission in galactic texts.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system.
Hebrew for
So you
sanctification.
could have upward mobility.
Blessing recited
You
over
couldn't
wine
change
to
from,
sanctify Shabbat and
Yisrael to
festivals.
Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move
The
up in
Dutch
terms of
Passion
status
Hebrew
of
for sanctification of the name. Caste that honors God publicly,
largely because of
even
Napoleon.
martyrdom.
Napoleon shut down
Distribution
any
Hebrew for
police
Kapal.
authority on behalf of the
First
rabbis.
state of Jewish
And modern
marriage,
states
creating
basically
galactic
follow
bond.
that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey about 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys actually in Jersey who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with like rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he sued the people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that. I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. No, you can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done. Right? You didn't have an Aguna crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of how we Mr. Parente, then we're going to go.
The lamb offering brought before Pesach in temple times. Coordinate Hebrew for sacrifices. General category of temple offerings, also part of daily sitter section.
So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the post-him will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt. Everything from Kozbo to Eruvin and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what hinges on it, as we shall see with Zachash Rebbeinu Gershom in a moment. Now the Parnas is required to manage the Chavrot. Like most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees. Right, from the word kabra, meaning friendship or circle, or that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tended to be especially powerful and predominant. And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the kebras was the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, we have a subverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me even, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. Now, one of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get, or they would say, if you don't follow through, we will not tell you not to do burial rights. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. People would be terrified. They would say, okay, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. So Chevra Kadisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Chevra established when he got started. But there's so many others. There's Chevra Shas, in charge of education. We
holy, of course, take care of the poor. Tzomtei Shabbos, take care of the sick. Sorry, Tzomtei Shabbos, which of course we still have today in most communities. Will have a Tzomtei Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people to help get through Shabbat. Ozer Dalet, for poor people, Achnasas Kala, also very important. Chevra that we deal with, providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers. Chevra Tehillim for people who want to get together and say Tehillim. Whatever it is, the Tehillim would set up. And with the obvious exception of Chevra Kedisha, where you had to have men take care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevras, populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Judaism. So I'm giving you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all kinds of things like that. But the upside is, this is an extremely rich, sophisticated net social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz 9th, 10th, 11th centuries. So you're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had a Mahamad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parenti.
Spiritual leader of Torah Academy. Raw Yiddish for Rabbi or Halachic authority. Raw Cotter Hebrew Yiddish mix. Rabbi of the city. Raw Minion
the question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare, banks, and things like that. And it would be interesting to see if they got this from the sort of structures they grew up in. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Last question.
Ruach Hebrew for spirit wind. Ruach the Kodesh Heaven for Holy Spirit.
Well, these are not people, these are like organizations.
Inspiration, below prophecy. Ruach Ra Hebrew for evil spirit. Associated with ritual impurity. Rimani Hebrew for congregates. Silver adornments for Torah scrolls.
It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. If they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll yield to Tzomtei Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to feed their family, they'll go to Chala. And if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and try to help together, they'll go to Shabbat, like that. But there's always going to be a class conflict as well. So there will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at much lower level of status. But as my father would say, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose." I didn't tell you the Abramson rule of history. Oh, I have to tell you that because I forgot. The Abramson rule of history, I'll repeat it again. Does anyone know the Abramson rule of history? Mr. Rubin, what is the Abramson rule of history?
Rabbi Rothschild can exist.
Very good, very good. I would say slightly differently, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It's not, it can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Should we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the souvenir, they could not be the parnas or be among the souvenir, they couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only to leadership of the chevras, and by the way, go to your local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult ed and the middle schools and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at the chevra level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by the parnas or even the rabbi or like that, she could go into the men's section of shul, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received the promise that her demands would be hers. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that was extreme, right? And you can only get away with it a few times before people say, she's a mashirah there. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you are heard. And we have interesting examples of this throughout history. Mr. Tillman.
Latin passion Hebrew for God as will. Halachic ideal.
Well,
Hebrew for running, meaning.
When you use the term excommunicate, we have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's do that. What power did he said they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had periods of nidui, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. He can't give me aliyahs, he can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure they would use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this was a big hit on their social standing if they would do it. But it might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can protest, so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but at least heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it worked. It worked for 1,000 years, right? Okay. So let's go on to the Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom, which is extremely important in this regard. We've talked a lot about structure, and I've also spread this out over several hundred years, but we have to look at one figure in particular who's especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, Meor HaGolah, Light of the Exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Actually, the hair of the Rabbeinu Gershom, of course, so he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in Mainz. Born around the year 960, he died in the year 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy people a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Right? That's where we get the term Meor HaGolah. And upon we all depend on all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciples. That's a typo. You get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo is supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Rashi. I don't know if that's the actual right. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these
Setting the rapid
decrees
coordination.
that set up the
Turkey,
tequila and all kinds of other
Middle
things. We'll talk about the most
and North
famous ones in a
Africa.
minute. So important
Sephardim
that
Bureau of Shepherd,
lots of
Sephardim
other
Jews,
Takanos, long after he
Sephardim
died,
music
were
prayer by the
published in
Sephardim
his
tradition.
name. So we have
Short
lots of
Hebrew
Takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're
Used
called
statistical
Takanos
text
of
as
Rabbeinu
sections.
Gershom because that's a
Short
way
has passed
to
on basic
enforce
Shabbos daily often
compliance.
studied
Right?
in
People will say,
Shabbat.
oh, this is a Takana of Rabbeinu Gershom.
Short had
Must be really important. It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to kind of like, you see yogurt that has a hashkach on it that says glatt kosher. And there's no way that yogurt can be glatt kosher because only meat can be glatt kosher. But nevertheless, people have this phrase, glatt kosher, it must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later Takanos. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's like a 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the Ors Davua, very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted, later killed. Pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in this. There is some question about the nature of that version, how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is the subject of machlokas among historians. He was married twice. And we do have for his second wife, his name was Bona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is his Takanos, where you can say, well, it's very bottom here, right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but you know, it's on the web later, so just for everybody in the web audience to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a half-wife, as a concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives or 2 wives as concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than one wife historically. But around the year 1000, the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom comes up with a ban, a cherem, right, which is one of these terms used kind of like experimentation, that you are not allowed to marry more than one. That's it. You're just going to have one wife for now. Now, why did he make this ban? You know, which is like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for the ban? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please. Evening out the ratio of men to women. No, the ratio of men to women is basically stable except in times of war, when men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an instance in this context. A good hint, well, fighting with small communities. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, who marries more than one wife, people who are wealthy, people who can afford more than one wife. And so that means you can have people of the poorer class who might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they may see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyways. Sunny, yes, that's right. Yes. Ah, there you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? Let's talk about this. Yeah. Exactly. Christian practice. Right. So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That, Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and Jews are out of step with their practice of polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but officially, so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about it that relates to the consent of a wife to divorce? That Rabbeinu Gershom also, he also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forced to divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? Right there.
Simcha's Torah festival celebrating the Torah at Enoch Sukkot. Simcha for its Getter Shabbat Yiddish phrase.
It's difficult for who to get by.
Joy breaks
Right,
barriers.
exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift if a husband were to decide, I don't like the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you. That's really tough. It can be harsh. So there seems to be in the Takana or Rabbeinu Gershom a consistent follow-through of wanting to support women's status, women's position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives, and the consent of wives to divorce means that if women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Right?
Accuser angel in Jewish thought.
So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for the
Also
now.
a Talmud backstage.
Last comment, you gotta go first.
Sukkah for Sukkot's holiday. Sukkot's festival of foods.
Yeah, no, it's a separate
Sukkah
match.
Shabbat Yiddish term.
I don't know which one came first. I think they actually came at the same time. I think it was a package. I'm not positive. Another one that's interesting, he insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters, and there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershom that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in the times of, well, we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara, but I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha. You can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era, besides the fact that we know about it from other records? Right, the Megillah is all full of letters, right? It's like sending letters back and forth, So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communications, that you're not allowed to read anyone else's mail. This, by the way, the smaller, less known kind became very, very important in the 20th century because the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, post, email, right? Email. Is email correspondence? Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelopes, or can you actually look at people's email, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails, because that's not truly private. You write in your secure Turo emails, and whatever I say to you, then it is like trapped forever as a legal document. So, correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think, no, Dr. Abrams for sure I would graduate, and, take me to court and know some of my emails.
Wonderful person. Captain role, duty, or mission.
No, you do. You do.
All life strokes on certain door
If you're
levels.
emailing about, first of all, you don't email about, university business.
Preparing of deceased body for burial.
So if you are using, if you're emailing anyone in the university about university business, use your secure Turo. If you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board.
Student or disciple.
Okay, here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant besides the ban on voting. The ban on settlement. Everybody know what this thing is. Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Adler,
Talmud, Babylonian Talmud. Talmud,
no, that's going to be later. But the Keren HaYishuv was a social control on who was allowed to live any given year. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among groups. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a shoemaker's store. The Keren HaYishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the Kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the Kehillah, who could set up a business, who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that they were engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to a kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Keren HaYishuv of the Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Bronze family is in charge of silversmith here. No other people are allowed to come into this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained the coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Rabbi Rothschild of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street, and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I only had a salad. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up, like what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down. Well, it depends on where if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the VAD, then yeah, theoretically the VAD can say that you don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the VAD says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another hashkafa. Then what do I need this VAD for? I'm going to go to a different VAD. And that's how we have, our community kind of like loses its integrity because it figures out there are multiple authorities. There's an downside. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and community holds together. But on the downside, the entire crisis because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was really effective and kept the Kehillah going for that. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no Keren HaYishuv, no competition rules? Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open game. Okay. Let's see now. We talked about why. Right? So let's do the last part here on the impact. This is Chagall's painting of a wedding. Chagall. Yeah, this is Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting you'll see over the next 20 years because the way he formulated the ban was it for 500 years. And then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So, a lot of ideas. Why did he make it 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, he was not oppressing issue
Fish Dora
in
Dora said that
Sephardic
Marina
lands,
has stable.
especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, you still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rothschild in the 13th century recognized that ban, and he's the one who gives us the source of it. It's an expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas after Monday Shir about this, but like, let's say for what, the other ban, you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anybody. You call her up and say, Sarah, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom, I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation, we have a woman who's a moredas, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife, could not undivorce his woman or divorce his wife if she won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Now, similarly, if a woman is in acid, these are like difficult issues supposed to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, people say, hey, wait a minute, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? There's so many things that we should have crisis. Why don't we just let them marry Richard and son? But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point I do want to say in this context, talking so much about the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom, one of the really important things is that it's mentioned, God forbid, we should all get married and be happy and sunset, but if God forbid divorce is the option, give your wife again. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein.
He's on the ethical rule, spiritual testament. He's a doctor charity, righteousness. He's ethic justice.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a part that played the cross.
Spoke at Shul
He's Iron Mark in Hebrew.
And I found in the Evo archives
He's Elohim in the top God in which man was created.
That was we filled out in this place first camps where the husband was right. I'm going to marry Shmitzalea. Actually married from a Sarah, but I don't know what happened to him. And he would swear he would sign this document that if from a Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two women, then he would do whatever the basis says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. Now, we do have there's kind of like in the 19th century, there was a bias against it saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, farms, was because they couldn't own land. Largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein?
He's on Tammuz fast day in Tammuz for temple breaches.
Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul or a mikveh or a Chinese restaurant. You know, so you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko? Pogroms. Tell me about that.
She's a mere Yiddish slang. Do me a favor.
Right.
She's on Yiddish.
So then what about the land?
Could y'all help? Teaser is
Okay,
alternate
how would that
spelling
change?
of
I think you're right, but I'm not sure you expressed the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say,
refers to study
silver,
Torah
gold,
and
stuff like
Catholics
that?
everywhere. Yufaroshka campaign
take away
Shabbat
from Mr. Rubin.
outreach
Do you have a
drives,
word here?
especially connected with mitzvah campaigns.
No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run carry
Ashkenazi custom
land,
where
right?
a groom is
Because
called to the
exactly
Torah
right.
before
If
his wedding.
people are to attack your
Followed by
community or whatever and
ethnic
need to flee, and essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet, banjo, and things like that. Violin, the reason is it's very hard to run carrying a piano. Right? Largely flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. The local king, lord, noble, whatever says, get the Jews out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled.
Holiday prayer describing God's divine judgment. Unkelos Aramaic translation of the Torah, attributed to Unkelos the proselyte. Under essay title Yiddish phrase. Our little town, nostalgic reference to Eastern European Jewish life. Under Yiddish.
That's an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them, and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land. That's choice.
For divine guidance. Here in Bitumen Sefer Kabbalistic Halachic work by Rav Yonason H. Yushaizen Suko's custom of welcoming spiritual guests Abraham, Yitzchak, etc.
Well, because you have to invest in your real estate. And if you hoard,
Chassidim in Shabbat also includes fall.
No, anything attached to ground. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that is definitely invest in skills, and invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine, right? If you were a doctor, you could just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, building, anything like that, you're attached to that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, you can also put it in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels, things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. But you bury it and you come back and pick it up. Mr. Parenti, you are.
Yashir then sang the song at the scene in Exodus. Whose Yashir Nigun Shabbat melody sung for Shirata Ayam song at the sea. Whose Erzak in Yiddish slang.
By what? Like produce?
Unusual matters.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, more likely they were like dairymen and things like that. They're good for soldiers as well. It's really about price. Perhaps the best example would be meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat street, have kosher meat, but Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Before, Ashkenazim did not eat the meat hanasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically the back half of the cow with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it, they can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest. Sometimes most convenient. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like a, when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, you know, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. This is the 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. You can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, pencil color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture. It looks a Jewish couple because here's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here to portray a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that he can do so. He can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful for making the bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats or, Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind in the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most business is conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, or things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king would say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And he can force the peasants to take whatever, they'll have it rotating. Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord and the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the week they can work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is a beautiful one. Exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is kashrut. Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold and silver money. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing on a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because They are literate,
You
right?
shall
They can
rejoice
read,
in
they
your
can make
festivals.
records
Amendment
of
regarding
who
Sukkot.
borrowed money, how
These
much
sections
they
and
pay
advisory
back,
line from Haggadah.
what rate of interest are they paying. They're
They
also
are
relating to
before
that,
your
they're
return to
numerics. They know how to
You
do
shall
math.
and you shall well
They can
return.
say, yes, I will
This is
gladly
also
lend you money to,
These
whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money.
and this
And
is
you will pay me back at
Hasidic writing.
25-30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you have to pay me every week until you completely discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works. But Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead.
Or seasonal streets.
Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable. And the Jews are able to afford it. Here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church does not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it. Because the king could say, oh wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine the world today without credit cards, for example. It's ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about do your business, make lots of money, which Isaac can then tax. This was a special status called in Latin Servi Camerae Regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king, and he did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It was also hugely important, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, only person you could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men of Touro University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant basement, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition,
history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
Relevant encounter missionary circles. Expat Jew slang. Expat Jew, Jewish person, living abroad often Shabbat Jerusalem. X factor slang in Jewish outreach.
Let us just recap one really important point that we kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant?
When a story has a mystical cross connection between souls, like the Riga linking events. X out slang in yeshiva. Erase something wrong.
Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Adlerson?
Rare. This appears in some schools. Nylon reference to Halachic agriculture texts when explaining free growth. Xenophobia mentioned in sociology literature regarding treatment of
imposters, fake Jews. Fake Jews and fake news.
Xerox
Very good. Mr. Rubin, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of the land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Branson, a way of lying to allowing some. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, Elise Stefanik, the representative to the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who lived in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, like, why. Right, so let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jews. Mr. Rubin.
Yeshiva Hebrew for City. Institution for Torah Study, central to Shabbat and broader Judaism.
In other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA, and like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we're family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much, is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tuman.
Sometimes affectionate,
Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few thinkers. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. Well, the Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. There's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? Uzbek, I should say. What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that there's any. Oh, and by the way, I've given you a lot of the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yeka refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeka. Well, they come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland, Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there for various reasons. The population explodes in Eastern Europe, but there are plenty of Jews stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the enemies. Okay, let's go Halavai Weiter now. Unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Black.
Mentions of those Hebrew for merit of the forefathers.
Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened. Like there's one of the great German philosophers of history is a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way the history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth. What is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, they can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th century, his years are 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch. And he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history. And I think it was 12 volumes in the original German. And it was like a blockbuster, and it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges that he faced. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? You know that song, Mr. Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're like, they're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, "What is this dread? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history of documents? I did too." And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work. And he says that it's not, you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans at the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism, they are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. We follow the debate between these two historians. Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. You know, it's not like he was faking it.
Brother of Moses and Miriam. First high priest Cohen Gadol. Helped lead the Exodus. Spokesman for Moses' Exodus. Numbered.
I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud of Israel, which is, you know, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people could, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He did really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes, synagogues, and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that makes us sound like superhuman, you know, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. You know, we don't necessarily want to see them, you know, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Bayer, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. Really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, they were learning, they were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali Pus was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts, despite the lies inside the pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the college level. I've never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try a charter course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No. Leiden zum gelehrten Geschichte. Geschichte is history. Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like, we have Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is like learned history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. We've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rüdiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important. In Ashkenaz, this is really what it's going to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein?
Also later figures will
Legally binding document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties?
Son of Joseph and the
In our context?
ancestor of tribes of Ephraim, Genesis 41.
Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet, that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't discard these documents, they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin. And it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuman.
His marriage to Gomer symbolized God's relationship with Israel.
Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term Kretschmer, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some ammonia here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local forest and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the forest says, I don't even remember saying that. He says, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the forest can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that could be a temptation for forging these documents. So, yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This is a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land, exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into the finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle period? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Lloyd, literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, if you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late, that's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So a big gap. Mr. Krantz, I like your appointments, but you got to raise your hand so we make it in order. Go ahead, Mr. Krantz.
King Saul, loyal friend of David, 1 Samuel, died in battle against the Philistines.
Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples in a screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved because he was actually the king, especially important. Who you looked at in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to buy us. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to sell to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Git Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Git Hanasheh. Spartim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Git Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? To keep them separate? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blanchard? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and they have the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. Don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community. They get a place to bury their dead separate from others. Their archisynagogas, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Arkos means leader, and that archisynagogue is to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem? Hiring Christian employees. Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz.
Lost firstborn rights due to misconduct, Genesis 35. 22. Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman who converted
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because
Samson Shimshon, Hebrew for little son.
Well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first we want safety and security. Then we want like community. Then we want, like financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Gish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but as I say, he was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer, spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive, 4 volumes, big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it, and he eventually survived. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor, but the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. It was like a tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a doctrine called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany, it's a province, and Spiegel means mirror, and it is a 12th century book of law. It's simply called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror?
Migrated from birth to war came in Genesis 11.
Not bad, not bad.
Mr. Krantz. Assyrian king who exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15.
Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Blashby, you want to answer that?
W8 is my life. Hittite warrior in David's army, husband of Bathsheba.
Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the idea. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we've inherited a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, includes the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's essentially, it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens when you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow? You find the carcass, dead on the road. You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leutke's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words, and so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying, Yeah, comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, it's biology text. There's so many big words in it. You just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty, royal person. Crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, it's not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That will be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Okay, who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Well, let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you want those guys. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long finger. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mr. Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast like this, but I happened to see him at the Old Hell once. So I was at the same time he was at the Old Hell, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Lisa Black, and Lisa Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. It felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Genevieve Clown. Women. Yeah, all women. Put two, plural.
571 BC Babylonian exile.
Right, you have it. Well, you've got three men. You got a king. You've got one type of mendicant friar. You've got another type of mendicant friar. You have two women, which represent kind of like a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew. Right. Okay. Not Gandalf. Good guess. What?
Covering Assyrian, Babylonian.
Yeah. So how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people with beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge, where sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin. Or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands like a second. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on it. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky.
Bruce Hebrew names. Rush suspended friend. Number The story of Ruth S. loyalty and ancestry of David.
Good.
Across. Timeline. Killed 1,100 BG Judges era. Lamentations segregates.
Excellent. Very perceptive. Very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz.
Ezra. Nehemiah ever names. Ezra helped and Nehemiah comforted by God. Number 23rd book. Return from exile, temple rebuilt, reformed.
So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rebbeim get the black hats, but you know, we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear the In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, the Rebbe Mr. Edwards.
Not specifically Jewish, but adopted by Jews in German-speaking lands. Adler German Yiddish, meaning middle. Chosen as an ornamental name for strength and majesty. Sometimes also linked to Rabbinim families. Elber algorithm derived from Yiddish German Alp mountain, i.e. from the mountains. In Slavic areas, suffix of it equals to the
I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice space ditch was the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is to remind me of my grandmother, she used to say, Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on Rebbe. Which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what the Sakshan Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Boykin.
Was often paired with the Hebrew name God saying
yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Sakshan Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too. And you have to protect them. The Sakshan Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish.
sometimes used for
And this is
unpurposed
a
failed
slice in
German
time
life
where you
equals
will
scale.
see that Jews have a significant
German
amount of
Yiddish, flower,
rights and privileges,
ornamental,
and that will
associated
erode
with
over
beauty.
time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier.
Yiddish bomb equals tree. Used symbolically or as ornamental.
What do you think?
Brody place derived from Brody Militia,
Yeah, I think so.
Ukraine.
I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay. This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's demons blowing shofars, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Understand.
Deutsch, German, Yiddish for German.
I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of these images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here?
Ever biblical ancestor of Abraham, Jen. 10. 24.
Mr. Gertz.
Root equals the other side, crossing over. Patronymic equals son of ever.
Well, he's that.
Edelman, German, Yiddish, nobleman.
No.
Sometimes ornamental. Eisenberg, German,
Yeah,
Yiddish,
these are
iron
pikes,
mountain.
and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this.
Elken, and Hebrew, Elken, and Hebrew,
Good.
God has acquired, created by
And
Seth.
who's this guy?
One.
Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like king. This isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall. Indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows. They've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed.
Yeller from Yiddish, German, gel equals yellow, pale, or blonde. Sometimes the
Because
pride
these
has
guys
already
all
made
have
for
pikes
appearance.
coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, which count? Maybe you're right. Yeah, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Variants common in Ashkenazic communities.
I don't think she's a girl. I think that's a peasant.
Gilbert from the
But
town of Flensburg in
if you want to say
Bavaria.
that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't,
Rabbinic families. Goldberg, German, Yiddish, Gold Mountain.
everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or
Goldman,
something.
German, Yiddish, Manifold.
It's a good, it's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at
Goldstein, German,
Guido
Yiddish,
Kish's
Goldstone.
comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is
German,
that the Jew is
Yiddish, who love
included.
the plot. Sometimes
I
parallel
don't
to Hebrew name Yedivya.
I don't know.
Greenberg,
But
German,
the
Yiddish,
message we
Green
got to get
Mountain.
is that Jews have some civic responsibility.
Ornamental surname.
Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with
Sometimes the
Rudiger's
line has nickname.
one as well. Here's another one that also I find quite interesting.
Green or Green Mountain.
It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is, like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so important. What's going on here?
Ornamental or place based. Heller place derived from Heller
Okay,
Town in Germany or from Hell equals
Mr.
light
Blushnow.
drive. Eric Spurtzman
Right,
from
very good.
Yiddish
Obviously
Thunder
the
equals
cool
hard.
haircut, right? And
Sometimes parallel
riding
to
on a
Hebrew
horse,
names that rule,
and
since Spurz was
there's
paired
a
with
Jew
Seth.
behind him, bearded,
Spurz on
wearing the
German
Yud
Yiddish. Adopted
What is
his
this
surname
picture even
degree.
telling us?
First Yiddish
Maybe.
for here. pairs with Hebrew names Hebrew
Yeah,
Gazelle.
could be. We have to see what the context is in the other pictures. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham?
Isaacson Itzkowitz patronymic Sidamizet. Hebrew Yitzchak equals he will laugh
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting you to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about how often do you see a Jew riding a horse?
32.
Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions they're allowed to ride side saddle. They can't ride like regular.
26.
Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about
Jonas
here?
Jonasson from Hebrew Yana
It's
equals
a nice big sword. It's a sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons.
Joseph Josephson Yosilowitz
So,
patronymic, son of
what is
Joseph.
this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Understand?
Equals at Jen. 30. 24.
Yeah, any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category,
Joshua Josowitz
Can
Yet
you beat it?
Joshua Hebrew
But
Yet
you're right,
Joshua equals
Christians as
God
well.
saves.
so
Biblical successor to Moses, conqueror of Canaan. Often used as surname in patronymic
that's
form.
for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and
Indicates priestly
bearing
descent from
arms.
Aaron. Common in Eastern Europe. The Kahana Arabic form of totem, same priestly root. Chaplain, German Yiddish, chaplain.
Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews
Indicates
are
priestly lineage.
on horseback. Mr.
Chaplain,
Livingston.
German Yiddish occupational name, merchant, trader.
No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out the Saction Spiegel so I can see what we do in Saction." And they'll take it out, and they'll flip through it, and say, "Is there anything about Jews here?" And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here it is. Obviously, they can carry Jews with swords, because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Lee, is it Mr. Yamble? Yamble?
Occupational.
Yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr.
Grain
Schwarzman.
or grain field. Occupational ornamental.
Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that
Place
pike
name
picture.
from Krakow, Poland.
Yeah, we're not sure if that pike
All
picture
from
says they're not allowed to carry
equals
pikes.
focus
The
or
picture is
possibly
meant to
place
say Jews have to participate in civic
Front
defense.
Kruger German,
Whether or not the
Gun Ford
pikes, I'm still
Keeper.
not sure. Has
Occupational.
ruined my lecture that way. Yeah,
People
Mr. Lee.
Pendleman nickname from Yiddish Tugel Cutting Casserole. Sometimes affectionate surname. Lamb German Yiddish, lamb.
Could be. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear, and it's been a while since I
Landau
actually
from the
read
city of Landau,
Guido
Germany.
Fish's research.
Rabbinic
But
family
you can
name.
look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on
Landsman Yiddish for
Jews and
country.
pikes,
Yiddish
Jews and
Saman from
arms
the same
or something
hometown
like
or
that.
region.
Okay, so but what I think we can walk away from this here is that we started with a discussion of these historiographies. When you think about charters, and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status?
Meaning equals attached. Joint jet. 29. 34. Denotes Levite lineage. Lieberman German Yiddish, beloved man. Sometimes that counts for Hebrew Yiddish beloved of God.
Very fair, very good. Mr. Abraham.
German, from Lin equals, Linden Creed.
Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Certain, well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not like it's not very dark everywhere. Mr. Alderstein.
Luria place names on Luria, Italy, or El Al Ukraine. Prominent rabbinic family E.G. Hari, Rabbi Isaac Luria, father of Luria and Kabbalah. Mendel bound German Yiddish, common 4, common 3. Ornamental. It's Hebrew, shape equals,
I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point?
1.
Question.
16.
Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate?
Hebrew near
Yes and
equals
no.
one who gives life.
Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way to do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either have to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility of the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no kind of, I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We'll look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon Le Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate. Right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews in the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews like positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we like let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisor, he's like, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Dafyomi? I didn't say that, I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great, let's call it Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, I think it was 1806, I think so, he convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate, equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So of course the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers, and he said, okay, so that's it, it's settled. Jews get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get. I don't care. You should walk away. Because the French government says we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without practice. Wow, talk so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It's very, very early in Scala, yes. They're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Simsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some filmings on it too. And he very carefully threaded a needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'll show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this, it's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? This is a Grand Sanhedrin, it has the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. That's crazy. And here, what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. And what does that mean? Portraying us. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Ellen, Alpe, Havdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the Luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get
compared with spiritual illumination.
it was the police, but it was.
There is the first tractate of the Babylonian Talmud.
Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please it. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, my humble opinion. But I, I'm going up to the on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of us Nazis took. They will do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Kelech Tov. And there were Jews that were saying, he's the Kelech Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good person. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this.
Enumerated period. 121 folios. Shekhalite tractates.
Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi, the yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Chris. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word is over here in Bereshis, very good. There we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. We'll just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. France, sorry, thank you.
Excommunication. 29 folios.
You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, we're talking about in the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but they became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century full map, the world is known to the Hebrews, the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is, this is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here is the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, this would be modern day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. You might get that, but okay. See, those of you who are not interested. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Midi, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rabbi Gaon, writing in Pontedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bulgaria, places like that. And from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Tzarfat Basmania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd.
Inherited 35th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud
Correct.
is liable
Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be?
28 folios.
Yes.
Mila 36th tractate
Correct.
of the
You're
Babylonian
absolutely right.
Talmud.
We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right?
In the 37th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud,
yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right?
Angel of death will Nabe, angel
Yes,
responsible
those
for
places have
separating
places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Chai Gaon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of this Tshuva, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We'll find just one further. Mr. Vasilevsky?
That here of free will human choice determines one's fate in afterlife, reward or punishment. That can add on that examination of the soul after death.
You'd think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the box. Ashkenaz, Tzarfas, Ashkenaz. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer. And he writes, "Hu sheleg b'lashon Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. B'lashon Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak. It's also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lashon Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazis do. Correct. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, sneak, modern day sneak. But you're right, could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snake, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So, yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, as we or at least Saxon, frankly.
Divided into
So we're getting closer. But by the way, guys, the number of times the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems to get into Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get to the Valley Tosfos, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off, Sfarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France that was really very different culturally than Sarfat, France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's an early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Speyer, Worms, and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. They called it Canaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Canaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraine, like glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves, but it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to study. Mr. Lloyd, please show your hand. Okay, Mr. Krantz?
Essence of a person as spirituality.
Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with spiritual rest. That was a joke, guys. You should laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? At this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes.
Resurrection of the dead Pekahia upon the revival of all souls in bodily form at the end of days. Ruach, intermediate level of soul. Spirit, emotional and moral self.
I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel.
Righteous soul sit crowned, basking in divine presence.
Including this recording. Because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. Put it by your bed. It's their, remind again? Adlerstein.
Yar's annual commemoration of death. Believed to be a day when the soul undergoes renewed judgment. Yet Kachon receive all wisdom Kabbalistic realm where purified souls merge with divine wisdom.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like
metaphorically a barrier of the heart.
Who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz? It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Kalonymus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary, kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy, looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz. Yes. Yes, there's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian in the, well, there's 2 actual Leviticus boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent to Strahd. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, Leviticus boat says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats. In the 1st century, this is after the destruction of the base of Mikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean. And they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, France, at Arles, also in France, and strangely enough, in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They wouldn't have to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these, this period of these 3 things, kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there, and they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You have the right to settle here, and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family, and I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, divided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to me saving $5, because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and The municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out, and here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it couldn't be done, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right in the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study of the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, when you lose a tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but, you know. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same fasciitis with their teeth. They discovered some amazing things about their diet. And they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to being thrown into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. There are 2 reconstructions of an adult and a child in the bottom of the Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about it. Then what they did was, they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found out, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom. And they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. I forgot again. Adlerstein.
10 CBG. My father is Joy Hebrew. Mother of Amasa. Abishag 1 KGS 1. 2. 10 CBG.
What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have.
Father of wandering Hebrew.
How can you not say it?
Descendant to King David. Abishai 1. 2 Samuel. 10 CBG.
Okay, but
my father is just father of Hagib Hebrew. David has nephews. Elite warrior.
Correct. But so you're saying 2 different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with
Rebel.
Near Eastern origins.
Died in war.
Right? If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av, for generation to generation, we probably would not look like we look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are some like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it. It was right there. So that's the point. That we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic structures. Yes, Mr. Siegel.
Ahasuerus the Chashberish Esther. RT 486. 465 BT.
Yes, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics.
He has grasped held fast fruit. He during zero-frame-height crisis.
I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, well, Ashkenazi Jewish. Wait, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones. Not too long after Jews apparently, according to the literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top in time. Right, this is long ago. This is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in Israel, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible. Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people. They attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed, one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We read about her in Sefer Sota in particular. Queen Hilmi, she comes to us as Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which would be today Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the second temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves between the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that
Burden bearer Hebrew.
One of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to, what kind of, God forbid, diseases a person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backwards.
Later
You
slain
can
by
figure out
Amal
when did this come
36.
into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim
Possibly
that indicate that most Kohanim
of Israel
have
as
a chromosome on a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great who knows how many Zadis back as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So, what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I forgot your name already. You gotta tell me again. One more time. 2 minutes. How can I forget that?
He is strong Hebrew.
Genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Leviim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Leviim come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people called self-slaves. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry a Beoris. Right, so if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is then, you get into a massive question, which is not for us today, but what is conversion? Right? We have a basic idea of for one of the mikvah and Kabbalah's old mitzvos. So, what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is the Kabbalah mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting shulas on this from Rabbi Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Ask about that though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Urfa and the Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered in Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are to Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years?
Jerusalem resident in wall builders list.
Constant endogamy, constant in marriage. Over and over again. This tiny group, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay, that's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that from me. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this?
Ancestor in Shem Abraham line. Artaxerxes Ezra. Nehemiah. IR 465.
Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews?
424 BG.
And the what family?
404.
No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird. Things like, yeah, we look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that. which is like astounding. You know, we tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar.
870 BGs. Position healer Hebrew. Reforming king. Wars with Basha. Ensemble 272.
Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I can give you the citation for the study in great detail. Mr. Edelstein, Adlerstein.
50. 73. 83. 10 CBG. Collector Gatherer Hebrew. Levitical Femur. Psalm Guild Founder.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read.
38.
Mr. Vasilevsky.
Patriarchal Wilderness. Fire Mighty Man of God Ka.
They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not make these curves. It's basically like a straight up and down.
18. 17 CBG.
What is big thing is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. Don't know how to do that. And
35.
And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, you know, moved to Africa, mixed with, oh, you know what, let me show you the next slide. This will be better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identifies the Levites as having those 4 mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, in the Rhineland. You begin to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century. And by the time you get to the 8th century, you know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happening here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who had taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Polish, Russian, Ukraine. It refers to people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Spartan after, especially 1492, with the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Air Force Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our blood. And, you know, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? You know, some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Acolonus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have in the genetic record. They confirm each other, and it's a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. White.
Hebrew Bible proper, but included in Jewish Christian context.
Well, again, when you look airport, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 50% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest would be, German, French, or whatever we would associate Europeans. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have. Well, what is a Jew? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak, before Yitzchak, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. It's always been that way.
17th century BC. Roles. Ancestor of the Ammonites, born from the
as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to like Parshas Go. But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have like big samples of other people's also. This huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews.
A warrior invaded as army, famous for killing a lion
but,
enough to Samuel
it does make sense. We know there was a program there at that time, so it's entirely consistent.
commander of the army after Arbat's execution.
Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazari. So what do you know about Khazaria?
Fought wars with Israel, both against and sometimes allied with them.
There's a book, yes, Khazari. We're going to see that in a second. What is Khazari all about?
Live. 12th century BC.
Yeah, it came from this region in Central Asia, which is closest to this. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, so I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, where there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him. Christianity, different kinds, Orthodox, Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large gubernatorial, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in its war with Ukraine, is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians like the great Romelian Pritsak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hastai de Chabrut. I don't think none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so, none of you. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is, we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khazari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this, they don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it a little. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. I'll stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that were discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a pet tag. You guys have heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry? No, that would be petach. But petach with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate this. Someone knocks on your door, asks for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document, say this guy represents a real tzedakah, and he has good midos, and here's the story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be Kiev, Khazarian. And there's the signal, usually when you see these petechs, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of the petech? What do you picture of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name. It's as if, you got a petech from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew, and though his name was, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. But it's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this, that the head of their community would write in Hebrew representing Jews. That this is the way you always find this, but it's a Hebrew document. Yeah, but if you sign, you would sign if you were an aide on a kasuba, would you write, Mr. Loiki?
Idiot
it was
meaning
actually
the honest
Hebrew, right?
cards on the table.
Yes.
Fish is Yiddish for Hudson Testament. Figurative. One has innermost feelings. Record Yiddish for
Triangles and stuff like that.
blush.
But this is actually for the letter. Let's
From
say
Hebrew with its understanding.
you're
Yiddish
so
for
down
black
the house
pastry filled
loose.
with potato, kasha,
Yeah,
or
so
meat.
you're so down the house
Figurative.
loose. This, I think, means he's an ignorant.
Comfort food.
Doesn't matter what you think.
Luggage
But
Yiddish for air
maybe,
person.
maybe we're, this
Means
is like, we're so
dreamer
close
or
to
the
Trump's
practical
machine,
person.
we should be down the buses.
Neggish Yiddish slang
No, it's
for
definitely, it's an error.
or
It's
lucky
definitely, it
bell.
says we have read it, and then there's a signature to
Essays
it.
pedal Yiddish
So
for
it's a-
small towns, especially Jewish villages of Eastern Europe.
Exactly, because he's an important case, the president of the Jewish community.
Often small decorative
As
items.
the president of the Jewish community, you can't sign his name in Hebrew. You wonder what's going on there. And it tells us something about the nature of the Jews.
Yiddish slang.
We also have
Everyone
Arab
knows.
historians
Used
who
sarcastically
write
when
about the
someone states
Khazars,
the
and they have
obvious.
no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central
Armand
Asia.
had Yiddish
They
for
don't
mom.
necessarily know the ramifications of how
They
Jewish
know
is
Yiddish
Jewish,
for
but
being with
they're
pride.
perfectly willing to
Rock
accept this
Yiddish
notion
for
that there
birth.
was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly
Envy from laughter,
strange
pride, or
document
anger.
called the Chronicle of
Yiddish
Bygone
slang for
Years.
messed up,
It's
lousy.
a Russian document, Podestravien Yechliat, is
Yiddish
the original
for
title of
nothing.
it. And what it refers
Grade
to
L Arab Yiddish.
is how the great Prince Volodymyr
Means going in
converted to
circles.
Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's year 988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000, modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says literally, we will not give up our cups. So and then there's a little comment which was probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also they smear their bread with excrement. Which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our 26 years. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, Russia, became Jewish, that whole part of the world was Jewish? Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going to the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of Khazari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay, they have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shaul Stamper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asks three basic questions. He asks, why were they? In the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that for example, the Khazari seem to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, you don't have a lot of correspondence with, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they had Karaite meetings, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazars? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time we get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, some pseudo-scholars, a lot of pseudo-scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes from the invention of the Jewish people, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again, it's French. You're speaking way too fast for me. You already speak English, right? It's having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo Sand, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's kind of funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews? Which land? Israel. Good. What do you mean by that, Mr. Graham? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness comments, you'll frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also continue to admit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Torah, Mr. Cranch, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right. We're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We're so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomi, Davido, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position to Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out here, this is a great, this is a book on Amazon, by the way, you can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazarian scams, right? They have all these Khazarian guys with Khazarian black hats. You know, with this star of Khazaria with the number 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of Lies, Deception, Illusions, and Mind Control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not Semites, we're anti-Khazars, right? Okay, I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. They're not racially Jewish. It has to be, the only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel, and answer one question in particular, and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to the land of Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Lander College for Men. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we have in our campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum, where I got to see the Tel Dan Stele. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the house of David Beit David written in Paleo-Hebrew. I also really enjoyed seeing the Orthodox inscription we talked about in this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And, you know, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. You know, it continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, you know, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture, locked down in an international struggle, and there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. You know, there are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around the central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Bibas and her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by their Hamas captors. An absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation, with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. Really, really heartbreaking. One of the last photographs I took while I was in Israel, this is from the Ben Gurion airport. You know, all over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Bibas children are represented. You can see that people have spontaneously brought, you know, various kinds of toys and so on. But I was especially moved by this sign put up by the airport authorities that, at the behest of the family, they asked that no one should remove the photographs of the Bibas children, even though they are now sadly killed. It's an absolutely terrible time, anyways.
But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant, alive society. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other and conversations spark, spontaneously and so on. Here's an amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight happened to have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up. They just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel.
Chelsea Bay has the codified law book by Rabbi Rothschild. Chelsea equals Hebrew for table. Bay equals set, hurry.
You see that the combination of vibrancy and the seriousness. For example, this visit to Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, an outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. Incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our grandchildren a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy store, but even in the midst of all of this vibrancy, and this vivacity, all of this joie de vivre, this simchas l'chaim, this joy in life, you also see reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted where we picked up some of these candies. I'll translate it for you. It says, for eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this day, the Chavdal Sivan of Tafshin. I believe that would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts. Nevertheless, Am Yisrael, Jewish people live, Jewish people preserve. Just have to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public lectures this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you'll have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public, no charge, and I hope that you'll be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate neighborhood of Queens, so I'm hoping we'll have a popular turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check your community tab. You'll be able to get the link for the live cast. I want to address one quick question that came out of most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot of response to the brief discussion of Euro-African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxically, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal, but there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white. All Jews are black and so on, and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really not talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. It's this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognized patrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So, at any rate, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this Finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I'd really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free. Many of them are pay what you want, so just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrated and marked the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well. One of the things I really like about this time of year, I'm recording this on January 2nd, is that, we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva and really focus on our spiritual needs and our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I speak to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course. And the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of Volume 2, Chapter 2, of all of Volume 1, and Chapter 1 of Volume 2 is already online, and hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by this summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well. And I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching.
Hashfish mitzvah objects used for a mitzvah, but not inherently holy lulav, sukkah. Hashfish equals implements of mitzvah equals commandments.
Hello, fellow explorers in Jewish history. I'm really enjoying the research I'm undertaking to promote the Kosher River Cruise exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we have such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers that existed over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zacuto, who's a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. I think one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Chibur HaGadol, which is essentially a kind of a, Chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book. And he completed it in 1478, and basically it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times and various dates, things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time. And then he actually followed that up with something called the Biur Luchot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alphonsine tables that were written sometime earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetua, which is like the perpetual almanac, the perpetual sort of like calendar of all of these celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were, working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was, of course, one of the greatest Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work on his way to India. And then became very important afterwards. Also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way, this actually saved his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a really important work, and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course the story of Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching.
Gratitude Hebrew. Celestial and constructive benefit. Principle in Lashon Hara law that speech must serve a positive purpose. To Ellen equals benefit Hebrew.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, moving along in our series looking at famous Jewish explorers, I have to talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I came across his name quite recently. Ibrahim ibn Yaakov was a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway, right? Ibrahim ibn Yaakov, Abraham, the son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish. Like, if your name is Sam Goldstein and you're not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sounding name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons, because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would just seem out of place if he were not for the fact that he himself was Jewish. At any rate, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaakov. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important medieval Arab geographers. Why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century, when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar ul-Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very hazy ideas about even Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim ibn Yaakov really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Carolinian Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. And it was very difficult for Christians to travel to Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews, who were equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the Doctrine of Witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either sides of this iron curtain, it was actually quite a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Radhanites and others, so Ibrahim ibn Yaakov would be about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geographers never asked the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salazar, the genius of 20th century scholars, suppose that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shaput, very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates, because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibrahim ibn Yaakov's travels, and that will be too late for Hasdai bin Shaput's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashdor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibrahim ibn Yaakov, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission of the scholarly Caliph al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the arts kind of figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes the most sense, I think. Now, the route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. He is called, in one of the sources, Al-Tortosi, meaning he comes from the city of Tortosa. He may also have come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know that he went to places like Rouen in France, he went to Magdeburg, where he actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. Fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the most fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writing not only the city of Prague, but even the entire kingdom of Poland. Right? We're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. When he visits these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, about the health of the local population, their diet, disease, and so on, economics, like their agriculture, what kind of industry they're involved with, their trade, fascinating aspects of their religion, including styles of worships. He went to Christian lands, he went to pagan lands, and so on. There's a lot of things to say about it. Here, by the way, is one of the Jewish giveaways. He tells you where to get the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just couldn't help myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish communities in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those of you who are looking forward to our Antarctica trip. It'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov tells us about Jews working in salt mines, and this was in Nuremberg, Germany. He talks about the trade going on in Prague in particular, things that we would not have known about this city at this period if we were not for the writings of Ibrahim Ibn Yaakov and the Jews involved in the trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting as I do, and I hope you'll be able to join us on one of these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Confession, prayer, equals confession. Hebrew. Wadi Dry Riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we could refine that question, because travel, in the sense we think of it today, is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews never have traveled before the existence of Kosher River cruises? Because Kosher River cruises are really a tremendous cut above. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across me too. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier, so much more convenient, and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. So let's go through. First, Jews traveled not by choice, that is specifically they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we talked about it in a few different videos, but the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion is memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Benjamin on the mourning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experience in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example of the reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce. You have the remarkable Radhanites, who may have actually emerged from southern France, Jewish traders that were known particularly in the Arab world among Arab writings as being people who were able to speak many languages and travel all over the world and engage in trade. And I think you can also add these economic migrants of my own grandparents who fled from Lithuania. I use the word fled there. It's indicative of the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America, in my family's case Canada, because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment
of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant that want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first two categories, because the first two categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look in the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the three pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centrally into Jerusalem from ancient times. But even once the Jews were sent out into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora, the very first example of pilgrim literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed refers to a Christian pilgrim, because there are some references to Christianity in there, but there's some interesting theories that suggest, you know what, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We'll talk about that in another video, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Ravaji of Bartanura, so many others who've left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like would be more like pilgrimage when we talk about Israel mission. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai, the Chida, who left behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are somewhat kind of like sketchy, like David Reubeni with his Messianic mission, so many other examples of that, of, you know, like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and, you know, raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. Now we're beginning to see incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruise. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin Tupela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even you can go to the 21st century with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Columbia disaster of 2003. But nevertheless, he's just indicative of this wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what it is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things in my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series on looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for the lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Antarctica. So amazing to say it, but today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Harisi, fascinating individual who was primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225. but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo in Spain, but then he made his way over the top of the Mediterranean into Provence, where he had quite a bit of activity there. And then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France. And he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple things. First of all, I should mention we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a wanderlust, he just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions like weddings, funerals, all kinds of things. They would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through, creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. At any rate, focusing on Al-Kharizi, I want to specifically look at one particular aspect of his work, and that is his role as a translator of Maimonides, because he produced what is most likely the most influential translation of the great Mora Nevuchim, the Dalal al-Khamir, the Guide for the Perplexed that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic, meaning it is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and rabbinic sources and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that live in southern France, and the father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered a lot of really famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working, Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the Mora Nevuchim. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and go back to him saying, no, not like this. You're losing all of the feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And then Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit disapproval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharizi, said, "Wow, no, this is so awful. It's losing all of the time, the taste of the Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty pungent places in it." And so he says, "I'm going to do it the way Maimonides said." And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet, and it's far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized for being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical works that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the more complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tribun. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but Ibn Tribun did pick up his idea of adding a glossary to the whole idea. Let's have that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Kharizi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I happen to have an edition that my great uncle left to me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Kharizi's version that was later translated into Latin and then became incredibly popular among Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It is rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Kharizi. He wrote the Testimony, he wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and Baghdad of this time. And you know, I have to say, it really was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. And we're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable trip to Antarctica. And if not, you know, I look forward to certainly sharing my research with you on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Shamash is Hebrew for 3. Sudat is Hebrew for meals. Shlasha Shi Aklu 3 to 8 obligated in women. Shlasha is Hebrew for 3. She is Hebrew for that. Aklu is Hebrew for 8.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise, but will be kosher, I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers in history. And I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Hadani, also known as Eldad Hadanite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Kairouan, you can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, in the year 883. And he has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it, it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, and by the way, perfect Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the northern part of Israel. And they were essentially lost to history after the invasion of the Assyrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting motivations. And they made their way down to Chavila, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way to Chavila as well, and he lives beside them. It's an amazing story, and basically the people of Kairouan listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Kairouan. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place in the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100-odd years later, and also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. And the Talmud that we have today
say the standard tradition is written in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, or really in the land of Israel, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, so it's really written a little further to the north, or the Babylonian Talmud written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is it in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes, like Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Meir, and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in their Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Cairo, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Geonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. He speaks a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shvita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is his story true? And if his story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong thing maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? Because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Gaonid is actually, and then from there he makes his way all the way over to Cairo. And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Adani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Chavila. His story as a whole, by the way, is absolutely fascinating. He talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked and then they were seized by cannibals who ate his friend, and he talks all about how he escaped and how really fascinating how the Jewish community is organized in Chavila. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambation, which is also mentioned in the Talmud. This fantastic river that apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it, but on the Sabbath it amazingly rests. Theoretically, it could be crossed at that point, but the people who live beyond the river Sambation are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath, so they stay in their area, trapped as it were by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qairan, and Chasdai ibn Shaprut, that he was a real person and he did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying and how much of it was embellishments by later readers and copyists who just wanted to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one more question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming from a Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as we mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion, says, yes, his story is for real. It corresponds with so much of what we know in Midrashim, in the Talmud, and so on, about the history of the Jews. And so his story, it checks out. You know, we met with him, we interviewed him, he had all these facts, we were able to confirm them with other documents. So yeah, evidently there is some kind of thing happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with his halachic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how we determine the halakha. You should not follow his method of shchita and all kinds of things like that. Lots more room to discuss that along the way. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholarship, particularly in the 19th century and beyond, people like the great Heinrich Gretz, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read up all these midrash, which means he's a very learned person, and he concocted a story that was based on these ideas. Like, for example, you know about the river Sambatyon from Talmudic passages. He read about it, and he described it as a place where he lived. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities that he's going to. That's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Micha Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about El Dada, he says that, well, there's one third possibility, that he is a true believer. He actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Chavila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be corrupted. And the people that he lives among believe that they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad and Asher and Naphtali. But this we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with the much older Jewish traditions of those mysterious lost tribes. There are dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this, or from that, and we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this tradition amongst themselves. He could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. I mean, all of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration of the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you as I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching.
Aspects of Torah many interpretations. Shidden is Hebrew for 70. Handing is Hebrew for faces aspects. Ladera is Hebrew for to the Torah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Radhanites. We don't know a lot about these apparently very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to them in Arabic sources, and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history. They're especially widespread, and they had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Kings, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics attached to it. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay, my Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning and working on this. At any rate, he describes this unusual people called the Radhanites, and his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs, he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the
blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the pink or the violet color represents the connections that would happen after that. And these Radhanites were described just in 2 paragraphs here. He specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that is going on in the 9th century. From the east, they're bringing lots of spices and rare goods. From the west, they are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that within historical context. And we should note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Agobard de Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset him very much. He wanted Jews to divest of slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded in from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them, and some that might infer their presence, but really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several major theories about that. One is that they come from the Radan region of southern Iraq. This would be Professor Moshe Gil's theory. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Roth is that it actually comes from the word Loronos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France, meaning they're based in around the city of Arles in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense. I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rhone location because so much of the activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in southern Iraq, at least when you look at the entire map. But at any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. Now you might want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants. Specifically, the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews enjoyed a level of tolerance in both Muslims and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians and Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens. Under the Christian lands, they were protected under something called the Doctrine of Witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected under something called the Pact of Umar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of Muslim subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It then nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested. So that could sometimes happen against the law. Of course, it was known to happen with some frequency with wrongs and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of communities all over the region where they would encounter friendly faces, co-religionists, find ways to make connections for more trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they traditionally are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew. And so you could have Jews coming from Christian lands entering into Muslim lands, and although the vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, they would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there are some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanite successful.
So although really everything we know about the Radhanites is basically in one principal account, a second account that occurred later that's probably derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them, the question that maybe they had reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but all of that is primarily conjecture at this point. There nevertheless is a fascination for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists, and if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like, we'll go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who are involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just to use the Latin term, totally meshuggah. But at any rate, it is fascinating to see these Radhanites who are traveling far and wide, highly influential at this period of time. At any rate, really fascinating. We only know a few things about them, and much of the rest is conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage and exploration. I can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again about more explorers in Jewish history.
Plural of Amora equals speaker, interpreter. Refers to the rabbinic sages of the Talmud 200. 500 Jews discussions form the Gemara.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nechute. This term Nechute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yordim, or those who go down. It's a little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up. You ascend to Israel in Hebrew. Then those who leave are called Yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia. But for our purposes, the Nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term Yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa, even though they go in the other direction. They're not called Nechute, they're called only those who go up. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. Very excited, coming from Corn Publishers. You'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and then eventually curving around and dropping down into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12, go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include his sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern country names there, it dates from about 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I tell you to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is what let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era, during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that you had population transfers to try and control rested populations. And so you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before the Common Era. It's quite old. Fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Surah, Pompadisa, Nahardah, so many places. And they basically are centered around the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separate again. That's Talmudic Babylonia. And of course, it's a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to Israel to settle there, eventually being involved with the yeshiva of Sur. Now, over in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah study, particularly around the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, in the Galileo region. There's also several other cities, including further down in the south, in Northern Zone, but Tiberias is really the capital city of Torah learning during this 3rd and 4th century. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question about exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards the same path that Abraham took, like 2,500 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia, and relating to the scholars in Babylonia what the scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. And so quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dimi, or Ki ata Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came, meaning when this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question, this is the kind of question they asked, and so on. These are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. Now, obviously, the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert to cross. It could be done with caravans, but the typical route was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization and things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing the two major centers of Torah scholarship at the time, and ultimately resulting in the production of two major Talmuds, the so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't actually written in Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also somewhat problematic of a term. So people still call it the Jerusalem Talmud. And of course, the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of these intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rav Dimi is one of about a dozen of them who've made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers in history because wow, we are doing some amazing things at Kosher River Cruises, and I'm really excited to go to some of the destinations we have coming up. We have, of course, planned a lot of our European locations in the Caribbean zone, but in the next couple of years, we're planning Japan, and get this, Antarctica. Wow, so now there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some. Some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and in slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews. But otherwise, it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin of Tudela, but let's just begin with a little bit of background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the distant past, somewhere around 1750 before the Common Era. We have the first command of God to Abraham, the ancestor of the Jewish people. And he says to him, Lech lecha me'artzecha, leave your land, your birthplace, your homeland, and go to the land where I will tell you. If you can see from this map here, it's quite a trek, or as we would say in ancient Hebrew, a shlep. I'm just joking, that's not ancient Hebrew. But it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, sure, all the way up to what would be Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it would be later at the time. It was probably called Al-Arus. Now, not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including a great expulsion from Spain in 1492, and also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, when you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that as a culture we would develop some love for kosher river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers, and in fact, if you I bet if you hadn't tried it, but if you Google famous Jewish explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated to many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. He doesn't exactly say why he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might suggest that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we've seen with the Radonites, for example. Many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and perhaps he was engaged in that. But, while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way, the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic basis. He talks about their intellectual population, about various errant sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin of Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns. There tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also collected reports on places that he never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally or not, but most likely not. And he shares with us what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing and fascinating material. Now, what kind of things does he tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. He's very, very important for the history of trade because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of a fascinating figure named David Alroy. And he also tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities, like the Black Jews on the Malabar coast of India. Benjamin of Tudela, a fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who traveled to unusual unusual locations, and I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bordeaux, with a few shots of penguins in it as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers, exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Milk supervised by a Jew from Milking to ensure no non-kosher milk is mixed in.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background of the beginners, the Inquisition, and so on, searching for places where they could freely practice Judaism, first as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal, England, and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They're then trading them for slaves, and these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America, and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, when in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold and shipped up to the Americas. The Caribbean is extremely important for all of this trade. And then from the Americas, the southern Mesoamerican, North American continents, raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada, but from the Caribbean you have particular cane sugar that is traveling. And by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton. The same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed to manufacture goods, and this cycle went on for 200 years to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular.
Cantorial
So how did
practice.
Jews fit into
With
this
repeating
overall
the prayer
picture?
leading and
The
melodies,
issue
with
of
halachic
Jews and the
discussions
slave
about
trade is
embellishment.
especially
Shazar
heated
Hebrews.
and is used often in polemics and
Repetition
apologetics.
referred.
I'm going to return to it
Refers
just one
either to
second, but I do want to say that
repetition
on
can
the
be noted
whole,
by the
the
prayer leader
participation
or
of
to review
Jews in the
Torah
entire
studies.
institution of slavery was largely
Visionary
undermined.
man.
And what I mean by that
Classic
was
20th
they
century
were
halachic
not
authority,
especially
Rabbi
distinguished
Rothschild
by
Careless.
a high level of moral allergy
His rulings
to
are
this
foundational
institution
modern
which caused so much
religion.
pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when you correct for
Halachically
not only
required
the tiny
reforms
size of
like
their
charity,
population, but their
visiting
place
the
in the
sick,
overall
and acts of
socioeconomic
compassion.
structure. In
Shalom
fact,
Bashik
when you
Hebrew.
look more closely at
Desecration
the
of the
trade,
name of God.
what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean,
Great
where a lot of
halachic
the slave trade was happening?
disrespect to
They had
Judaism
the
or God.
so-called Grotevart, the
Hebrew.
large trades, or Dutch
Education,
terms,
dedication.
which involved those three basic elements, the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and the enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the Grotevart. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the Kleinevart, or the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely who were involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in particular. But primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired, they need tar, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. So Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were on the one hand, totally divorced from the Grotevart because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. There are none is that Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, who lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call the Jodin Savannah, or the Jewish savannah, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Recife. Some of them made their way up to Amsterdam at that time, and others went to Jodin Savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners. But what really caused the Jodin Savannah to collapse, and in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans have developed an addiction really to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engage in this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including Jodin Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, there was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right? Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to the development sometimes very exploitative of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines to produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? This is fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are in fact very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So how do we know about these populations that racially look different from Ashkenazic Jews or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Afifa Ben-Hur. And basically the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition. To free a slave, you had to provide annuity, you provide income for them, and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. Yeah, this large phenomenon of what we call reputed children. And these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners like Rabbi Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of Jewish testatorship. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch Lusada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him, and in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress.
He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child. And so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. Gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Hur points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who have particularly close relationships, where otherwise one can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion, all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Northern Savannah. And the reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 Africans, 1/4 Europeans, 1/8, and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes, or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews. Nevertheless, Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like, literally means exceptional people, but it really means like unique people. And that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges, are buried in the main section of the synagogue, and things like that. So to think that once they were converted to Judaism, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halakhically as Jews. And maybe I conclude by saying that, this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinctions made whatsoever within the halachic literature that there any reference to a person's racial background or appearance or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes, yechidim, and simple burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Ben-Hur's books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. specific era of allowing residents of multiple homes to carry within shared courtyards on Shabbat.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Joining the
I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with kosher boat. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish steppe in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry and then, the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other peoples did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century and the early 16th century. Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto-Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were descendants of forcible converts who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. And Columbus' story we explored elsewhere. It's quite likely that he was in fact descended from Columbus. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity. And it takes a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've supported in other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife, is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call today Colombia, places like Curacao, and then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here with that kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons that we'll discuss in just one second. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement, meaning they sort of petered out after 1654, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in large numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with a noxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familiars laws that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. Jews are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic land. And so this was like essentially a really cruel social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would be they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration of about 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. These are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of immigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants, so therefore many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to the Americas. So you have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up. You also have Jews making their way through Puerto Rico at this time and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are two major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, which is kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes, and the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and Northeast. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America.
Gadol Hador Hebrew for grade 1 of the generation. Title for the preeminent scholastic authority of the era. Bad Hebrew for you. Appears in scholastic contexts like Arabic and Suffolk construction. Bullet Dallas Hebrew Bullet and Yiddish Dallas for exile. Central scholastic concept in prayer, morning custom, and the obligation to yearn for redemption. Yet even Hebrew for garden of Eden. Scholastic believing those who carry all prayers and discussions of reward for the righteous. Gabra Aramaic for person man. Used in Calvinist culture to distinguish between object-based obligations, Shekta, and person-based obligations, Gabra. Genetic Hebrew for valley of Deus. Refers to purgatory or spiritual cleansing after death. Collectively tied to building practices.
Massive Jewish settlements in the Greater Antilles and the Western Antilles where we are, but also hugely important Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly. Okay.
Refers to leaders of the Babylonian Empire who were supreme galactic authorities since 11th century. Third Hebrew for convert. Other enterprises convert and total legal status. Other contract recommendations because not people accept certain lifestyle. 13 minute Hebrew for righteous conversion. And not people fully accept Judaism and Caligula. Third Hebrew for resident stranger. A Gentile living in Israel who accepts the Noahide laws. Scholastic category with limited obligations rise. Get Hebrew for bill of divorce. A scholastic document required to dissolve a Jewish marriage, written and delivered under specific laws in laws fitted. Reverend Hebrew for strength discipline. Epologia appears in blessings Geberit equals prayers of God's kind. Also like the holistic ethical category. Universal Hebrew for theft. A major galactic prohibition, with detailed laws in civil pollution dispatch. Generic Hebrew for decree. Rabbinic enactment to safeguard for long heat. Prohibitions less than one foundation. Generic Hebrew for equal decree. Unfounded extra-musical principle, comparing identical words equal versus derived galactic rulings. Hidden Hebrew plural for gets endorsed documents. Also the name of the Talmudic tractate dealing with endorsed law. Latin kosher Yiddish German, Latin equals plus Hebrew kosher. Refers to meat with animals with lungs free of diseases, a stricter standard in Tetrad. Golem Hebrew for shapeless and formed fat. Not directly galactic, but appears in rabbinic sources to describe potential being before completion. Later folklore associates it with mystical galactic debates. Goal is Yiddish for exile. Same as Golan, but often with more devotional communal emphasis. This is Hebrew for 9-person organ. Intelligent refers to someone expected to die within 72 hours. Special laws apply. Focus on comfort and keeping within considerations. But Hebrew for body. Intelligent distinguishes physical from spiritual laws, meaning of this the essence of the commandment. Hebrew for decree. Same as Gemara. Rabbinic prohibition to safeguard for law. Pattern that working Hebrew for welcoming guests. Subject of hospitality, with galactic basis of benevolent chastening acts of kindness. Taxon Hebrew for preparation. Intelligent refers to preparing utensils for kosher use or the process by which food becomes susceptible to impurity. Hadon Hebrew for beauty. Intelligence refers to the requirement of intermission of unifying commandment e.g. of beautiful lumah or Hebrew. Haggadah Hebrew for listening. The raising of the Torah scroll during synagogue service. Habitually requires visibility to the congregation. Haggadah Hebrew for telling narrative. Refers to the Passover text used at the Seder. Halachically required for the mitzvah of recounting Exodus. Haggadah Hebrew for festival offering. Sacrificial offerings brought on the pilgrimage festivals. Also the name of the Talmudic tractate. Humble Hebrew for the one who bestows kindness. Refers to the blessing of thanksgiving recited after prayer by the danger, galactic obligation for travelers, ill, etc. Hebrew for the way law. The selected body reviewing law covering biblical, rabbinic, and customary practice. Shall law set the way for practical law. Sexual movement applied in practice, not just theoretical discussion. Intellectually motion Sinai Hebrew for law to most from Sinai. A galactic tradition with no textual source, but accepted as authoritative. Halacha Hebrew for removal. Ceremony releasing the children with a yamama from levirate marriage even. Involves removing the brother-in-law as Jew. Hallel Hebrew for praise. A series of Psalms 113, 118 recited on festivals, Hanukkah, and Rosh Chodesh. Graphically, sometimes an obligation, sometimes a custom. Hallel Haggadah Hebrew for the great praise. Refers to Psalm 136, recited on festivals. Haggadah Hebrew for loan. Galactic rules govern lending and borrowing, including prohibitions on interest written. Hametz Hebrew for loving. Forbidden during Passover. Galactic categories determine what counts as Hametz and how it must be destroyed or nullified. Ancient Hebrew via Arabic for composite root. Not galactic, but mentioned lineage like the Arabian girl. Haggadah Hebrew for benefit and loyalty. Intelligent refers to deriving benefit from prohibited objects. Shabbat after Pesach, idol. Hanukkah holiday Hebrew for dedication. Festival commemorating the rededication of the temple. Halachic discount include lighting, candles, halal, and shawshan lighting. Hanukkah holiday Hebrew for dedication of the house. Halachic custom of celebrating when moving into a new home. Haskar Hebrew for completing fortune. Ready for the prophets following the Torah reading on Shabbat and festival. Haggadah Hebrew for lawful annotations. Reference to marginal galactic notes by later commentators. Samson Hebrew for middle balancing. Intelligent, main appears in the second operation. Samson Hebrew Arabic for time. Both objects have shaped card. Non-galactic represents in Jewish culture. Handoga Hebrew for conduct practice. Intelligent often means highest justice beyond strict law. Caribbean Hebrew for excommunication stands. Galactic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Har Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to Phoenicia as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant views. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. Intelligence refers to appointing the agent or granting legal powers. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking events of Shabbat or festivals. Galactic requirement includes wine, spices, and candles. Arman Shedman Hebrew for tender. Leader of prayer in synagogue. Galactic qualifications require proper pronunciation, moral standing. And for Hebrew for ownerless property. Galactic status of inviting abandoned and available for claim. Hectic Hebrew for sanctified property. Objects dedicated to temple use. Galactic restrictions on opening them. Extra Hebrew for permission preparation. Intelligent refers to kosher certification by rabbinic authority. Extra mitzvah Hebrew for preparation for a mitzvah. And act enabling fulfillment of a command that need not be making resisted. Heichal Hebrew for sanctuary hall. In galactic texts, refers to sections of the temple or synagogue. Heimish Yiddish for homey familiar. Describes a communal religious style. Not
Hello,
strictly
fellow
galactic
students of
but
Jewish history.
relevant
You know,
culturally.
I know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing that you learn about Jewish history and actually visit the places where it happens. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that. I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people, And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with imported Bordeaux, think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and particularly the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It just promises to be absolutely amazing and so fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Appears in Halachic context of prior decorum. Hebrew four-lettered epistle. In Halachic and rabbinic contexts, often refers to response literature, e.g. Hebrew Moshe by R. Moshe Feinstein. Hebrew Ramban, Hebrew four-letter of the Ramban.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with very successful Broadway musicals. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Porwanger. It is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwanger does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish? It's a question I have been quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism. And everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? public, does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. You know, what exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Borwacher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So, legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with conversion. He has a whole discussion in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all, and he was in fact not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was an Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that, to allow him to testify. It's interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult, again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well, as a local Jewish community consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happened, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but if she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish, as the son of a convert. But this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Rothschild's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participant in the culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public, would the general community, meaning in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Rothschild's book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic, and if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos.
Refers to the collective Jewish peoples with halachic implications in communal responsibility. Telepot Hebrew telepot means test shells. Mystical concept from Kabbalah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on the sort of west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World, and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they felt that it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. It's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the Bima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halacha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around the sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretch to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint-Martin or Saint-Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. By the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states. Others are still controlled by their European colonizers. At any rate, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua. And we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to readopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you're eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. Can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here, and I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discovered as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
Low tosser low equals not tosser equals you shall turn aside. Classic principle obligating obedience to rabbinic authority. Low Yaakov Devaro low equals not. Yaakov equals profane.
Hello,
Devaro
fellow students of
equals
Jewish
his word.
history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant. And then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background. Right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that's wrote about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short film.
The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to, try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this, he would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see how it is. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom. Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He gets connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca. Even documents that he may have come from Poland. There's another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins in person and in writing.
This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture, and whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews. The exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages, and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we'll develop that again, hard to say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition, in particular to Santa Gel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work, and a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, to Santa Gel and Sanchez. Very unusual. They would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar, for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit, and so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters, and you see on the top left corner there's this funny little swiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is. You see over here that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing, perhaps not as Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. You know, what do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So what'd be terrible if he puts it on the left? You know, it doesn't even look very neat, but you know, neither does his Castilian there too. And one last detail from this same letter, he developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. You know, I want you to sign my name like I signed this name, you know, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos. And this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is a short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape and so on. Cecil Roth, a major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you know, you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So also what I have to take back from what I said 7 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish.
And I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation of Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term. More appropriate term is something like crypto-Jew or universal. And that population was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492. It actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Coast River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Separation of woman in menstrual state. Illicit governed marital relations and purification. Knitter Hebrews. Knitter equals vow about taken upon oneself, binding in Halacha.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go
Nibbuni
over
equals
the entire
excommunication, halachic censure, excluding someone from communal religious life. Nikan Yiddish
course
Hebrew.
of the history of the land of Israel.
Nikan equals melody, wordless tune used in prayer or spiritual practice.
Some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into
Nightland
3
equals revealed
short
the revealed part of
videos,
Torah
maybe a
law,
little bit longish
Halacha,
videos.
contrasted with
And
discarded
they're
in
based on
mysticism.
a series of lectures I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that seem to have been
Discard
very
equals
well
hidden
received.
esoteric
The
mystical
first
Torah,
lecture
e.g.
is going
Kabbalah,
to focus on the
often
ancient
paired with
period,
Nightland.
all the way back to
Nisu and Hebrew.
the beginnings of the
Nisu and
Jewish
equals
people
marriage,
in
alternate
Mesopotamia,
spelling of
up to
Nesuin.
the Bar Kokhba revolt in the second century
Stage
of
of marriage.
Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end
Ishmael
of the Bar
equals
Kokhba
soul,
revolt,
soul
right
child
up
equals
until
all
the
living
19th
prayer of
century.
praise
This is
recited on
extremely
Shabbat
important period
festivals.
because of the
Mizrach
entry of the
Hebrew.
Muslim people to the land of Israel, the entry of
Mizrach
Islam
equals
to
sparks,
the land
mystical
of Israel.
concept
And
and
then the
Kabbalah
last
about
lecture,
divine
we'll
sparks,
look
craft,
at
and
the
materiality,
contemporary period,
released through
focusing
mitzvah.
specifically on
Yitzhak
the
Hebrew.
land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism,
Yitzhak equals
the
standing
state of
refers to
Israel,
firm
and
standing, sometimes halachic term in both contexts.
first thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel, right in the
Yoda
middle
equals
of
no,
three
Yehuda
major
equals the
continents,
famous
Africa,
halachic
Asia,
responso work by Rabbi
Europe.
Rothschild Landau
Just as you would imagine, Israel
1713.
constitutes a sort of economic center
1793.
because it is
Gothic
an
Hebrew.
exclusive land route between these 3 areas.
Gothic equals
It's also
customary
a
practice
major
refers
meeting
to
place
finite
for ideas.
contact
It's
by
not
a
a
community or
coincidence
individual.
that it is in the land of
Gilad
Israel
Hebrew.
that we have the birthplace of 2 of the 3 great
Gilad equals
Abrahamic
born
religions.
to halachic
That is, of
concept
course,
of something
Judaism,
newly produced, often
Christianity,
discussed in laws of
Islam
Shabbat and
is
Matzah.
not too far away in
Aramaic
the
Hebrew.
western part of Saudi Arabia, and of course it comes
Nosin
to
equals
Israel.
gives halachic grazing, e.g.
But I
Nosin
think
Tahat
another way to
with
look at
imparting a
Israel,
detrimental
one of my
taste.
favorites, is the way this
Nosin
map
Tahat
maker,
Hebrew.
I do a good thing, who was a very
Nosin equals
unsuccessful
gives,
Protestant
Tahat
theologian
equals
in the
taste,
16th
legal
century, but a
category,
very
and Kashra
gifted
is unforbidden
cartographer,
food and part
represented
state.
Israel, specifically the
Nosin
city of
Tahat
Jerusalem,
Lifton
as the
Hebrew.
center of a clover leaf of
Nosin
Europe,
equals
Asia,
gives,
and Africa.
Tahat equals
And
taste,
this is
Lifton
the way a lot
equals
of
spoiled
Jews
rules and
tend
bad
to grow
taste does not
Israel
prohibit food
as their
halachically.
center, both
Litter
as the
Hebrew.
historic capital and the ancient
Litter
homeland of
equals
the Jewish
leftover
people,
sacrificial
and of
meat
course
left
it
and eaten
occupies
beyond
a
its
great
permitted
deal
time.
of thought to
Forbidden
the
to
Jewish
eat.
people and their prayers
Nusik Hebrew.
for millennia, even when the majority of the Jewish
Nusik equals
population
virgin
was
text,
outside
the
of
right
that.
or equivalent of
So let's
prayer,
focus
e.g.
on the
Nusik
early part of
Ashkenaz,
that history
Sifert,
today,
Ari.
and the
Nusik
next 2
Hebrew.
videos will go on to the medieval and modern periods.
Use of equals version text standard spelling. See above. Toggle Hebrew.
Two major
Toggle equals and selected concept of a tent like covering that can transmit or block ritual impurity, e.g. forced impurity. Also refers to temporary or permanent structures in Shabbat laws. Toggle and Hebrew.
Source of irrigation.
Toggle equals 10, and it equals of the bed, a tent or structure that contains a force, which transmits impurity to those inside.
And also in the
Toggle
two
Missouri
rivers,
and
Tigris
Hebrew.
and Euphrates.
Toggle equals 10, no and equals the appointed meeting the tabernacle portable sanctuary in the desert.
Mesopotamia means between the rivers.
Significant prophylactic laws of covenant and priestly
Mountains
service.
in Turkey down
Salam
into
Kaba
the
Hebrew.
they bring with them a lot of nutrient-rich silk.
Salam
So
equals
by
world.
capturing
Kaba
that water
equals
and
to come the
irrigating
world
the
to
land,
come
so we have
ultimate
all of a sudden
spiritual
a
reward.
concentration of
In selected
resources
context,
and
used
wealth
when
and
discussing merit
cultural
for
wealth. These are
mitzvah.
two of the
Salam
cradles
Keza
of
Hebrew.
Western civilization. Now, when we look
Salam
specifically
equals
at the
world.
origins
Keza
of
equals
Jewish people,
this world.
it begins
Contrasted
with
with
the
Salam
journey
Kaba.
from the
Anama
southern
Hebrew.
Mesopotamian region, from a city called
Anama
Sodom,
equals
to
overreaching
Israel
deception,
by the
selective
patriarch
prohibition
Abraham,
of unfair
who makes
pricing
this
or
great
misleading in business
peregrination to
dealings,
the
laws,
command
and
of God
charges
as
which
described
have
in the book
Anna
of
Hebrew.
Genesis. But when Abraham came to what would
Anna
later be
equals
called the
conjugal
Promised
duty
Land,
period,
or as it's
selective
called
term
in the
for
Bible,
marital
the
intimacy obligations, also
there
for
were several
menstrual cycle
civilizations that
positions.
have already been existing.
One in Hebrew.
The Tufian civilizations and Kabaran and so on.
One
They
in
produced
equals
beautiful
born or
things
prior
like
to
this
burial a
delicate
person whose
sculpture
close
of
relative
bird,
has died but
or
is
in
not
the
yet
region of
buried.
Jericho, these remarkable
Exempt from
ritual
mitzvah due to
masks.
preoccupation with burial.
Purpose is mysterious, but nevertheless quite
Honey
haunting
Hebrew.
appearances. So it's
Honey
really a
equals to a person
multi-ethnic
termed in
kind
laws
of
of charity,
religion.
Tzedakah,
Too
and
much for us
religions
to
for the
describe in
needy.
this short video, but
Honey Hater and
basic
Hebrew.
plot is that the descendants,
Honey equals
specifically
to a
his
person.
grandchildren's
Hater and
generation,
equals of the
moved
road has
to the
traveler,
land of
lacking
Egypt
provisions,
following
collectively
Joseph,
considered
and
good for
they
some
established
Tzedakah laws.
themselves there in the eastern part of the Nile
For
Delta, a
Hebrew.
land called Goshen.
Ford equals
They
like
fall
appears in
into
collective
slavery
terminology,
under Pharaoh,
e.g. or
and
laden
then
equals the
under
night
this
leading into
amazing
a day.
leader Moses, they
Or
are
laden
rescued,
Hebrew.
redeemed from slavery, and brought back
Ford
to the
equals
land of
life,
Israel.
laden
Around
equals
about
to the day,
they
rapid
wandered
is
through
praise
the
meaning the
Sinai
night leading
Peninsula,
into
they
the next day.
received the Torah, and then they made their way into the land
Important
of
in
Israel
precedent regarding
sometime
churches or
around the
Shabbat.
13th century.
Ford for you and Hebrew.
Let me also
Ford
mention,
equals
by the
life,
way,
for
that
you
I
equals
tend to
so
be somewhat
classic galactic
anachronistic
work
when
by
I use
Rabbi
the
Yitzchak of
terminology.
the end of 13th century.
Specifically, I keep referring to the Jewish people, the origins of the
For
Jewish
left
people, and so
Hebrew.
on. They would
For
not
left
have
equals
used this word
hosting
Jew
uncircumcised
for quite
Torah
some
prohibition
time.
of eating
The
fruit
term
of
the
a tree
Bible
during
uses
its
to
first
describe
3
Abraham,
years
for example,
after
is
planting.
Ivri, which is translated into
For Lotto Hebrew.
the term
For
means
Lotto
on the
equals
other
is source
side,
being used in
probably
galactic
the other
discussions
side
of
of the
great Miller
Euphrates River.
circumcision. Proceed Bandits and
Abraham,
Hebrew.
the Hebrew would mean Abraham, the one who came from
Proceed
the other
equals and
side. Later on, his grandson Jacob
Bandits
would
that
have
equals
this
to the
remarkable
commandment
encounter
principle
with
that
some
one
sort of
engaged in a
supernatural
mitzvah
being,
is
and
exempt
he would
from
receive
another
a new
mitzvah at
name,
that moment.
Israel.
Hagar
That
based in
becomes the
Hebrew.
name for the descendants
Hagar
of the
equals
Jewish
storehouse,
people
basin
through
equals rabbinic
Jacob,
court.
the
System used for
Israelites,
intended to
or the
distribute
children
produce
of
by a
Israel.
rabbinic authority
And then
without
one of
violating
those
Shemitah laws.
children is Judah,
Hagar based
for
for
whom a
Hebrew.
section of the land would be named. And later,
Hagar
after the
equals
Persian
treasury.
domination,
Base
which we'll
for
talk about
equals the
shortly,
book's
the term
library or
Jew is
collection of
applied
Torah
really to
works.
all of the descendants
Not
of the
galactic
children of
mercy,
Israel,
but often
regardless
cited.
of their tribal affiliation. So I'll get back to
Hagar
this.
hashing it up
Hopefully it'll be
Hebrew.
a little clearer as we go
Hagar
through history.
equals storehouse.
Now I've
Hashing it
described
up
to you
equals
so
of the
far
sabbatical year same
basically
as Hagar
the
based in.
Jewish history of their origins as described
Practical
primarily
galactic
in
framework
the
for
book
Shemitah
of
from
Genesis and
distribution.
Exodus, a little bit
Hagar
into
Patowski
the
Hebrew.
book of Joshua. But what about when we
Hagar
look from
equals
the outside
treasury.
in? What
Patowski
does the
equals
rest of the
the
world
scissors.
say
Reference
about
word
Jewish
collecting
history?
rulings of
Unfortunately,
galactic
we don't
authorities.
have much in the archaeological record about the Jewish history until about 500 years into
Poznahi
this
equals
story.
ears.
We do
Ladera
have, for
equals for the
example,
Torah
some
commentary by
fascinating
Rabbi Zalman
topographical
Sorotsky.
information that
Not
is like
galactic
place
itself,
names
but used in
that are
galactic discussion.
derived from things like this
Past
remarkable
Hebrew.
execration figure that dates from the 18th century
Past
before the
equals
Roman
just
era in
flash,
Egypt.
a small
And
container,
these are
often mentioned
basically
in galactic
kind of like
discussions, e.g.
voodoo
oil for
dolls
menorah. Fact
devices that
7.
were used by the
Fact
Egyptians.
7
Name all
equals.
the places where people they don't like live,
Fact
and then they
equals
would
glass.
put
7
those
equals
places in
oil.
some
The
kind of
sealed jar of
ritual
pure
foundation,
oil.
like
Found
setting
in the
up
temple
the
at
and so
Hanukkah.
on.
Basis of
So
the
we
miracle.
have
very good references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible, but he didn't tell us much about
here in liturgy and
people
Philippians
there
often refers
specifically,
to fear of
and in
heaven.
particular the Jewish
Parnasa
people. The
Hebrew.
first reference to Jewish
Parnasa
people,
equals
or at least a
livelihood
place
appears in
called
Galactic
Israel
liturgical
in the
contexts
historical
regarding
record,
learning and supporting
is
of family.
this specific
Parn
stone
Aramaic
called the
Hebrew.
Renestus stele, also pronounced stele. It's a huge
Parn equals
obelisk
communal
that
leader
was
provider,
erected
galactic role
by
of
the
a
pharaoh
community official, overseeing
in
charity
about
and
the year
governance.
1209.
Parn Hebrew.
It is a victory stele
Parn
that
equals bread
essentially
used in
describes
galactic
all of the
context.
various military
Contact
conquests
equals
of
bread
the
baked by
pharaoh.
a non-Jew.
And this, by the way, this pharaoh would have been the 13th son
Parn
of
equals
the
bread.
pharaoh Ramses
equals
II.
idolater non-Jew.
Many
Rapid
scholars
prohibition on bread baked by non-Jews, unless certain conditions are met.
At any rate, when you look at it closely, you see there's a long list of the many places
Parn
that
equals bread.
Pharaoh has
Equals
conquered,
Jew bread in
and
which a Jew participated in the baking.
description of what
Permitted
would
in
be
Felicia.
basically Central Israel
Parn
today.
Hakafel
There
Hebrew.
is this reference here that says
Parn equals
Israel
leader.
is
Hakafel equals of
wasted.
the community
Its
leader,
seed is
responsible for galactic and
This
social
is apparently
matters.
the first in a whole series of future predictions of the demise of
Passion
the Jewish
equals
people.
simple, straightforward
It's hard
use
to
in
know whether
galactic reasoning,
Israel
e.g.
refers
a
to
simple
a
reading
place
of a source.
or a group of people,
Pass on the hobby is in
whether
Hebrew.
seed refers to its actual
Pass
grain in the
equals
field,
bread. Hada
or
equals that
as
comes.
in
These
Hebrew
is
language
equals
and
with
actually
filling
in English language,
classification of
the
base group
seed
states.
offspring or children. So
Case reads relevant
it's
to
at
which
any rate,
blessing to
Pharaoh is saying,
recite
don't
on and
worry,
BS.
those nasty
Have
Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
Pattern equals exempt galactic term, meaning one is not obligated, but sometimes still forbidden.
Although Israel's seed seems to be doing
Pattern
very
Bible
well,
as Hebrew.
very much. Pharaoh
Pattern
himself
equals
was
exempt.
there
Bible
are
equals,
some
but as
fascinating
equals
tempting
prohibited galactic
archaeological
category.
discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a
Not
huge
liable to
population
punishment,
increase
but still
right about
forbidden.
the time that the Bible
Equals
describes this exodus.
equals corner
Is the
commandment to leave the corner of a
significant
field and
increase
harvest
in
it for the
construction
food.
of these homes that are called
Hebrew.
four-room houses, a specific
Equals
kind of
corner,
construction,
barrel decide.
and they are consistent with the idea of an influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country.
Median equals redemption. Habit
There's
equals
nothing,
the
however,
midst
in
of
the
redeeming the
instructions
firstborn male from
specifically
untold.
indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have zoomed in on some
Pesach
unusual
equals
artifacts that
Passover
suggest
festival
that
commemorating the
maybe in
Exodus,
fact
with extensive galactic law Shabbat, formed in Pesach Seder, Moshe. Pesach Sheni Hebrew.
This basically
Pesach
takes
equals
us to
Passover,
the first
Sheni
500
equals
years
second
of
chance to bring the
as
paschal
recorded
offering
by the
14
Jews
higher
of
for
their
those
own
enabled
state.
on Nisan
But if we
14.
look at it from the outside, we
Pesach
basically have
Hebrew.
silence in historical records. There's a
Pesach
lot more to say
equals
about
opening of prayers
how
for
to
the heart in
read those
synagogue.
early portions of the Bible, but
Galactic
they
honors.
basically have to be
Peshara
on
Hebrew.
faith. The Bible
Peshara
would be
equals
written on
compromise galactic
But I
method
want to
of
offer a
resolving
small
disputes
personal
in
story
basics.
to try and place this distinction between
Pesach
these
Hebrew.
early sources and
Pesach equals
historical
simple
data
straight
as we
reading
get it
plain
from
meaning
the
of the text.
archaeological and
Intelligent
numismatic
contrasts with
and
graph
graphic literature.
interpretive.
And I want to tell you a story about my grandmother.
Pesach Hebrew.
This is a picture of my
Pesach
grandmother
equals
Alex,
opening,
my grandmother
doorway,
Nastia.
used in galactic
Shortly after
discussions
their
of
wedding
Arabic
in
and Kizarat and
1930,
Pesach form of a
they were
doorway.
both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to
Heron
Canada,
Hebrew.
and my
Pesach
grandfather
equals
set up
opening.
a very
Heron equals
small
the art, the act of opening the art during
store
services.
in northern Ontario.
Maturant
Wasn't
Hebrew.
especially successful at first. There were all kinds of things that were
Maturant equals
challenging.
exemptions list of galactic exemptions from
Success.
certain
He
mitzvahs.
initially tried to be a farmer.
ISH Nami Hebrew.
But in 1916,
I equals
horrible
double.
forest
SH
fire
Nami
ravaged
equals to the double
northern
portion
Ontario.
inheritance
Called the
granted
Great
to our
Fire.
firstborn son.
200 people
Birthday of
lost
the
their
Hebrew.
lives. Horrific fire that spread over
Birthday equals
thousands
chapters.
of
Of it
acres.
equals fathers.
So my
Tractate and vision of the
grandfather
ethical
and
teachings.
my
Studied
grandmother, who was
regularly,
then
especially
expecting
in
her
summer.
second son,
Person
she
shades
had a very
Hebrew.
young toddler child.
Person equals
My grandfather
publicizing.
decided
AIDS
to
equals
dig
the
a big
miracle
hole
galactic
in their
principle of
backyard.
publicizing
And he
miracles
took
that
his supply of menswear and boots and undershirts and so on,
hidden
wrapped them in
dictator of
burlap,
Hebrew.
put them in a space wall, and then bury them.
Bit of Negroes founding formula. Creator of Negroes the incense description of the temple incense service recited in prayers. Kozak Negroes. Kozak Negroes, the super of galactic authority who rules on questions of Jewish law. Zach Negroes. Zach Negroes ruling of galactic decision by a Kozak formation. Zach Negroes.
They paid him back when they could, when they found
Zach
jobs.
Negroes ruling in Negroes law of galactic judgment for verdict. Teaching Aramaic. Teaching Negroes it is obvious symbol, common Talmudic phrase used in galactic argumentation. Phil Hebrews.
Now,
Phil
all
Hebrews
of
with
this
Red
story
galactic
that I
discussion
told you, which
regarding Greeks for Shabbat and Hanukkah candles.
corroboration is historical. We
Phil
do
Hexlet
have
Hebrews.
records of the great
Phil
fire.
equals Fred. Hexlet equals blue guide of biblical blue red and physically discussed extensively in Pilicha.
Any significance about my
Current
grandparents.
Hebrews.
And yet,
Current
most of the
equals
details
Lord's
of
holiday commemorating the salvation in the time of
my
Esther.
personal history. From this story, I learned
Galactic
about
Mitzvah is blue
foresight,
Nebula. Reading
courage,
visual
perseverance,
Making it law and
charity,
money.
all
Judah.
kinds of things that I
Current
grasped
David
from the
Hebrews.
story, which I only know because my own
Current
father
equals
told me.
current. David
My own
equals
father
small minor
knows
observance synagogue during leap years.
his parents
Stressful
told
Greek
him
via
this is
Aramaic.
And although you can
Trust
tell me, well,
equals
there's
strong.
no
Both
password
equals. Wealthy
outside,
rabbinic enactment by Gilel. Allowing them to be collected after Shemitah by translated.
they're
He
tough.
had Iraq Hebrew.
So I think that's one of the ways in which
Hijab equals plain meaning, new equals and Iraq equals interpretational method of galactic and textual interpretation. Kaddish Aramaic.
There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing
Kaddish
stories
equals
described
holy
in
central
Genesis.
prayer recited in synagogue sanctifying God as name.
To understand the
Galactic
depth of
rules
them,
govern who may
value
leave
of
it,
them,
when, and
you
how.
should go to a history lecture. This is where you've got to go to a rabbi.
Kabbalah Shabbat Hebrew.
Let's now continue with our history, which
Kabbalah equals receiving Shabbat equals Sabbath Friday evening service welcoming Shabbat with special galactic customs and
brings
psalms.
together both the literary
Campbell
sources of the
Hebrew.
later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and
Campbell
literary
equals
records
assembly,
outside.
congregation intelligence refers to Jewish community or congregation.
So, as I
Kametz
mentioned,
Combat Hebrew.
ironically, it's important to
Kametz
note
equals
that
the
from
vowel
this
sign
point
may
onward,
important in
there
galactic
is
reading of
never a
Torah
period of
scrolls.
time when the record is
This
really
pronunciation may affect
It's
validity.
true that the
Can I
population
Hebrew?
grew dramatically after several exiles.
Can equals required though used in galactic contexts of property, marriage, acquisition, and
But there will
transaction.
always be small Jewish
Tabula Hebrew.
in the land of Israel, even if there are tiny fragments.
Tabula equals fixed. Established galactic principle in determining God's status. A fixed status
The 6th
versus
century is
a wandering status tabula versus parish. Carry Hebrews.
King David, written in Hebrew there.
Carry equals emission.
So what
Access for
exactly
reading
happened?
one ritual impurity from seminal
Where
emission
the Jews entered the land of Israel.
to the word pronounced instead of what is
There,
instead of
they are
three.
divided into
Kiryat
tribes
Hadar,
that
Kiryat
receive
Hadar,
territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is
Kiryat
why
equals
many
reading.
massive tribes
Hadara
know
equals the
exactly
Torah, public
where
Torah
they
reading in
would
synagogue
that
with galactic rules
borders
of
of
when
the
and
land
how.
of Israel are
Kiryat
somewhat
Shema,
elastic
Kiryat
throughout
Shema
history.
Hebrew.
Here they extend into
Kiryat
Lebanon,
equals recitation.
Syria,
Shema equals here
Jordan as
reciting
well,
the
but
Shema
they do
prayer.
not include
Central galactic
Philistia
obligation
or,
twice daily.
Leshes, which is the
Kiddush Hebrew. Kiddush equals sanctification
Initially,
rituals
according to the
over
Bible,
wine,
they're
sanctifying
ruled by
Shabbat and Yom Tov,
judges.
halakhically
Later, they
required.
moved to a monarchy. The monarchy is
Kiddush
extremely
Hashem,
simple.
Kiddush Hashem Hebrew.
This is an amazing depiction from the 3rd century.
Kiddush equals sanctification.
Synagogue.
Hashem equals the name God sanctifies God as manager action, often contrasted with Chilul Hashem desecration.
Early on in its
Hebrew.
existence, and that preserves all of the
Institution
amazing
equals
walls
without all.
When it was finally
Sanctification.
excavated
First
in the
stage of
20th
Jewish
century, we
marriage.
discovered these
Legally
things.
binding under Pilicha.
So much
Kinyan
about the
Hebrew.
history. So anyway, this is a beautiful depiction of the
Kinyan
prophet
equals acquisition, legal act of transfer in Pilicha property, marriage, commerce. Topher
This
Hebrew.
is, by the way, archaeological find.
Topher equals ransom compensation, galactic payment and certain damages, or one who denies faith. Topher equals heritage. Important Hebrew.
Before I get into discussion with you, so let's go back to
Important
the
equals
discussion
offering.
of
Sacrificial offerings in the temple with detailed halachic laws.
the level of nomenclature.
Important Pesach for Baptist
They are
Hebrew.
based primarily in
Important
five
equals offering.
major cities
Pesach
of
equals
the
Passover, Paschal lamb sacrifice, central mitzvah of Pesach in temple time.
This map here, Ekron, Gat,
Important Hebrew.
Gaza are the
Important
primary
equals offering.
Philistines.
Shouldn't
These
equals
Philistines
Thanksgiving,
are associated
sacrifice
with
brought in temple time.
Square.
Important
This
Hebrew.
term should be very significant.
Important equals
Philistines
sacrifices,
are the
general halachic
historic
category of
enemy
temple
of the
offerings.
Jewish people as described in the Bible. There are times where they had brief alliances, but for the most part
Historic
they
equals
fought
baldness date,
the
biblical
Israelites
figure.
and the Philistines has many small
Also
wars
referenced
over time.
halachically in Torah writings and laws of Hebrew bread,
This
not
is
becoming kaka equals, corn balls.
one of the
Important mention
battles
Hebrew.
that Philistines had specifically regarding
Important
the
equals
judge
offerings.
Samson.
Mincha equals grain, gift, grain-based temple offerings with halachic
He is
specifications.
betrayed by his wife Delilah.
Important Shabbat
He
Hebrew.
cut his hair. The Philistines take him as a
Important
captive
equals offering.
back
Shabbat
into
equals sin
their
signatory in temple sacrificial
tortured
systems.
and tied to
Important
these pillars.
action Hebrew.
With one last burst of strength and a prayer to God,
Important equals offering. Action equals build offering. Brought for certain halachic transgressions.
But I
Important
think
the
what's
law,
especially
law
important
Hebrew.
for us is this passage from Herodotus.
Important equals offering. The law equals descent burnt offering. Entirely consumed on
It
altar.
refers to this
Important
region
Shalomim.
as the
Important
Phoenicians
Shalomim
living there,
Hebrew.
and he refers to it specifically by the name
Important equals
Palestine.
offering. Shalomim equals peacefulness.
How
Peace
this
offering.
enters
Hardly even by owners. Hardly by
principle
Kohanim.
name used in the West for the land of
Important
Israel
Hamid. Important
comes
Hamid
from
Hebrew.
Adrian shown here.
Important equals offering. Hamid equals continual daily offering. Cornerstone of temple service. Halachically mirrored in David Mayer.
After having fought
Coordinate
war
must Hebrew.
for 2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba
Coordinate
rebels,
equals
he finally
offerings.
manages
Must
to
equals
extirpate
additional
the
festival
rebellion,
holiday offerings. Basis
crushes
for
it
Muslim
brutally.
prayer.
He does everything he
Coordinate
can
night of the coordinate night of the
wipe out
Hebrew.
the memory of the Jews and Lions. He bars them
Coordinate
from
equals
Jerusalem,
offerings. Night
which
that
he
equals free will
renames
voluntary sacrifices permitted in
after
temple
himself,
service.
after Adrian.
Rabbinic Hebrew.
And then he actually renames the
Rabbinic
entire
equals rabbinic
territory,
official religious
rather than calling
authority
it
of Israel.
Judea, which is the name
Hippolyta
of the Romans
refers to
for
rabbinic
this
courts for
province.
ruling.
He names it after
Rabbi
the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in
Rabbi
this map.
equals our teacher honoring him for great rabbis. E.G.
Syria was
Rabbi
actually the capital
Rabbinic
region.
decree
So
Gezer
it
and
was
the
divided
written in
into three
Hebrew
areas:
Aramaic.
Syria, Coela, Syria, Pamphylia, and Syria.
Decree of the
Palestine.
sages, halachic law instituted by rabbis to safeguard Torah law.
He divides the land of Israel into 3 sections. Palestine,
Rahami equals
first
mercy,
Palestine, which is
compassion,
basically
halachic
Judea.
liturgical
Palestine
context in
Secunda,
prayer asking
which
for
is the
divine
Galilee
compassion.
region, and
Ratchet
Palestine
and
Tertia,
Hebrew.
which is down in So that's
Ratchet
basically
that
how that
equals
works.
washing of hands or body with
It's
halachic
important
rules
to note
test.
that Jews use
On
this
Yom
word
Kippur and Tisha
with
B'Av.
some fluency right up until it becomes politically charged in the middle of the 20th century.
Rahmana equals the merciful one, God, common term in halachic text.
In fact, there
E.g.
is
the
a
merciful
major
commandment.
document,
Ra'aya
sometimes
Aramaic
called the
Hebrew.
Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the language of the
Ra'aya
4th
equals
century,
truth, legal
and
truth
it's
or evidence in
typically
halachic
called
argument.
in older scholarly literature
Rabbinic
the
fence, Asiatic Ladera
Palestinian
Hebrew.
Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction in terms,
Asiatic
but that's
equals
only
fence.
because we
Ladera equals for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgression of Torah law.
Anyway,
Rabbinic Hebrew.
that's a brief
Rasha
discussion
equals
of
within
the
person halachic status and laws of testimony, rituals,
Philistines,
and
their
Passover
connection
Shazada.
to a people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something to
Rabbi
discuss.
Shlomo Yitzchaki, foundational commentator, whose halachic explanation
Under
guide
the
interpretation of
3
Torah
kings,
and Talmud.
the empire expands significantly.
Rashi spread
Solomon
Hebrew
would take it even
typeface
further
named
out
after
there.
Rashi
You
used
see it
for
extends
rabbinic
well into
commentary in halachic texts. Rasha
But it
acronym.
doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away,
Rabbi
there's
Shlomo ben
significant
Adret prominent medieval
northern
halachic
section
authority.
and the southern section.
Rashi
And they
has
formally
secular
split,
Hebrew.
with the northern sections becoming the kingdom of
Secular
Israel,
Rashi order of secular
with its capital in
passages in
Samaria,
Shulin for
and the
Rashi
south,
has halachic view.
Judah, with
Rashi
its capital
acronym.
in Jerusalem. There's a lot of
Rabbi
fascinating
S.A. Rule
archaeological
Ben
evidence
Gir
that talks
Rashi
about
S.
many of the
Branson,
events that are
halachic
described
commentator.
in the later books of the
Rabbi
Bible,
Aramaic.
the book of kings.
Rab equals master, teacher, generic term for rabbi, often titled a halachic professor.
And this is essentially
Rama Aramaic.
a Moabite,
Talmudic sage speak halachic opinions in Talmud.
version of the
Rab,
story that's
Arabia,
described
etc.
in the Kings.
Aramaic.
It's quite fascinating.
Names of sages, frequent sources of
And
halachic
in one
rulings in
section
the
it
Talmud.
says, I looked down on him and his house. This is referring to
Rab Mukman equals primary teacher halachic status affecting laws of honor
and
toward
Israel
rabbis.
has gone to ruin.
Rabu
Yes,
Hebrew.
it has gone to ruin.
Rabu equals be fruitful
Once again,
halachic
you see the
Christian
pattern
through
here.
you marking
After
procreation.
proclaims the destruction
Reba
of the
Yiddish.
people. Now, Nesha proclaims
Reba
the same
equals
destruction.
rabbi, spiritual leader, especially in
This is
Hasidic
another
tradition.
beautiful image from the
Halachic
Bible.
and spiritual
It
authority.
describes various court scenes. You can see on the right
Rex
is
in Yiddish Hebrew.
Esther seated next to
Rex in
King
equals
Ahasuerus.
rabbi, as wife
Left is
respected
Mordecai
community
riding
role,
on a beautiful
often with
white horse,
halachic
and
authority
he's
in
being
women
led
as
by
issues.
his enemy Haman.
Rika Hebrew.
Not surprising, Haman is angry because look, nobody even gave him
Rika
a chance.
equals healing halachic
But at any rate,
discussions on medicine
this is the
and
period
Shabbat.
where you begin to have a large
Rika
amount of
Hebrew.
Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major
Complete
group
healing common
are the
halachic
Jews from the
liturgical
kingdom
praise
of
and prayer
Israel
for the
that
sick.
were displaced
Reisha
under
Aramaic.
the Assyrian king Sennacherib.
Reisha equals head, beginning
Took
used in
large
Talmudic
sections of
Talmudic
the
exposed
population
the first
and
clause.
dispersed them to
Rei
these
Aya
areas
Hebrew.
shown here in a classical map and
Rei
here in
Aya
a
equals
contemporary
seating,
map.
appearance
Lebanon,
halachic
Syria,
obligation to appear in temple
northern
on
Syria,
pilgrimage
Turkey, perhaps
festivals.
Kurdish region,
Reisha Hebrew.
further on the border of
Reisha equals beginning,
lot
first
about
basis
the
for
idea
terms
of
like Reisha Tandem,
lost
first
tribes.
hearing,
It's a bit of a
Reisha
misnomer
Hikar,
because
first
it
fruits.
wasn't a complete
Reisha
population
Chakna
movement.
Hebrew.
There were many Jews who
Reisha Chakna
remained
equals
in Israel.
beginning of
Many
wisdom
of them
ethical
moved
halachic
down
praise.
to the south and intermingled with the population
Also
of the
type
kingdom
law
of
by
Judah.
classic
And
works.
in fact, those
Record Hebrew.
people taken to
Record
Babylonia,
equals
although they
dictate
eventually
halachic
would be
impurity
lost,
from
we do
decomposed
have some
forms.
evidence of their
Repeated
activity
Hebrew.
in the late 7th century. We have
Repeated equals
examples
order
of their
halachic liquid
reliance on
measurement and drops.
theophoric names,
86.
names that include
150 milliliter depending on
Israelite
opinion.
names of God and so on. So they eventually disappear into the surrounding population.
Revi equals
There
4
is a
used in
strong
halachic
kind
time
of literary
divisions.
imagination
Aliyah
among
for
them,
measurements.
somehow
Ribbit
secreted
Hebrew.
somewhere beyond the mystical river,
Ribbit
some
equals
mountain or
interest
something.
halachic prohibition
My
on
favorite
charging
sightings
interest
of
to
the 10
fellow
lost tribes
Jews.
is in Ecuador
Rib acronym.
in the 17th century. So much so
Rabbi
that
Yitzhak
Israel, very
Al-Kasi, the
important
Eagle
Dutch
Galactic
rabbi,
Authority,
used
to
that
declare on Talmudic
for
law.
the reintegration
Risonic
of
Hebrew.
Jews into
Risonic
where they
equals
had
the
been
first
expelled
ones medieval
some
galactic
300 years
authorities
earlier.
before till
But we don't really know
1500.
what happened to those people in the long run.
Risen
There
Lexian
is
Hebrew.
another exile that
Title
follows,
of
as
Sephardic
you
Chief
recall,
Rabbi Halachic Leadership Role in
the
Israel.
northern tribes were the ones that were taken away, and again, only a
Risen
portion
Melchizedek Hebrew.
critical points of Jews.
First for charity,
But in
ethical
the south, the
halachic
kingdom
praise,
of Judah
stressing
remained
priority of
intact
giving
just over a
charity.
century when they were
Richard
then
Yaakov
invaded by
Hebrew.
the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar.
Private domain halachic taxonomy and
Invaded
Shabbat
Russia,
domain.
destroyed the temple of
Richard
Jerusalem,
Carabine
which
Hebrew.
was the center of the Israelite religion at the
Public
time,
domain
and
halachic
he
category of
exiled
Shabbat
again
domains.
a large portion
Richard
of the
Takbar
population
Hebrew.
to Babylon.
Intermediate domain, rabbinic domain, and Shabbat laws.
Historical memory, the
Rika
exile,
acronym.
destruction of the first
Rabbi
temple period,
Yaakov Ibn
later
Hasebeli
another
halachic
exile,
commentator.
the Romans.
Rika Rebecca Hebrew.
One of the most beautiful representations of the
Matriarch has made
literature,
halachically
Psalm
significant
137,
theological
by the
discussions.
rivers of Babylon,
Rob
which is
acronym.
depicted here in this haunting portrait by
Rabbi
Edward
Asher Ben
Benjamin,
Yeho major
that
halachic
describes
authority.
how
His
Jews
rulings
are
form
forced
part of
marched
Shom
all the way
B'Tei
to the Euphrates
Rosh
River,
Chodesh
and
Hebrew.
they can see on the other side the ziggurats of
Rosh equals head.
Babylonia,
Chodesh
and
equals
the,
hunt. Halachic
their
observance. Marking
tormentors
start
demand
in
of them
Jewish
they
hunt.
sing a song of
Rosh
Zion.
Hashanah
And
Hebrew.
they wonder how can we
Rosh
sing a
equals head.
song of Zion.
Hashanah equals the year. Jewish New Year.
This particular representation shows the patriarch
Halachically made
fire
judgment
with his
and
family
shofar
around him,
obligation.
all the tears at the
Rosh
exile.
Hashanah Reba
However,
Hebrew.
the Jews actually sent
Final
down
day of
this
Sukkot, special
prophet
halachic customs
Jeremiah
with willow
exhorted
beating
them
cautioning.
to build houses,
Rosh
to plant
Yeshiva Hebrew.
vineyards, harvest them.
Head of the
And
Yeshiva
ironically,
Galactic
Jews of
Educational
Babylonia
Authority.
would remain there right up until the 20th century.
Raw
The
Hebrew.
longest living
Raw
Jewish
equals majority
series
galactic
outside
principle that majority determines legal
and
status.
even their exile was
Ruach
short-lived
Hebrew.
because shortly afterwards, in the same
Ruach
century,
equals spirit,
the Emperor
with
Cyrus
intelligence, can
would
mean
give
ritual
leave
impurities
to the
called
exiles
Raha,
to
or
return
divine
to their
inspiration.
according
Ruach
to his
Kodesh Hebrew.
pronouncements and documents like this Cyrus
Ruach
cylinder,
Kodesh
the
equals
Jews went
Holy
back
Spirit,
to
prophetic
Israel
inspiration,
in
referenced in
middle of
galactic
the
and
6th
agnostic
century
sources.
and ultimately rebuilt
Ruach
the
Raha
temple
Hebrew.
again in Jerusalem, and they began to
Ruach
reestablish
Raha
themselves this
equals
time
harmful spirit,
not as
galactic concepts tied to morning and washing
rather
Nebulat
as part
Yamish.
of something like
Wicked
self-governing region known as Yahud,
Wicked
primarily in the
equals
region
with
of Judah.
spirits
It would
sometimes
exist under
galactically
Persian
relevant
control
in impurity
until the
discussion.
4th century,
Rights
when
equals
Alexander the Great would emerge from Macedonia and
Rights equals
sweep across
Raju,
the eastern
metaphorically
Mediterranean, making its way
influencing
all the
or
way through
wielding
Central
witchcraft.
Asia and
Are
to
of Druid
the
Hebrew.
reaches of northern India, bringing together
The
in
name
this
of the
area
Moabite converter story forms basis for
Hellenistic
collective
culture,
laws of
uniting it
convergence
under
and lineage.
essentially Greek values.
S-Chat Hebrew.
Jews in Israel
S-Chat
loved it.
equals
They loved
covering plant material
science,
used for the root of a sukkah.
philosophy. It was such a different kind of worldview.
Collectively must sprout from the ground and not be susceptible to impurity. Aspects Semite Hebrew.
To the survival of Jewish culture and independence.
Aspect
This
equals
was
doubt.
exacerbated
Semite equals double doubt galactic principle.
shown
In
here,
case of two doubts,
specifically
one may
wanted
be
to
lenient.
aid those Jews who were
As for
concentrated in
Sephirah,
cities
over
who were
Hebrew.
very pro-Hellenistic, meaning they essentially
Sephirah
wanted to
equals
adopt
counting
Greek norms
commandment
and
to
make
count days
Judaism
between
into
Passover
a
and
Greek
Shabbat.
kind of image.
Seder Hebrew.
Antiochus Epiphanes was very
Seder
interested
equals
in
order
placing
Passover meal with
idols
structured
in
rituals.
the temple,
Also a unit of
supporting
Mishnah.
his Hellenistic
Sefer
Jewish
Torah Hebrew.
allies, and this ended up in a
Sefer equals
revolt
to
where the
Torah
rural
equals Torah.
population,
Torah scroll
much more
written according
traditional,
to
said,
strict
this
galactic
is not
requirements.
our way to
Sefer
Judaism.
Pachin in
Not
Hebrew.
into
Classic galactic work listing 613 commandments.
and this turned into something of a civil
Sefer
war.
Hamishpat Hebrew.
Pro-Hellenistic
Work
factors
enumerating
called in
commandments,
Syrian
notably by Randall and
reinforcements. The
Ramban.
reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrians because after
Sefer
Alexander
Mishnah
the
Torah
Great,
Hebrew.
who was Macedonian,
Randall S. Joseph
passed
Pelichek,
away,
also called
the
Yatad
empire was
Zaka.
divided into three
Sefer
portions,
Shulchan Day of Hebrew.
and Israel was either under the Egyptian portion or under
Standard
the
Galactic Code by
Syrian
Rabbi
portion.
Yosef Karo.
of the
Sefer Zerah in
So
Hebrew.
sometimes this
First
refers to
order
the
of
same
Mishnah
war
deals with
against the
agricultural
Syrians
laws
or
and
war against the
blessings.
Syrian groups. Among the most dramatic moments
Sefer
recorded
Missouri
for
and Hebrew.
is the Battle of
Order of
Betzataria,
Mishnah deals
in
with
which
festivals
one
and
of the
Shabbat
Maccabee
holidays.
brothers, these are like the
Sefer
rebel forces,
Nashim Hebrew.
the rebels under Judah Maccabee.
Order of
He
Mishnah deals with
thought
marriage,
that
divorce,
King
and
Antiochus
family
was
law.
riding at the top of
Sefer
one of their
Netzite in Hebrew.
war elephants, and so he dived underneath
Order
it and
of
stabbed
Mishnah
the
civil
animal
and
from
criminal
the
law.
blood, as shown on
Sefer
this
Kodashim Hebrew.
array.
Order of Mishnah temple and
The elephant
sacrifices.
died, toppling
Sefer Conqueror
these
Hebrew.
soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately,
Order
he
of
was
Mishnah
incorrect.
purity and
Antiochus
impurity
was
laws.
not there in the battle,
Segula Hebrew.
and the elephant unfortunately crushed him to death.
Segula equals
The reason why I'm
special
focusing
power
on
custom
this is
practice
a battle
thought to
Bible
bring
because
spiritual benefit,
the book of
sometimes logically
Maccabees, there are actually
discussed.
7 books of
See Aaron
Maccabees
Hebrew.
did not make it into the Hebrew scriptures.
See
The
Aaron
rabbis felt
equals
for
contempt
various
order
reasons
ban
they
issued
weren't really
against one
holy enough to be
refusing to
included
obey in
in what was
rabbinical code.
Tanakh,
Subtract another spelling of that
scriptures,
text.
Hebrew scriptures,
Semitic
but it
Hebrew.
was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic
Semitic
Church,
equals
that
laying
included
hands,
it in their
ordination,
Bible.
galactic
So you had this
ordination of
unusual
rabbis.
phenomenon in the Middle Ages
Originally
where
involved
literate
transmission from Moses
Christians
onward.
tended to know more historically
Sephardic
about
from Hebrew
the history of
Swedish.
Maccabee and the revolt.
Jews from Iberian North
Because they
Africa
were
have
reading
received
the books of the
galactic
Maccabees,
traditions.
and they had
See
the
Yugon
manuscripts
Hebrew.
produced, and they hired artists
See
to
Yugon equals
illustrate
meal
these dramatic
galactic categories like see
prophecies
Judith
that
mitzvah
in the
mitzvah meal.
13th,
See
14th
Yugon Max
century,
with final
most
meal before
European
Tisha
artists had
B'Av.
never seen an elephant before.
See Yugon Max with Hebrew.
So you have all these
Final
hilarious
meal, the
representations
last
of,
meal
oh,
before
an
Yom
elephant is
Kippur
sort
or
of like
Tisha
a
B'Av fast.
horse with funny
See Judith
nose,
mitzvah Hebrew.
or maybe a huge kind
Mitzvah
of
meal
dasher,
with galactic
or
significance,
maybe
e.g.
about the
after
same
a great
size as a
villa,
horse.
wedding, see
I
item. See Judith Purim Hebrew.
Or some kind
Purim
of like
takes galactic
feline,
obligation on Purim day.
dangerous animal.
See
Here's
Judith
my
Shabbat
favorite,
Hebrew.
kind of like a Dr. Seuss
Shabbat
animal
meal
with
galactic
philosophy
requirement to eat 3 meals on Shabbat.
That's not like historically really so
See Unit Yom Tov Hebrew.
At any rate,
Festival
the
meal
Maccabees
obligation to
succeeded.
rejoice on
They
festivals
drove
with food
out the
and
Syrian
drink.
Greeks after a long
Sagara
struggle of many
Aramaic
years,
Hebrew.
and they established what's known as the Hasmonean
Sagara
kingdom.
equals logical reasoning, Halachic
Several
principle.
generations of
Logic
kings,
itself
dynasties,
can
and
establish
kings that
law.
actually expanded
Shah
much
area
of the
Hebrew.
territory of Israel. And once again,
Classic
extending
Halachic
into
response
Jordan,
by Rabbi area Lee
Syria.
Ginsburg.
But this
Shabbat
Maccabean
Hebrew.
kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century.
Shabbat equals
Ultimately,
rest. Seventh day,
declined
Halachic
in
observance
fighting,
with 39
and
forbidden
two
categories of
brothers
work
were
logic.
specifically competing
Shabbat
for the
Chesed
throne,
Hebrew.
and they both
Shabbat of
independently
Vision.
appealed
Shabbat
to
before
the
Tisha
Roman
B'Av with
Empire.
special
The
Haftarah.
Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you.
Shabbat Chesed Hebrew.
General Pompey
Shabbat
enters
of
the
the group.
land
Shabbat
of
before after a wedding
63
with
before the
special
Common
honors.
Era. He violates the temple
Shabbat Hadadal
and
Hebrew.
decides that
Great
he's not
Shabbat,
interested in
Shabbat before
supporting one side or
Passover,
another. He just
halachically
takes
tied
over
to Exodus
Judea
miracle.
for himself, for the Roman Empire.
Shabbat
And they
Nevar
would
in
appoint
Hebrew.
some client kings
Shabbat of
to
blessing.
run the
Shabbat
state
when the new
as
month is
Rome did
announced.
throughout the entire region.
Shabbat Shuva Hebrew.
Among the most powerful of the Roman
Shabbat of
kings,
return between Rosh Hashanah and Yom
great,
Kippur.
extremely
Linked to
powerful
repentance.
builder, but at the same
Shabbat
time,
Shira Hebrew.
a tyrant, but too much detail.
Shabbat of song when
By
Perashim
the time
vessels
we
is
get
reached.
to the fictional
Shabbat Zachar
zero,
Hebrew.
there is a
Shabbat of
phenomenal
remembering
amount of
before
sectarian
Purim,
debate.
when the Malek portion is
There
reached.
are Jews who are pro-Roman,
Shabbat
those
in
are the
Hebrew.
Sadducees, and there's
Resting
specific
special
connected
Halachic day of
to
rest.
temple rituals. There
Sometimes
are
used
Jews
for
known
you
as
retreats,
Pharisees,
Halachic
who are
like usage.
probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion
Shachar in
about that
Hebrew.
specific identification.
Shachar equals
There
non
are
morning
Jews
prayer
called
service.
zealots who
Shaddai
want to
acronym.
rebel against Rome and throw off Roman domination.
Shaliach the
Like
rabbin
the
equals
Maccabees did
emissary
earlier
of the
for
rabbi
far
sent to collect
less
funds,
powerful
sometimes Halachic
Syrian
agent.
government. And then there are
Shaliach
Jews who are
Hebrew.
kind of like escaping it all and going to
Shaliach
live in
equals
the
agent,
wilderness
messenger,
like the
Halachic
Essenes,
representative,
who may have
empowered
been
to act for
associated
another.
with the Dead Sea
Shaliach
Scrolls
Hebrew
that
Hebrew.
were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea
Representative of
in
the
Judea.
congregation, leader of
There
communal
are
prayer.
also Jewish
Shalom
Christians.
David Hebrew.
Of course,
Peace of the
Christianity is
home,
born in
Halachic
the first
value in
century.
marriage, family
Initially,
law.
it's an entirely Jewish phenomenon.
Shamir Hebrew.
All of the
Shamir
followers of
equals
this
word
early
legendary
movement
tool,
being
Halachic
Jews
legend for
and
cutting stones
having
without
some debate
metal.
over whether they're supposed to
Shatnez
keep
Hebrew.
kosher, keep the Sabbath on Saturday,
forbidden mixture,
circumcision, all
Halachic
kinds of those
prohibition of
things.
woolen and mixtures
Ultimately,
with
however,
garments.
especially after they took
She
St.
Ella
Paul,
Hebrew.
Christianity would expand
She
to
Ella equals question,
non-ethnic
Halachic
Jewish
were opposed to
populations,
a rabbi.
and this would
She
be
Ella Chat in
extremely
Hebrew.
potent doctrine
Question to a sage, Halachic principle.
and ultimately,
A
of course,
sage
by the
asks
4th
question
century,
is half an
the official
answer.
religion of the
Shashida Hebrew.
And at
Shashida
this
equals
point,
ritual
we have
slaughter, Halachic
three
procedure for
Roman
torturing
Jewish
animals.
wars. The first one is rebellion that starts in the year 66.
Resting slaughter,
and is only
Halachic detailed in
over by
Shashida technique.
73 or possibly 74.
Shashida Hebrew.
The fall of the
Blessing.
saga.
Who has kept you semi precise occasions?
These wars are
Sheila
absolute
variant of
disasters
Sheila.
for the Jewish people. The first
Law you
revolt
Teshuvah
is
Hebrew.
particularly the
Questions
destruction
and
of the
answers,
second
response to
temple,
literature where
year 70.
Halachic rulings are written.
There's a tremendous dispersal of
Hebrew.
Jews, perhaps as many as 100,000
Service
Jews
sometimes
sent off
Halachic
by boat
context of
to
personal
serve as
duties.
slaves in the Roman
Center
Empire.
Hebrew.
And then there will be another smaller
60
revolt
references,
in
6 things.
115
Jews
that
are
will also be
halachically
put down
commanded to remember
by
daily.
the revolt in
Checked in
115
at Hebrew.
Bar Kokhba, which was perhaps the most
Checked in
brutal
equals
of the
divine
conflicts
presence, halachically invoked regarding prayer for Omidiyah. Check all of Hebrew. Shekels tractate about half shekel
very
temple tax.
successfully against the Roman
Shabbat
Empire,
Hebrew.
so much so that the Emperor Hadrian
Shabbat equals
earlier
here
actually
central
had to
prayer
bring
declaring
legions
God
all
as
the way
unity,
from
halachic
England
obligation
to
twice daily.
But ultimately, by
Hebrew.
the time you get to the middle of
Release
the 2nd
sabbatical
century,
year.
the Romans have definitively
Landless
destroyed
fallow,
Jewish
debt relief.
sovereignty in the region.
Shemitah
Most Jews have
Chesapeake
made
Hebrew.
their way to the north,
Release of money
Galilee
cancellation
region.
of debts in
We're
Shemitah
going to
year.
pick up our story there in the next week.
Shemitah Parka
Thank you
Hebrew.
very much for watching.
Release of land agricultural rest in Shemitah. Shemitah Esrei Hebrew.
Hello, fellow
Shemitah
students of
equals
Jewish
8,
history.
Esrei
In
equals
these very
10, 18
difficult times,
blessings
there's a
prayer.
tremendous amount of
Actually,
heat
19
and
blessings
relatively
now.
little light cast on the
Shanoni
actual
Hebrew, the
history
Ekad
of
part
the
of
region.
Hebrew.
So my goal in this segment is
White
short
scripture and
lectures
one's
is to
translation,
look at
halachic
the
requirement
presence
to
of the
review the
Jews in the
weekly
land
Torah
of Israel
portion.
from
from the end of the Roman period right up until 7 blessings recited under wedding canopy during the Passion. 7 mitzvot bina no to be.